Chapter 368. Due to Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong's public confession, the left Assistant Minister Li Yi of the Ministry of Personnel, who was framed for treason 14 years ago, was finally vindicated today. A rank 4 official of the imperial court was exterminated because of false accusations. This was a great insult to the imperial court and the great Zhou. Although His Majesty had issued a decree to declare Lord Li's innocence, what had happened could never be undone. Outside the imperial city, the commoners were filled with righteous indignation when they saw the notice posted on the city wall. The culprits from back then could have been pardoned with the death exemption medallion. Why was Lord Zhou banished? Lord Li was loyal to the emperor and his country. In the end, the lives of his family were worth less than a few broken medallions? The reality is even more absurd than the dramas. How sad, how sad. Have you seen the new drama, Zhao's Orphan? It's clearly about Lord Li. Not yet. Hearing you say that, I'll have to go and take a look. In a mansion in the southern courtyard. The Duke of Nanyang, who had been pardoned with the death exemption medallion but lost his position as the Minister of Personnel, frowned deeply and said in a gloomy voice, Zhou Zhong is only banished. These crimes are enough for him to die twice. His Majesty is obviously siding with him. A person beside him said, forget it. It's just a matter of time. How many of the criminals who have been banished have been able to live for more than half a year? The Duke of Nanyang said indignantly, I can't take this lying down. It took me more than 10 years to climb to this position. Because of Zhou Zhong, I have nothing now. I can't wait to kill him. That person was silent for a moment before saying, even if you want to kill him, you can't do it now. Once he leaves the capital, no one will care if he's dead or alive. Right now, there's another important matter. The Duke of Nanyang asked, what is it? The person said, have you forgotten that Li Yi's daughter is still imprisoned in the imperial clan temple? After being reminded by him, Commander Prince Nanyang recalled that this matter had started because Li Yi's daughter had assassinated 5 imperial court officials to avenge her father. This had triggered the old case. However, in recent days, his attention had been focused on the old case and he had completely forgotten about this matter. That person continued, during this period of time, that Li Mu went in and out of the Zongjing temple many times. He would visit this woman almost every day. It seems that they knew each other before. The reason he wanted to reverse the verdict for Li Yi was probably because of this woman. Royal Prince Nanyang narrowed his eyes and said, these are 2 completely different cases. I would like to see how Li Mu will save her, unless he can convince His Majesty to grant him a death exemption medallion. The person next to him had a playful smile on his face as he said, a large part of the reason for Li Yi's death was because he opposed the death exemption golden medallion. If he used the death exemption golden medallion to save that woman, then it would be the biggest joke. If he didn't use the death exemption golden medallion, then the woman would be dead. Hee, what choice would he make? Royal Prince Nanyang asked, what if he really begs His Majesty to grant him the death exemption golden medallion? Bewitching the Son of Heaven, treacherous officials who will harm the country. Murderous intent appeared in that person's eyes as he said, clean up the Emperor's subordinates and punish treacherous officials. Northern County. Countless people gathered under the city walls and looked at the notice posted on the city walls. They were pointing and discussing. Most of the commoners were illiterate and only came to join in the fun. They did not know what was going on. Someone scratched his head and asked, is there anyone who is illiterate? Help me take a look. What is written on this notice? Let me take a look. A middle-aged scholar squeezed into the crowd. After looking at the notice, he said, it says that more than 10 years ago, there was a high-ranking official who served the country and the people in the divine capital. Because he offended the nobles, he was framed for treason and his entire family was executed. A few days ago, the imperial court cleared his name. The northern county was far away from the divine capital. The commoners did not know what happened in the divine capital, nor did they know the high-ranking officials in the divine capital. However, someone was confused and said, why does this sound like the play that the Yunyan Pavilion put on a few days ago? The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, this play was actually written for him. This Lord Li used to be a good official who was loved by the commoners. In the divine capital, he was called Li Qing Tian by the commoners. Unfortunately, he always worked for the commoners and went against the nobles. After offending the nobles, he was framed and his entire family was exterminated. He was wronged for more than 10 years. If not for his daughter avenging her father by killing the officials who framed him back then and alerting the imperial court, no one would have cleared his name. There's actually such a thing? It's even more dramatic than a play, even I want to watch that play. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, who did not like to listen to plays. However, to the commoners, being able to eat and wear was already a luxury. Wouldn't it be better to spend a few coins to buy steamed rice? Spending money to listen to plays was the life of the rich. At this moment, someone asked, "Don't you know that the Yunyan Pavilion is not paying for the plays these days?" Someone was shocked. There's such a good thing. It's not just the Yunyan Pavilion. In the past few days, there's also a stage set up by the official road outside the city. It's free to perform. Those who have the money can attend it. Those who don't have the money can also attend it, so the stage at the city gate is for watching plays. If they said that it's free, I would have gone to watch it. Let's go together, wait for me. The commoners did not have much entertainment, so they were naturally happy to watch a play that they could watch for free. The Yunyan Pavilion's theater was filled to the brim. The area around the stage outside the city was also filled with commoners. It was the slack period, so there were not many opportunities like this. The commoners in the surrounding area carried stools before the sun rose. The play was called The Orphan of the Zhao Family. It told the story of an official of the Zhao family from the previous dynasty. Because he often sought justice for the commoners, he offended the nobles in the capital. He was framed by a treacherous official and his family was exterminated. The surviving orphan of the Zhao family endured for many years to avenge his family. The story of the play was twisted and bizarre, with climax after climax. At the end, the orphan of the Zhao family killed the treacherous official with his own hands to avenge his father. It was so satisfying that the commoners could not help but think of Do-Yi's injustice. The commoners loved to watch plots where good had good karma and evil had evil retribution. This was not the only reason why the play was so popular. It was also because the content of the play was not fabricated. Instead, it was based on the original. The official of the Zhao family in the play was Li Yi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, whose entire family was exterminated because of the crime of treason. The Empress had already informed the 36 counties of the Great Zhou of his injustice. Most of the commoners knew about it. Sigh, he's already dead. What's the use of redressing the injustice? Why can those people still use the death exemption golden medallion to save their lives? They should all be buried with that lord. It's a pity that the imperial court is controlled by those people. That lord's daughter had no way to redress the injustice. She was forced to take revenge on those corrupt officials. I wonder how the imperial court will deal with her. What else can they do? They'll definitely give her the death penalty. After all, she violated the law. *T the law. Is the law used to protect the murderer? The law can't give justice to others, but it doesn't allow them to seek justice for themselves. Why can those people continue to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth after framing others and destroying their families? Why can't even leave behind the last bloodline of those who were wrongfully killed? What kind of *T justice is this? The imperial court announced this to the world and let the commoners of the 36 counties know about this matter. They originally wanted to give justice to Li Yi. Unexpectedly, after the commoners learned about the inside story, they became even angrier. The official who was framed for treason was redressed, but what about those who harmed him back then? They were still alive and well and continued to be people above others. However, that lord's only descendant was going to be executed. What was the point of such redressing? The so-called law was only used to restrain the commoners. Those nobles could treat the law as nothing. With a token, they could avoid the death penalty. In their eyes, the commoners were no different from livestock that could be killed at will. Under such anger, someone finally could not help but say, if that lord's bloodline is cut off, there will really be no justice. Why don't we protest the imperial court with blood and protect that lord's bloodline? As soon as this was said, it immediately received the response of many people below the stage. I agree. Count me in. My family sells cloth. I'll pay for the cloth used for the blood letter. I'll go back and ask the village chief to mobilize the entire village. In just a short day, there was a blood letter movement in the North County. The angry commoners ran around and tens of thousands of commoners pressed their fingerprints on the white cloth. Regarding this, the North County government watched from the sidelines. At the same time, in Yantai County, a few commoners walked out of the theater and discussed among themselves. So County Officer Yu is the prototype of the villain in the play. He really deserves to die. To think that I felt sad for him. He framed a good person in exchange for a promotion. Too hateful. I heard that someone outside the city wrote a blood letter to protest the imperial court. I'm going. Do you want to come? Let's go. Yushan County. So this is the reason why the two lords died. The case back then has been investigated. Even if they didn't die, they would be beheaded by the imperial court. Pfft, they deserved it. Danyang County. Nanyang County. Yuntai County. In just a few days, similar things happened in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. After the local government learned of the inside story, to prevent civil unrest, they ordered the commoners to stop gathering. However, the letter was secretly passed down from village to village, Shindu. After the case was revealed, the punishment for the people involved in the case back then was quickly implemented. Other than a few main culprits, the officials who joined forces to impeach Li Yi back then were just following the trend. Now, they were only fined their salaries and were not punished too much. Just by punishing a few main culprits, there was already a huge loophole in the 6 ministries. The 3 provinces were also in a mess. If the accomplices were to be held accountable one by one, the imperial court would probably completely collapse. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Chen Jian, had already been executed. As for the others, because they had the death exemption token, no one could do anything to them. In the hall of the secretariat, Li Mu opened a letter. The contents of the letter were about an official urging the imperial court to quickly deal with the assassination of the 5 officials. Chapter 369. In fact, all the things that had happened in the divine capital these days revolved around the murder of several imperial court officials. The reason why few people mentioned this matter was that most people were attracted by Li Yi's old case. Now that the old case had been clarified, those who should be rehabilitated had been rehabilitated, and those who should be sentenced had been sentenced. The original case had been pushed to the forefront again. The headmaster had notified almost all the subsects to help Li Mu obtain the book of 10,000 people from the various counties. Based on the feedback from Mount Baiyun, the progress of this matter had been pushed forward by more than half. Now was not the time. Li Mu closed the memorial and put it aside. In the Commandery Prince mansion of Nanyang, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at an official and asked, "Are you sure the memorial has been handed in? It has been 3 days. Why is there no news at all?" The official scratched his head with a puzzled look and said, "It has been handed in. I personally handed it in." "Is it still going through the process?" "The Central Secretariat is going through the process." "Why would it take so long?" Commandery Prince Nanyang looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, "Ziyu, you are the head of the Central Secretariat. Can't you urge him?" Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Uncle, you don't know. I am in charge of the Ministry of Works. The memorials related to the Ministry of Justice are directly handed to Li Mu. After Li Mu deals with them, they will be handed to the assistant minister. If Li Mu doesn't put them in, the memorial can't be handed in at all." "Sure enough," Commandery Prince Nanyang said with a sullen face, "He and Li Yi's daughter are unclear. He will definitely cover for her. The memorial can't be handed to the Central Secretariat. It should be handed directly to His Majesty." The official nodded and said, "I will try." Changle Palace. Li Mu opened a memorial. It was still asking the imperial court to deal with Li Qing. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, it was exactly the same as what he saw 3 days ago. This official was rather persistent. Li Mu noted down the name of this official from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, and put the memorial aside. After calculating the time, he stood up and walked to the imperial kitchen. The Empress took Xiao Bai to the imperial kitchen to admire the flowers. Before she returned, Li Mu had to prepare lunch. 3 days later. Royal Prince Mansion of Nanyang. Commandery Prince Nanyang paced around the room and asked, "Why is there still no news?" The official was also puzzled and said, "I don't know either." At this moment, a servant walked in and whispered a few words into Duke Nanyang's ear. Commandery Prince Nanyang was taken aback and asked, "Book of 10,000 people?" The servant nodded and said, "Someone from King Ping's mansion came to pass on the news. Someone is urging the people in the various counties to write a petition to plead for mercy for that woman." Commandery Prince Nanyang snorted coldly and said, "So that's what he's planning." If this matter attracted the attention of the people in the 36 counties and caused them to write a petition to the people, the imperial court might really compromise. After all, the people's hearts were the foundation for the continuation of the great show. If it was only the Luoyang, it would be fine. However, if the people of the 36 counties all pleaded for mercy for that woman, even the law would have to give in. If they also had the Book of 10,000 people when they were sentenced, then he would still be the Minister of Personnel now. If he couldn't get something, then no one else could. Commandery Prince Nanyang's expression was cold as he said, "Although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's impossible for him to save Li Yi's daughter. How dare he hold the people's hearts hostage and make the Ministry of Personnel send the consecrated department to destroy all the Book of 10,000 people." After all these years of operation, the Ministry of Personnel had been built into an iron bucket by him. The people in the Ministry of Personnel were all officials of the old party. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Personnel, he still had absolute control over it. When the official named Wang Luan heard this, he bowed and said, "I'll make the arrangements right away." In a certain county, in front of a temporary stage built outside the city, an actor who had just finished his performance took out a roll of silk and said, "The Book of 10,000 people is only a few hundred people away. Everyone, please sign your names on this and do your part to protect the bloodline of the loyal officials." After listening to the play, the people were already enraged. They were filled with righteous indignation as they pressed their fingerprints on the silk. The material used to leave their fingerprints was originally made of cinnabar. However, some people directly bit their fingertips in anger and left their fingerprints on the silk. Not long after, the people gradually dispersed. An actor looked at the densely packed fingerprints on the silk and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "It should be enough." Just as they were about to leave, a few powerful auras suddenly approached above their heads. Several figures floated down from the sky and said coldly, "The consecrated department is handling the case. Leave the Book of 10,000 people and we can let you go." 15 minutes later. The consecrated department's mouths were stuffed with rags and tied to a tree. The actors flew into the air and flew into the distance. "I didn't expect that we, the disciples of the Fulu school, would come out to perform. The person that the imperial court wants to execute is the disciple of the sect master, which is our martial uncle. In order to save martial uncle, this is something that should be done. Didn't you see that even our master has personally come? Let's not talk about it anymore. The Book of 10,000 people for this county has been collected. When we return and hand it in, everyone will be able to obtain an earth-ranked Fulu. Such a good thing should be given more." After many days, Li Mu once again saw Yuzhen Zi in his home. Yuzhen Zi stepped into the courtyard and waved his hand. Many bolts of cloth floated in front of Li Mu. These bolts of cloth were covered with red fingerprints. They were clearly ordinary cloth, but they emitted powerful auras, forcing Lu Han Yen, Wan Wan, and Xiao Bai to retreat. When the auras swept over Li Mu, they seemed to resonate with some aura on his body and gently passed through him. Yuzhen Zi said, "These are the Book of 10,000 people for the 36 counties." Li Mu put away the 36 bolts of cloth and said, "Many thanks, senior sister." Yuzhen Zi said, "Senior brother sect master said that if the great Zhou court does not distinguish between good and evil, then there is no need to stay in the divine capital. It is better to return to the Fulu school as soon as possible to raise your cultivation and prepare to succeed the sect master." Li Mu smiled and said, I believe in His Majesty. Although the great Zhou court was not worth it, within the divine capital, there was still someone like Li Mu who was worth it. In recent days, many officials in the imperial court had submitted memorials, requesting that Li Yi's daughter be severely punished. However, the memorials they submitted were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no response. During the morning court session, an official finally could not bear it anymore. An official from the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, reporting to His Majesty, under the circumstances of Li Yi's case being unclear, Li Yi's daughter assassinated 5 officials of the imperial court. Such behavior is truly too vile. If she is not severely punished, it will not be enough to uphold the law and establish the prestige of the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, Sir, your words are incorrect. How could Lord Li's daughter not know whether or not he committed treason? Those 5 people were the main culprits who framed Lord Li back then. Even death could not wipe out their crimes. If they did not die, they should be executed today. The official from the Ministry of Personnel said, the nation has its own laws. If they are guilty, the imperial court will judge them. It is not up to her to execute them privately. Zhang Chun said mockingly, the imperial court. Lord Li has been wronged for 14 years. Has the imperial court had any intention of overturning the case for him? On the other hand, the officials who framed him back then were all in high positions, from 4th to 3rd rank officials. How do you expect people to trust the imperial court? The official from the Ministry of Personnel said coldly, this is also not a reason for her to kill. If we forgive her, how can we uphold the law? Zhang Chun retorted, if we uphold the law, how can we uphold the will of the people? The two of them were in a heated argument. Shang Wanli walked out from behind the curtain and said, silence. The Empress's voice was heard from behind the curtain. What do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell into a brief silence. Usually, the highest-ranking officials would be the first to speak on this topic. However, people like the head of the Secretariat and the ministers of the 6 ministries would not quarrel with others in the imperial court. Most of the time, it was the officials below them who spoke on their behalf. After a brief silence, some officials stood up one after another. I think that Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel has a point. One case is another case. These 2 cases should not be mixed together. Lord Li Yi has been wrongly accused, but his daughter has indeed violated the law. Seeing these people step forward, many officials sighed in their hearts. Although that was the case, the imperial court still owed their family in Li Yi's case. If they still wanted to execute his daughter, then what was the point of overturning the case for him? However, because of Li Yi's overturning of the case, both the new and old parties were deeply involved. Even if they had different opinions, they did not dare to speak out. After another official seconded the motion, a figure finally walked out from the crowd. The officials in the imperial court all looked at him. These days, everything that happened in the imperial court was caused by Li Mu alone. This time, he was probably one of the people who wanted to protect Li Yi's daughter. Li Mu walked to the front of the hall and did not express his opinion. He only said calmly, I would like your Majesty and all the officials to see something first. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things suddenly appeared in the crepe myrtle hall. There were a total of 36 pieces of what looked like cloth and silk. They slowly flew into the air, then connected together and slowly unfolded. A shocking scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The 36 pieces of cloth connected together formed a huge canvas that was 200 feet long. The canvas was densely covered with blood-red fingerprints. As the canvas unfolded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out. Under the impact of this aura, the officials in the hall could not help but retreat. Some even fell on their buttocks. Only a small number of people were able to remain standing under the impact of this aura. Behind Li Mu, several officials who had just stood up and suggested that Li Qing be severely punished retreated more than 10 steps. One of them even directly withdrew from the crepe myrtle hall. An official looked at the huge canvas in front of him and saw the faint smell of blood on it. He murmured, a blood letter of the people, a blood letter of the people condensed from the power of faith of the people. Li Mu stood in front of the canvas and slowly said, Lord Li was loyal and patriotic, but because of a scoundrel's framing, his entire family died in vain. The imperial court owes the Li family too much. The people of 36 counties, 360,000 people, plead your majesty for mercy. Chapter 370. In the crepe myrtle palace, the 36 scrolls of the Book of the People floated in front of the officials. Although there were no words on the unfurled white cloth, the fingerprints and palm prints represented the wishes of the people. The will of the people could not be deceived, nor could it be defied. This was the foundation of the great show. Under the pressure of the Book of the People, the officials who had just stepped forward to request the execution of Li Yi's daughter found it difficult to speak again. They could no longer speak. After Li Mu took out the Book of the People, if they spoke again, the opposition would not be from Li Mu, but from the will of the people. For the imperial court, in the face of the will of the people, there was nothing that could not be compromised, including them. The noisy imperial court suddenly quieted down. After a long period of silence, a figure slowly stepped forward. Zhang Chun bowed and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." His voice echoed in the crepe myrtle palace. Soon, another official took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy. Your Majesty, please have mercy." One figure, two figures, three figures. In the hall filled with the will of the people, more and more officials stepped forward. Finally, at the front of the crowd, the head of the secretariat held up his ceremonial tablet and said, "The will of the people cannot be defied." The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Li Yi, suffered 14 years of injustice. The people pity him. This is Li Yi's death, and also the imperial court's death. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and show mercy. The two attendants also sighed softly and stood out. Although Li Yi's daughter violated the law, but considering that her family was framed by treacherous officials and suffered great injustice, and the people she killed were all guilty officials, I implore your Majesty to show mercy. The will of the people cannot be defied. Your Majesty, please have mercy, the head of the secretariat and the attendants all pleaded. Finally, even the head of the officials, stepped forward and said slowly, "The will of the people is the most important. I implore your Majesty to comply with the will of the people and pardon Lord Li's daughter." Behind the curtain, the Empress's voice was majestic. "Since this is the will of the people of the 36 counties, and the ministers have pleaded for her, I can't be stubborn. After the court, the Secretariat will immediately draft a pardon. Imperial Ancestral Temple." Li Mu walked into the deepest part of the prison and said, "Open the door." The prison guard behind him immediately took out the key he had prepared and opened the cell door. Li Mu walked into the cell, reached out his hand to Li Qing and said, "Let's go home." Outside the imperial city, a large crowd had gathered on the wide street. Countless gazes were focused in the direction of the palace gate. Until two figures walked out of the palace. "It's young Lord Li," the woman beside him, "is Lord Li Yi's daughter. Has the court finally pardoned her? Lord Li Yi has a descendant." Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, the commoners spoke excitedly. Li Mu and Li Qing walked out of the palace and back to the Li residence. The people of Shendu followed them all the way. Standing in front of the Li mansion, Li Qing raised her head and looked at the plaque with the words, "Li Mansion," written on it. It stood there for a long time. Creak, the door of the Li mansion slowly opened from the inside. Lu Hanyan walked out and looked at Li Qing. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." In the crepe myrtle palace, when Li Mu took out the book of 10,000 people from the 36 counties, some people had already lost. Once the book of 10,000 people, which represented the will of the people, the court officials, whether they were willing or not, only had one choice. In the end, under the lead of a few officials from the 3 provinces, all the court officials pleaded for mercy. In addition to the push of the people's will, the Empress could only reluctantly comply with them and pardon Li Qing. In the Li mansion, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. The telekinesis in his body was almost full. When he walked out of the palace with Li Qing, the entire street was covered by telekinesis. He had just taken out the spiritual jade from the flask space. In just a moment, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade would be completely absorbed. Even the speed at which he took out the spiritual jade could not keep up with the speed of absorption. At this moment, in the North Court, with the Li Mansion as the center, a huge spiritual energy whirlpool had formed. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire divine capital was gathering towards the Li residence in the northern garden. In the divine capital, some of the more powerful cultivators had already noticed the abnormality. Especially those who lived in the North Court, they could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surroundings was becoming more and more abundant. However, when they tried to absorb it, they realized that they could not absorb any spiritual energy at all. The huge spiritual energy whirlpool in the North Court was violently absorbing all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone is breaking through. What exactly is this person's cultivation? How could he cause such a huge commotion? Countless figures flew up from all directions and looked in the direction where the spiritual energy was gathering. That place is the Li Mansion. This familiar feeling. Could it be that Li Mu is also cultivating telekinesis? It's the same as Li Yi back then. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast at such a young age. He actually dares to cultivate this path. Such a fast and domineering way of gathering spiritual energy was not something a normal cultivation path could achieve. Even a spirit gathering array was far from it. Only telekinesis could have such an effect. The path of telekinesis was the fastest way to improve one's cultivation among all the paths of cultivation. The reason why so few people cultivated it was not because they did not want to, but because it was too difficult. Telekinesis originated from the people. To win the people's trust, one had to stand on the people's side. However, the interests of the people and the interests of the people in power were often contradictory. To stand on the people's side was to stand on the opposite side of the people in power. To walk on this path, one had to dare to do what ordinary people did not dare to do. There had been people who had done this before, but they had all died. After that, very few people walked on this path. If Li Mu did not have the Empress's protection, he would have been like Li Yi back then. His entire family would have been executed countless times. It was also because of the Empress's protection that he could walk to this day and become a righteous person in the hearts of the people in the divine capital. He relied on the people's telekinesis to quickly break through. The spiritual energy vortex above the Li Mansion spun for more than 2 hours. It almost sucked out all the spiritual energy in the divine capital before it slowly dissipated. At the same time, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. The aura on his body was also extremely obscure. In the past, he was a sharp sword. Now, he had hidden his edge. Saving Li Qing was something he had to do. It was also in accordance with the people's will. With this, the telekinesis of the people in his body reached its peak. It allowed him to break through to the 5th level in one go. It also allowed him to resolve one of his obsessions. Li Mu walked out of the room. Hyun Jinko stood in the courtyard and smiled. Congratulations, junior brother. Li Mu clasped his hands and bowed to the two of them. Thank you for your help these days, senior brother and senior sister. Hyun Jinko said, there's no need for thanks between fellow disciples. Yuzenzi said calmly, the disciples of the Fulu school are not to be bullied. Hyun Jinko continued, junior brother, you just broke through. Your magic power is not stable yet. First stabilize your cultivation. As for other things, it won't be too late to talk about them later. Li Mu said, I'll stabilize it later. I still have something to do. I have to go out for a while. Outside the palace, Li Mu and Li Qing stood side by side as they watched Zhou Zhong walk out of the palace. His hands were shackled by iron chains and his dermic powers were also sealed. This chain would only be removed when he arrived at the place of exile. 2 Fifth Realm worshippers stood behind him. They would escort him all the way to the place of exile. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing with a gentle gaze. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, when you have time, go to the Ministry of Justice and find Wei Peng. He has something that I left for you. Wei Peng is a promising talent. With a little promotion, he can take on great responsibilities. Li Mu nodded and said, I understand. Zhou Zhong looked at Li Qing again and said, listen to Li Mu in the future. Don't be so rash. He knows how to protect you better than I do. Li Qing lowered her head and said softly, okay. Zhou Zhong finally looked at Li Mu and said, take good care of Qing. One of the worshippers said, it's time to go. Zhou Zhong's gaze swept across his face and said, let's go. After sending Zhou Zhong out of the city with Li Qing and back to her residence, Li Mu went to the Ministry of Justice. Soon, the director of the Ministry of Justice walked out of the office and sighed, Lord Li, Lord Zhou, I really didn't expect, Li Mu said, this might be the result that he wanted. Where's Wei Peng? I have something to talk to him about. The director of the Ministry of Justice sighed again and said, I'll go get him. After a while, Wei Peng walked out of a guard room. He seemed to know Li Mu's purpose and handed a wooden box to Li Mu. This wooden box was not locked. It seemed to be just a simple buckle. Li Mu tried to open it but found that he could not open it at all. He channeled his magic power and used the art of great strength but still could not open it. Li Mu looked at the wooden box carefully and found that there were complicated runes carved on the box like a seal. From the complexity of these runes, it would be very difficult for him to open it with his current magic power. Therefore, he took the wooden box and returned to the Li residence to let Yuzhen Zi and Hyun Jinko take a look. Hyun Jinko looked carefully and said, this is a seal rune. It can only be opened with brute force. If other methods are used, or if the runes are destroyed, I'm afraid the item in the box will also be destroyed. He tried to open the wooden box but still failed. Yuzhen Zi tried again, but it still ended in failure. She looked at the wooden box in her hand and said, this seal is too strong. I'm afraid only those above the 7th realm can open it. If you have time, go back to Mount Baiyun and ask senior brother Sect Master for help. Li Mu waved his hand, no need. After a while, Changle Palace. Li Mu took the wooden box and walked to Zhou Yi, saying, Your Majesty, I can't open this, crack. Zhou Yi took the wooden box and opened it easily. Li Mu leaned over and saw a book in the box. He took out the book, flipped through a few pages and slowly closed it. Chapter 371. In Changle Palace, Li Mu handed the booklet to Zhou Yi and asked, Your Majesty, how should we deal with these people? Zhou Yi flipped open the booklet and glanced at it a few times. Then, he asked Li Mu, what do you think? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I think that the great Zhou's imperial court has been suffering from a chronic problem for a long time. The court officials have formed cliques for personal gain, and in order to suppress dissidents, they will do anything. If we want to cure this chaos, we need to use strong medicine. Your Majesty can also take this opportunity to support some of your trusted aides. Zhou Qiong rubbed the space between his brows and said to Li Mu, I'll leave this matter to you. Li Mu bowed and said, I obey. The booklet Zhou Zhong gave him recorded the crimes of many officials of the two parties over the years. Some of them were corrupt, some of them took bribes, some of them bent the law for personal gain, and some of them abused their power. These records filled the entire booklet. A month ago, Li Mu felt that the imperial court should still be stable. Over the past month, Li Mu gradually realized that the great Zhou's imperial court had a problem from the root. Rather than maintaining the stability on the surface and letting them slowly nibble away at the decaying great Zhou, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and use strong medicine to weaken the old and new factions. At the same time, power would gradually return to the hands of the Empress. When the Empress completely controlled the imperial court, whoever passed the throne of the great Zhou to would have nothing to do with the old and new parties. Even if the Empress didn't pass the throne to the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, it would be her own business to pass the throne to her own son. Or, if the Empress's cultivation reached the 8th level, then no matter how strong the old and new parties were, they wouldn't even have the right to protest under absolute power. In that case, who would dare to bully him in the entire Zhou province, let alone the imperial court? Unfortunately, this could only exist in Li Mu's imagination. The Empress' 7th level came more from her inheritance than from her own cultivation. Unless she encountered a greater opportunity, the 7th level was the peak that she could reach in this lifetime. At present, all the 7th realm powerhouses that Li Mu knew, including Xian Jizi, were promoted to the upper realm through inheritance. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and propped up his head. He said, I'm a bit tired. Here are a few memorials. Help me take a look. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He said, Your Majesty should rest first. When you wake up, the soup in the imperial kitchen will be almost ready. Although it was unlikely that a 7th realm cultivator would tire herself out, Li Mu didn't forget that the Empress' inner demon had yet to be removed. Suppressing the inner demon was an extremely taxing task. The exhaustion of mental energy was no less than fighting a battle with an expert of the same level. With Li Mu here, she didn't have to worry about court matters. Zhou Yi leaned against the dragon throne and closed her eyes to recover her mind. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared in front of her. When the fog dissipated, she was no longer in Changle Palace, but in the Imperial Garden. Zhou Yi quickly realized that this was a dream. As a 7th realm cultivator, she could control her body and consciousness. However, dreams didn't seem to have much to do with a person's consciousness. Instead, it was dominated by another consciousness. She wanted to withdraw her consciousness from the dream, but she heard a sound coming from the depths of the Imperial Garden. This made her change her mind. She was also interested in the contents of the subconscious fantasy. Thus, she walked along the path of the Imperial Garden and slowly walked into the depths. As she walked, the conversation in the depths of the garden gradually became clear. This orange is very sweet. It's a tribute orange from Jiangnan. Try it. I want you to feed me. Nonsense. Humph, you're not even willing to do this for me. You don't love me anymore, okay. Open your mouth. In the depths of the garden, there seemed to be a couple passionately in love. Zhou Yi had never experienced love, so she didn't feel envious. She just felt that even the fragrance of the flowers in the Imperial Garden couldn't cover up the sour smell in the air. Just as she was about to leave, the couple sitting in the pavilion suddenly turned around. In the pavilion, the other her was peeling the orange with a smile and sending the orange pieces into the mouth of the person in her arms. And the person nestled in her arms was actually Changle Palace. Zhou Yi, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Fine sweat even seeped out of her forehead. After Li Mu finished reading the last memorial, he inadvertently glanced over and found that the Empress had woken up. Then, he asked with some surprise, Your Majesty, are you very hot? Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu. The scene in her mind appeared again. She realized that her inner demon seemed to be getting more and more serious. Li Mu noticed the Empress's absent-mindedness. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhou Yi came back to her senses and said, I'm fine. You can go back first. Li Mu said, The soup in the Imperial kitchen is ready. I'll go get a bowl for you. Zhou Yi waved her hand and said, No need. I'll let Ali leave in a while. You can go back first. Li Mu tidied up the memorials he had read and put the chair back in place. He said, Then I'll go back first. Walking out of Changle Palace, he sighed softly. The reason he came to Changle Palace was that he didn't know how to face the situation at home. He wanted to sort out his thoughts first, but the Empress obviously didn't give him the chance. It was now lunchtime. In the Imperial Palace, the officials of the various government offices began to walk out in groups. An official looked at Li Mu walking out of Changle Palace and said with emotion, What is a favored official? This is a favored official. The number of times he goes to Her Majesty's bedchamber is more than the number of times he goes to the Secretariat, another official said. What is he holding in his hand? It looks like a book. When his eyes swept over the book in Li Mu's hand, he inexplicably shivered. He crossed his arms and said, It's cold. Tomorrow I'll have to wear more clothes. Li Mu walked out of the Imperial Palace and all the way back to the Li residence. He stood in front of the gate, but he didn't step in. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Li Qing and Lu Hanyan appeared at home at the same time. In Lu Hanyan's eyes, Li Qing was undoubtedly Li Mu's ex-girlfriend. Although they had never confirmed their relationship, Li Mu couldn't deny that Li Qing was indeed his first love. If it wasn't for fate, the person sleeping next to him every night might be someone else. When a wife meets an ex-girlfriend, and the current master of the Li residence meets an ex-master, it would be good if the two didn't fight. It couldn't be a happy and harmonious sisterly relationship, right? The gate of the residence suddenly opened. Xiao Bai ran out of the courtyard and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what are you doing at the gate?" Li Mu rubbed her head, took a deep breath, and stepped into the house. There wasn't the awkward atmosphere he imagined. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were sitting in the courtyard and talking. They were neither too enthusiastic nor too distant. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and said, "I'm back." No one paid attention to him. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked, "Where was Miss Li's previous room?" "I'll ask Wanwan to help you tidy it up." Li Qing said, "No need, I'll tidy it up myself." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This used to be your home, and it will still be your home in the future. You don't have to be so polite in your own home." What Li Mu was worried about didn't happen. Lu Hanyan, who had always been stingy in relationships, was so magnanimous that he couldn't believe it. At night, when Li Mu was about to go to his room to sleep, the bedroom door slammed shut just as he reached the door. In the room, Lu Hanyan said gently, "From today onwards, you'll sleep in the study." Her voice was very gentle, but the words she said were as cold as an iceberg. Late at night, on the small bed in the study, Li Mu hugged Xiao Bai and stroked her smooth fur. Only then did he feel some warmth in his heart. She was the only one who would stay by his side all this time, in a certain residence in Nanyuan. In a secret room, a soft conversation could be heard. "Zhou Zhong has left Chengdu today and has been sent to the border counties. The two consecrators escorting him are our people. This person can't be left alive. He betrayed us and knows too many of our secrets. If he doesn't die, he'll always be a disaster. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to reach the border counties, in a certain county in Great Zhou." Under the night sky, a stream of light streaked across the sky and landed on a mountain. A consecrator looked at Zhou Zhong, who was standing at the bow of the flying boat, and said, "Come down." Zhou Zhong looked at the vast wilderness and asked, "My lords, are we going to sleep here tonight?" The consecrator said, "What? You're a criminal official. Do you want to stay in a high-class inn?" He looked at Zhou Zhong and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Zhou, you're a smart person. Why did you do such a stupid thing? Why did you give up your position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Why did you choose to go to the north to die?" The other consecrator said impatiently, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just do it. We'll enjoy ourselves outside for a while before returning to Chengdu." Zhou Zhong looked at them and asked, "You want to kill me?" The consecrator said, "Lord Zhou, are you so naive as to think that you won't have to die if His Majesty shows mercy?" Zhou Zhong said calmly, "You're deceiving the emperor." The consecrator laughed coldly and said, "If we kill you, we'll burn you to ashes with the true Samadhi fire. Who would know? Anyway, you criminal officials will all die in the hands of ghosts and demons in the end." Zhou Zhong asked again, "You really want to kill me?" The consecrator extended his hand. A ball of blazing flame floated in his palm. He walked towards Zhou Zhong and said, "In your next life, be a smart person." Zhou Zhong looked at him and said softly, "Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by death." Poof! The flame in the consecrator's hand suddenly went out. It wasn't that he cancelled his spell. It was that his spell had no more mana to support it. The moment Zhou Zhong finished speaking, his head and body suddenly separated. The wound was as smooth as a cut. Blood splattered 3 feet high. With the death of his physical body, his nascent spirit left his body. His expression was full of fear. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but in his confusion and fear, he slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a fifth realm cultivator's physical body was destroyed and his soul dispersed. Seeing his comrade die in such a strange way, the other consecrator's face turned pale. he turned around and fled without hesitation. His body streaked across the sky like a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. On the mountain top, Zhou Zhong said, "Come back." The consecrator who fled rolled back and appeared at his previous position. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, "You haven't finished your work. Where are you going?" Chapter 372. Fairy's Capital, Department of Worship. A few worshippers looked at a broken jade tablet on the table with solemn expressions. The life talisman is broken. Is Ma Yi dead? Where is he? Ma Yi and Zheng Zong escorted Zhou Zhong to the place of exile. Could it be that Zhou Zhong broke free from the torture instruments and escaped? Zheng Zong's life talisman is still intact. Why didn't he send a message back? Just as he finished speaking, a high official strode in and said, "I've just received a message from High Official Zheng. Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong while he was escorting him, but he was killed by Zhou Zhong." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar. Why did worshipper Ma want to kill Zhou Zhong? Zhou Zhong's mana was restricted. How did he kill worshipper Ma? The Department of Worship was controlled by the royal family in the previous dynasty. Even now, the Shao royal family still had absolute control over the Department of Worship. Many worshippers in the Department of Worship were loyal to the old party. They would listen to the old party's orders and kill Zhou Zhong to vent their anger in the middle of his exile. This was reasonable. However, Ma Yi wanted to kill Zhou Zhong but was killed instead. This was somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Zhong's strength was slightly inferior to Ma Yi's. Under the circumstances where his mana was not restricted, he was not Ma Yi's match. With his mana restricted, his strength was less than 10%. A transcendent realm cultivator could probably kill him. How could he kill another transcendent realm cultivator in the presence of a 5th-level worshipper? A worshipper looked troubled and asked, "How should we deal with this?" Another worshipper said, "Zhou Zhong is a sinner and has committed such a grave crime. If he is not killed, justice will not be served." Everyone looked at him and did not agree. Ma Yi tried to kill Zhou Zhong while escorting him to exile. To put it simply, this was an abuse of power. To put it bluntly, this was deceiving the emperor. Regardless of the reason, as long as he wanted to kill Zhou Zhong and acted, it was reasonable and legal for Zhou Zhong to kill him. The old party wanted to get rid of Zhou Zhong through the Department of Worship. This was causing trouble for the Department of Worship. The worshipper thought for a while and said, "The Department of Worship does not have the authority to decide on this matter. Let's report it to the imperial court first." Today, when Li Mu was helping the empress deal with the reports, he learned that the worshipper escorting Zhou Zhong wanted to kill Zhou Zhong during his exile and was killed by Zhou Zhong instead. Although he knew that Zhou Zhong was stronger than him, he was still able to kill a 5th-level expert with his mana restricted. This was something only a transcendent realm cultivator. However, no matter how powerful Zhou Zhong was, he would not be at the 6th realm. Li Mu was certain of this. In Li Mu's mind, Zhou Zhong's of cultivation was a mystery. Of Zhou's also of Lord. If he had not secretly helped Mrs. Chu that time, Li Mu might have thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator in the Fate realm. According to the news sent back by the surviving consecrator, Zhou Zhong only said one sentence: "Deceiving the monarch, according to the law, should be executed." That consecrator Ma's body and head were separated from his body, and then his soul dispersed. This made Li Mu think of an unpopular cultivation school. Before the rise of Buddhism, there were all sorts of cultivation schools. There was the school of medicine, the school of military, the school of music, the school of legalism, and so on. These schools all had their own specialties. Later, when Buddhism prospered and gradually became the mainstream of cultivation, these smaller schools slowly became extinct. Of these schools, Li Mu had the deepest impression of the school of legalism. The cultivators of legalism did not cultivate abilities or Taoist techniques. Once they reached the peak of their cultivation, their words became law. Taoist techniques and abilities were useless before them. Even though this ability was not limitless, it still made Li Mu very envious. However, this was now the world of Buddhism. The cultivation methods of the school of legalism had long been extinct. Occasionally, a successor of the school of legalism would appear, but they were like a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing. From Zhou Zhong's actions and his identity, it was extremely likely that he cultivated the school of legalism. Throughout history, the successors of legalism would actively enter the court and push for legal reform. Perhaps their cultivation had something to do with this. The school of legalism did not cultivate dharmic powers. Their attacks were more like Daoist techniques. If Zhou Zhong cultivated both Daoist techniques and Daoist techniques, then his true strength might be extremely close to the sixth realm. If a fifth realm transcendent wanted to touch him, he would undoubtedly have kicked an iron plate. Through this incident, another problem was exposed. The Department of Worship was no longer the Department of Worship of Great Zhou, but the Department of Worship of the Old Party. The prefectures of Great Zhou had a high degree of autonomy. The Department of Worship's function was equivalent to the Great Zhou FBI. It specialized in dealing with matters that could not be dealt with locally. If it was controlled by someone, there would be very serious consequences. Xiao Yu's incident was one of them. Zhou Zhong's incident also explained the problem. Since they had decided to do something big, they might as well start with the Department of Worship. However, before that, there was an even more important matter that the Secretariat had to deal with immediately. After overturning the case for Li Qing's father, 2 ministers and 2 assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were removed from their positions. All of a sudden, there were 4 empty positions for officials above the 4th rank. The Ministry of Personnel was also without a leader. Without officials to replace them, the Yamen would not be able to continue operating. Regarding this, the Secretariat had been arguing for an entire morning. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the Old Party. It was originally completely controlled by the Old Party. 1 minister and 2 assistant ministers were all members of the Old Party. The minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the Duke of Nanyang. Through the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party controlled the assessment, appointment, and dismissal of most officials in Great Zhou. They also indirectly influenced the Department of Worship. It could be said that they had grasped the lifeline of the imperial court. In the process of overturning the case for Li Yi, Li Mu, and Zhou Zhong had cut off the lifeblood of the Old Party. It seemed that the Old Party had only lost 3 officials, but in reality, they had suffered heavy losses. The Old Party was the upper echelons of the government and could influence countless lower echelons of the government. Without the Ministry of Personnel, the Old Party would lose half of their authority in the imperial court. Therefore, they hated Zhou Zhong to the bone and wished that they could get rid of Zhou Zhong on the way to exile him. This time, the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was contested by Xiao Ziyu, who represented the royal Xiao family, and Zhou Xiong, who represented the Zhou family, for the entire morning. They argued until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but no one gave in to the other. It was impossible for them to give in. In terms of power, the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was the most powerful among the 6 ministers. The Old Party wanted to take back the position that originally belonged to them, and the new party would not let go of this one and only opportunity. If they obtained the Ministry of Personnel, they would be able to suppress the Old Party. Compared to them, the others did not speak much. This important position did not belong to the Old Party, but to the new party. It could not fall to anyone else. As for the Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, the Secretariat could submit 7 candidates. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Xiao family wanted to monopolize the 7 positions. Naturally, the Zhou family also wanted to monopolize it. Neither side would let the other have their way. As the 2 argued back and forth, Li Mu felt a headache coming on. Why don't you take a look and see if the person you nominated has any qualifications? My person doesn't have any qualifications, but your person does? At most, I'll give you 1. 7 positions, not 1 less. This position originally belonged to us. Li Mu finally could not take it anymore. He slammed the table and said, "The 2 of you, that's enough." He looked at Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu and said, "The 2 of you have argued for 4 hours over a single position. Do you still have any respect for your colleagues? There are still 2 assistant ministers and 1 minister to recommend. Are you going to discuss this until next year? The other officials of the Secretariat agreed with Li Mu and spoke up. Yes, Lord Li is right. If the two of you continue like this, when will it end? Let's discuss and come up with a plan. After some thought, Li Mu said, how about this? Of the 7 positions, each of you can have 3. The last position can be left empty or someone else can be chosen. No. I don't agree. The two of them refused without hesitation. Whether it was the new party or the old party, they were both determined to obtain the position of Minister of Personnel. They did not want to give up even 1 position, much less 3. What right do you have to disagree? Li Mu's face darkened as he said, as officials of the Secretariat, are you more handsome than the other officials or have a higher cultivation? Why should the two of you decide on 7 positions? By allowing the two of you to discuss this, we are giving you face. If you don't want it, then we won't give it to you. For these 7 positions, the 6 officials of the Secretariat will each recommend 1 person, and the last one will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu. Are the two of you satisfied? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu were speechless. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat felt extremely satisfied. Li Mu's words had spoken out what they had been thinking for many years. There were 6 Imperial Secretariat officials in the Central Secretariat. Everyone had the same rank and status. Due to the influence of the old and new factions, they usually gave these 2 people more power to speak. If they continued to push their luck, then they would be asking for more face. Which of the officials of the Secretariat did not come from an illustrious clan? They were not inferior to the Shao clan or the Zhou clan. For thousands of years, the dynasties of this land had, at some point in time, shared the same surname as them. Who did not have some pride in their hearts? Not long after Li Mu's voice fell, Wang Shi of the Secretariat said, I agree with what Sir Li said. Zhang Huili continuing to argue like this is not a solution. If the two of you do not agree with Lord Li's initial proposal, then we will each nominate 1 person. Wouldn't this be fairer? Song Liangyu looked at the two and asked, Lord Shao, Lord Zhou, what do you think? Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong thought quickly. The second situation was naturally the one they did not want to see the most. If each of them could only nominate 1 person, then there was not even a 20% chance. If each of them nominated 3 people, then the chance was close to 50%. They were clear about this. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, then let's follow Lord Li's initial proposal. The two of them each wrote 3 names on the paper. Xiao Ziyu asked, the nomination of the last person, that is none of your business. Li Mu waved his hand and said, out of the 7 spots, the 2 of you have taken up 6. The 5 of us do not even have a chance to nominate 1 person? Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu did not speak. The last person to nominate was just to make up the numbers. As long as it was not someone from the opposing faction, they had no objections. Zhou Xiong was still worried and added, the position of Minister of Personnel is very important. Zhang Chun does not have enough experience. If Lord Li wants to nominate him, I'm afraid it is against the rules. Do you think that I am like the two of you who only know how to suppress dissidents and appoint people based on favoritism? Li Mu looked at him with disdain and said, besides, even if it is a nomination, the final decision is made by His Majesty. Do you think that I can make the decision for the Minister of Personnel? Chapter 373. The position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was extremely important. Even if Li Mu was a favored official, the Empress would not let him make the decision. However, Xiao Ziyu was still worried. He asked, if I may ask, who would you like to nominate? Li Mu actually wanted to nominate Zhang Chun. After all, he owed old Zhang a lot of favors. If he became Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he would have the right to apply for a 5-sectioned house from the imperial court. He would have servants and maids. However, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was a 3rd-rank official. He was now a 5th-rank official. No matter how he skipped a rank, he could not let the Shindu medallion directly promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. If it was not Zhang Chun, it did not matter who else was. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. It was sad to say that after being in the imperial court for so long, others had formed cliques and cliques, but he did not even have anyone to do so. In fact, when it came to nominating for the position of Minister of Official Personnel Affairs, he could only think of Lu Qing, the Assistant Minister of Rights. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, "The Assistant Minister of Rights has just been promoted. Isn't it too frequent to promote him to Minister of Official Personnel Affairs in such a short period of time?" Li Mu looked at him and said, "Why don't we give this opportunity to Lord Xiao?" Before Xiao Ziyu could answer, Zhou Xiong immediately said, "Lu Qing is Lu Qing then. He's currently at rank 4. It's fine as long as he has the qualifications to be nominated for rank 3. You're meddling too much, aren't you?" Lu Qing had just been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights not long ago. In principle, it was impossible for him to be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the near future. In this way, the uncertainty of the last position could be eliminated. Wasn't nominating Lu Qing much better than Li Muzhen nominating a capable and experienced official? Although Zhou Xiong did not like Li Mu, he would not blindly oppose him at a time like this. Li Mu looked at the other 3 officials of the Secretariat and asked, "I am just randomly nominating someone. Do the other 3 have any thoughts?" The other 3 secretaries shook their heads in unison. Wang Shi said, "Let's listen to Sir Li." Both the new and old parties were determined to win the position of Minister of Personnel. It was useless for them to nominate him. Li Mu and Lu Qing were neither relatives nor friends. Nominating him was just to make up the numbers. Since it was just to make up the numbers, it didn't matter who made up the numbers. Under Li Mu's forceful intervention, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu made a compromise, and the candidate for the Minister of Personnel was finally decided. Zhang Huili said, "Next, it's the 2 assistant ministers' turn." Xiao Ziyu quickly added, "It's best if the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel is taken up by an official familiar with the Ministry of Personnel's affairs. It's more than suitable for the position to be replaced by 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. There's nothing else to discuss." The other 3 officials from the Secretariat still did not express any opinions. In the past few years, the old party had already built the Ministry of Personnel into an iron bucket that was impenetrable. The 2 directors of the Ministry of Personnel were also officials from the old party through and through. They would not easily let others interfere. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said indifferently, "In my opinion, we should ask His Majesty to reduce the number of officials in the Secretariat." Xiao Ziyu did not know why Li Mu suddenly brought up this matter. He asked, "Why?" Li Mu said, "Because Lord Xiao alone is enough for the Secretariat. You alone can make the decision for the important matters that require 6 Secretariat secretaries to discuss. The few of us are paid by the Imperial Court, but we don't do anything for the court. We really feel guilty." Xiao Ziyu's face turned red. Li Mu was blatantly saying that he acted arbitrarily. Zhou Xiong was somewhat gloating. He said, "Lord Xiao is too domineering. Why don't you just decide on His Majesty's behalf who will take these 2 positions?" Xiao Ziyu's face darkened. "Then what do you think we should do?" Zhou Xiong said, "It's very simple. The 6 of us will each nominate 1 person. The last person will be decided by Assistant Minister Lu or Lord Head of the Secretariat. In any case, the new party would not be able to get either of the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel." He did not mind muddying the waters so that the old party would not be able to get them either. Zhou Xiong's words pushed him to the opposite side of everyone. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment. He could only say, "That's fair. Let's do it this way." It was rare that the 2 assistant minister positions in the Ministry of Personnel were decided by the 7 of them. The positions of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and Minister of Works were also contested by 2 people who represented the interests of the old and new parties. Under Li Mu's efforts, a few other people also received a few nominations. The other 3 officials of the Secretariat finally felt a sense of participation. This was actually the norm in the Secretariat. The reason there were 6 officials of the Secretariat was not only because they corresponded to the 6 ministries, but also because these 6 people belonged to different factions. This was to prevent one party or one faction from having too much say in important matters of the court. In the past few years, the court officials had taken sides, forming the old and new parties. They each occupied the court, and the structure of the secretariat was also affected. It was practically Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu's opinions. This situation finally changed after Li Mu came to the secretariat. Under the protection of Her Majesty, the old and new parties could not do anything to him. After the 6 officials of the secretariat decided on the candidates for the positions, they handed them over to the assistant minister of the secretariat and the head of the secretariat. If the officials of the secretariat had no objections, they would send them to the Ministry of Martial Arts. After the Ministry of Martial Arts verified the candidates, they would hand them over to the Empress to decide on the final candidates. Among them, there were restrictions on the monarch's authority and also restrictions on the monarch's authority. For officials of this level, even the Empress could only choose from the people appointed by the Secretariat. The Secretariat only had the right to recommend but not the right to decide. Of course, the past emperors all had their own trusted aides in the Secretariat. This way, many things were still decided by the monarch. Li Mu tidied up the memorials and sent them to Changle Palace. He placed them on the table in front of Zhou Yi and said, "Your Majesty, these are the candidates for the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Works. The Secretariat has already chosen them. Please take a look." Zhou Yi flipped through the memorials on the top, picked up the red brush, and asked, "Who do you think is qualified for the position of Minister of Personnel?" Li Mu said, "This is a matter of great importance. Your subject does not dare to speak carelessly." Zhou Yi thought for a moment and was about to circle a name when Li Mu coughed softly. Zhou Yi paused. The tip of the brush brushed past that name and stopped above another name. Li Mu coughed again. The tip of the brush continued to slide down. Cough. 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 After several coughs, when the tip of Zhou Yi's brush stopped at the last name, Li Mu finally stopped coughing. Zhou Yi circled the 2 words, Lu Qing. Li Mu smiled and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Although Lu Qing's qualifications are somewhat lacking, he does not form cliques and does not pursue personal interests. This can prevent one clique from controlling the court through the Ministry of Personnel and causing chaos in the court." After Zhou Yi circled Lu Qing's name, he handed the brush to Li Mu and said, "You can choose the rest." Li Mu took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. If others know, they will think that your subject is taking advantage of your favor and interfering in the government. Your Majesty should choose." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "You are one of my people. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Tell me what you think." Li Mu no longer hid anything. He walked to her side and said, "Your subject knows that your Majesty does not want to be emperor and does not want to be trapped in the imperial palace. However, your subject believes that if your Majesty wants to leave the court, the first thing your Majesty should do is take control of the court. For these important positions, your Majesty should consider placing officials loyal to your Majesty and not officials from the old or new cliques." Zhou Yi said lightly, "Right now, I feel that there is nothing bad about being emperor." Li Mu lowered his head and glanced at her. Right now, she felt that being emperor was not bad because he had helped her do the things that an emperor should do. He had also helped her worry about the things that an emperor should worry about. Apart from showing her face at the morning court every 3 days, had she ever fulfilled any of the duties an emperor should have? Li Mu dared to complain about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, the Empress might come to find him in his dreams tonight. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "As for these candidates, I can give your Majesty some suggestions. The Minister of Personnel is Lu Qing. As for the 2 assistant ministers, one can be given to the Wang family. As for the other, I recommend Zhang Chun. Sir Zhang has always kept himself clean and has never been associated with the old or new cliques. As long as your Majesty gives him a house with 5 courtyards and a few maids, he will work for your Majesty. As for the Assistant Minister of Justice, I recommend the former Minister of Justice, Yang Lin. Although he seems to be from the old clique, there is still room to rope him in. Letting him be the Assistant Minister of Justice can also appease the old clique and lessen their unbalanced mentality of losing the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, the Minister of Works. Although this position is not as important as the Minister of Personnel, it is best to have it in the hands of one of our own. For this position, I recommend the North County Governor, Chen Jingyuan. After Zhou Zhong's matter, the 6 important positions were empty. This affected the hearts of countless people in the imperial court. To quickly calm the hearts of the people, the Secretariat immediately recommended a batch of officials to become the candidates for those important positions. Amongst them, who the 3 officials of the Ministry of Personnel would end up in was something that both the old and new cliques cared about. The final result would affect which party would control the Ministry of Personnel in the future and influence the imperial court to the greatest extent. The Secretariat did not have to wait for long before the Changle Palace had a result. The current Assistant Minister of Rights, Lu Qing, was moved to the Minister of Personnel. Zhang Chun, Imperial Clan Temple Governor, was moved to the left Assistant Minister of Personnel. At the same time, he held the positions of Imperial Clan Temple Governor and Imperial Clan Temple Governor. Wang Xing was moved to the Ministry of Personnel as the right Assistant Minister. The Minister of Justice, Yang Lin, was promoted to Assistant Minister of Justice. The person who was chosen to be the Minister of Works was even more surprising. It was the North County Governor, Chen Jingyuan. Very few people in the imperial court knew this name. Apart from the selection of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice as expected, the final selection of the other important ministers were all shocking. The Secretariat. Looking at the name list that returned from Changle Palace, the names behind the few important positions were actually the officials that Li Mu used to make up the numbers. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong reacted at the same time. Not good. We fell into a trap again. Chapter 374. Xiao Ziyu and Zhou Xiong looked at each other. Only when they saw the name list did they realize that Li Mu had set a trap for them from the very beginning. He was best at hiding his true intentions. On the surface, he seemed to be doing it for the good of everyone, but behind his back, he had a secret that no one knew. When everyone was discussing the imperial examination system, Li Mu had made a huge contribution. Everyone thought that he was working for the Empress. No one expected that his series of actions, which seemed to be preparing for the imperial examination, was actually to trick the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming. Judging from the result, Li Mu was not trying to mediate between the two at all. His true motive was to promote his people to high positions and weaken the power of the two parties at the same time. I was careless. I forgot. This little fox is cunning. How could he do such a thing without a motive? At this moment, the two of them, who belonged to different camps, felt a sense of sympathy for each other and shared a common hatred for the enemy. However, in the next moment, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time and walked out of the Secretariat. Not long after, in the southern park, Duke Manor of Nanyang. The veins on Duke Nanyang's forehead throbbed. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damned Li Mu. He won't let us have what he can't have." Xiao Ziyu thought for a while and said, "The most important thing is that the position of Minister of Personnel was not taken advantage of by the Zhou clan. Perhaps we can try to rope in Lu Qing. As far as I know, he hasn't been roped in by the Zhou clan. That's because the Zhou clan can't rope him in." Duke Nanyang said in a deep voice, "Do you think we haven't tried to rope in Lu Qing? When he was promoted to Assistant Minister of Rights, we tried to rope him in, but he ignored us. In the past 9 years in the imperial court, he has always been a loner and doesn't get close to anyone. He goes straight home after leaving the court. I invited him to banquets several times, but he rejected me." Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, "Such a person can actually become the Minister of Personnel." An important position like the Minister of Personnel had always been fought for by different factions. For an official who had no faction and no backing, it was already a stroke of luck for him to become an assistant minister. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a minister based on luck alone. The position of Minister of Personnel could no longer be forced. He could only helplessly say, "Fortunately, nothing has happened to the Ministry of Justice. The Department of Worship is also under our control." At the same time, in the study of the Zhou family's minister Zhou Zhong, the 4 Zhou brothers fell into silence. The Zhou family didn't suffer too many losses this time. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Works had the least power. Thus, whether it was Zhou Ting's resignation as assistant minister or Zhou Chuan's dismissal, it didn't affect the Zhou family too much. The Xiao clan, on the other hand, had lost the Ministry of Personnel. Their lifeline had been cut off. However, this was not entirely good news for the Zhou family. In the past, the Empress didn't care much about the fight between the old party and the new party, and she wouldn't intervene. But now, she was deliberately suppressing the new party and the old party. This time, she appointed several important official positions, avoiding the officials of the new party and the old party. She intended to cultivate her own forces, which was more significant than suppressing the other two parties. Could it be that she's really cultivating her own forces? Zhou Chuan's face was full of doubt. He asked, in the past, she only wanted to condense the next strand of Emperor's qi as soon as possible and pass down the throne. She didn't care much about the fight between the two parties. Could it be that her thinking has changed? Zhou Ting said indifferently, it's very possible. Ever since she began to favor Li Mu, she's changed more and more. Zhou Xiong said with incomparable certainty, I'm very sure that Li Mu must be behind Her Majesty's actions. This time, from the beginning to the end, was a trap set by him. I suspect that he wants to support his own party. No matter what, Li Mu must be taken seriously, the Ministry of Rights. In the assistant minister's office, Lu Qing was packing his things. From tomorrow onwards, he would take up his post at the Ministry of Personnel as Minister of Personnel. The Minister of Rights walked into the office and clasped his hands in greeting. Congratulations, Lord Lu. Lord Lu's promotion speed is really fast. Rather complicated emotions flowed in the depths of his eyes. In the short span of half a year, he had personally witnessed Lu Qing rise from a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Rights to a physician, assistant minister, and now, Lu Qing had become the Minister of Personnel. He held real power in his hands, and his status was firmly above his own. As Lu Qing's superior, he had mixed feelings. Lu Qing also sighed emotionally. Yes, I also didn't expect this place to rise so quickly, Northern Court. Li Mu stood at the entrance of his house, watching Zhang Chun move in. This time, not only had old Zhang been promoted, his residence had also been changed from 3 entrances to 4 entrances. In addition, the Empress had also rewarded his family with 2 servant girls and 2 servants. The distance between the Zhang residence and the Li residence had also become closer. At the housewarming banquet, he patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, between us, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. Come, let's drink this cup. There weren't many people at the banquet. Other than Zhang Chun's family, there were also Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, and Li Qing. Since the last time he came to Luoyang, Zhang Shan hadn't gone back. He had never been to Luoyang before and was shocked by the prosperity of the streets. He had already asked Lu Hanyan for permission to open a branch here. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan also had the same idea, so he stayed for the time being. After a few cups of wine, Zhang Shan looked at Li Qing and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to stay in Luoyang? Li Si kicked him under the table, but it was too late. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, in 2 days, I should return to Mount Baiyun. Li Si's lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He poured a cup of wine and said to Li Mu, here's to you. The wine cups clinked. He gave Li Mu a meaningful look and said, you guys have gone through a lot of trouble to get to where you are today. You must cherish the people in front of you. Zhang Shan raised his wine cup and said, that's right. You and the shopkeeper have gone through a lot of trouble to get together. You must cherish her in the future. Li Si poured another cup of wine and said to Li Qing, here's to you, boss. I hope you can think carefully before you make a decision in the future. Don't regret it in the future. Zhang Shan agreed and said, that's right. If you hadn't killed those corrupt officials, this matter would have been much simpler. You wouldn't have to stay in the Imperial Clan Temple. They would still be beheaded in the end. Ever since Li Qing came to the house, Li Mu had been sleeping in the study with Xiao Bai in his arms every day. Not only that, on the second day after Li Qing came to Luoyang, Lu Hanyan removed all the festive decorations inside and outside the Li residence, including the big red lanterns at the door. According to the customs of Luoyang, the lanterns with the word happiness on them had to be hung for 3 months for the wedding celebration. He knew what Lu Hanyan meant. She was taking care of Li Qing's feelings. Li Qing's family had just passed away. For Li Qing, she chose to sacrifice herself. At night, Li Mu was about to enter the study when he saw a figure standing outside the room. Li Mu walked forward and asked in confusion, "Boss, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Li Qing said softly, "I wanted to tell you that I'm going back to Mount Baiyun to cultivate tomorrow." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." Li Mu looked at her and said, "What's there to disturb? This is your home. I'm going to ask Her Majesty to let her bestow this residence to you again." Li Qing shook her head gently and said, "I don't have a home anymore. I think that if father knew in the underworld that the one living in the Li residence was someone like him, he would be relieved." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Lord Li hasn't been avenged. I'll let you see with your own eyes that they receive the punishment they deserve." Li Qing finally looked nervous. She grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "You've done enough. Let's stop here. Father doesn't want anyone to avenge him. He only wants someone to be like him and do something for the people." Li Mu was about to explain to her, but he felt something and looked back. In front of the moon gate, a figure stood there quietly. Li Qing was stunned for a moment, then she let go of Li Mu's hand with a pale face and said, "Senior sister." Lu Hanyan walked over and shook her head. "Junior sister, you don't need to explain. I heard everything." Li Qing lowered her head and said, "I hope senior sister can persuade him." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and said to Li Qing, "Junior sister should also understand him. He won't change his mind so easily." Li Mu said, "Don't worry." Her Majesty agreed. "There won't be any danger." Lu Hanyan said to Li Qing, "With Her Majesty protecting him, junior sister doesn't need to worry." Li Qing looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. She said softly, "Then I'll go back to my room first. You should rest early." Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Junior sister, wait a moment." Li Qing turned around and asked, "Senior sister, is there anything else?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's a question I want to ask junior sister." Li Qing said, "Senior sister, ask away." Lu Hanyan looked at her and asked, "Does junior sister also like Li Mu?" Chapter 375. Li Mu had already prepared to return to his room to sleep. When he heard Lu Hanyan's words, he suddenly quivered and hurriedly said, "What are you talking about?" Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "Men shouldn't interrupt when women are talking." A trace of nervousness and panic flashed in the depths of Li Qing's eyes. However, after she met Lu Hanyan's gaze, that trace of panic gradually turned into calmness and indifference. She remembered what Li Si said before she left Yangqiu County. Li Si said that in terms of relationships, it was always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If she took a step back now and regretted it in the future, she would have to take more than one step forward. By the time she regretted it, someone would have already walked in front of her. In fact, she regretted it, but it was already too late because someone had already walked in front of her. Li Qing looked at Lu Hanyan and said calmly, "Yes, I have liked him since a long time ago. However, senior sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you for anything. I will leave tomorrow morning." She wanted to deny it against her will, but if she denied it this time, she would never have the chance to say it again. Li Mu looked at Li Qing with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lu Hanyan sighed softly and said, "Actually, the one who should leave is me. This is your home. The person he liked in the beginning was also you. I just took advantage of the situation." Li Qing shook her head and said, "This is my own choice. I should also bear the consequences. The person who has always been by his side is you. This is no longer my home. Its owner is you. I hope that the two of you can be united and grow old together." Lu Hanyan asked, "What about you?" Li Qing thought for a moment and said, "I will stay in Baiyun Mountain and repay the sect's kindness." Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment and said, "The one you should repay the most is not the sect, but a certain someone." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. For a moment, he couldn't figure out her routine. Li Qing nodded and said, "If you need me to do anything, I won't refuse." Lu Hanyan looked at her and said, then give yourself to me. Li Qing looked at her with a stunned expression. Li Mu looked at her, dumbfounded. Li Qing came back to her senses and said in disbelief, what are you talking about? Lu Hanyan's expression was melancholy, and her tone was somewhat helpless. She continued, although I don't want to share my husband with others, it's not that I can't accept it if that person is you. After all, you're in front of me. A man can't forget the first woman he likes in his entire life. While he's with other women, he still has to think about an outsider. Why not let him think about his own sisters? You're not the first, and you're not the only one. Li Qing's lips moved. Her thoughts were in a mess. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and said, of course, you can also refuse. That way, I won't feel guilty towards you at all. It's not that I stole your husband. It's you who didn't want him, and you didn't want him twice. In the future, don't go around telling people that I, Lu Hanyan, am not moral. After Li Qing came back to her senses, her pale face had turned red. She whispered, give me some time. After saying that, she quickly turned around and hurried into her room. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan in front of him and opened his mouth. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, I'll give you an hour at most. Then come to my room. Seeing her turn around and leave, Li Mu was stunned for a long time. In the end, he pinched his thigh to make sure that what had just happened was not a dream. If this was not a dream, then happiness came too suddenly. After coming back to his senses, he slowly walked to the door of Li Qing's room. Her door was not closed. Li Mu walked in and saw her sitting on the edge of the bed with her head bowed. Li Mu did not say anything. He just silently walked to her side and sat down. The two of them sat in silence. After a while, Li Qing slowly leaned her head on Li Mu's shoulder. This was the closest she had been to Li Mu since they met. Li Qing softly said, actually, when we were in the Imperial Clan Temple, I wanted to lean on you like this. Li Mu put his arm around her shoulder and said, you can lean on me for a lifetime. Li Qing did not say anything else. She quietly leaned on him for a while and then said, go to senior sister's place. Right now, she needs you more than I do. Li Mu nodded slightly and said, I'll watch you rest. Li Qing lay on the bed and covered herself with the quilt. She looked at Li Mu and said, go. Li Mu walked out of her room and helped her close the door. Li Qing, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, Father, Mother, did you see that? Qing also has someone to rely on. Li Mu walked into Lu Hanyan's room. Lu Hanyan was sitting on the bed. She did not raise her head and asked, she agreed? Li Mu did not answer. He walked to her side and asked, why did you? Lu Hanyan unhappily said, if I don't ask her, should I wait for you to ask her? At that time, the one who will be angry will be me. So why don't I ask her myself? Li Mu said, what I mean is, why did you suddenly do this? Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, it's not sudden. From the day she appeared in Shindu, I thought about it. Your feelings for her are not something I can compare to. If you run away with her one day, what should I do? Li Mu said indignantly, what are you talking about? You are my legal wife. How can I run away with someone else? Lu Hanyan asked, so, if you had to choose between her and me, who would you choose? Li Mu thought for a while and asked tentatively, can I have them both? Hey, don't bite me. After a long time, Lu Hanyan leaned into Li Mu's arms and said, anyway, I already have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai. It doesn't matter if she has one more. If it was someone else, she could forget about marrying into the Li family. But she is Li Qing. She buried her head in Li Mu's chest and said, let me tell you, I have already married Li Qing for you. You can't abandon me for any reason in the future, As she spoke, her voice became softer. The calmness and confidence she had when facing Li Qing just now had disappeared. Li Mu's clothes were wet from her tears. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood what she had been worried about these days. The experience of being abandoned by her parents when she was young had caused her trauma. Even now, it had not healed. Li Mu hugged her tightly and said seriously, I will never abandon you, never, Changle Palace. Zhou Yi read several memorials. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked, where is Li Mu? Didn't he go to the minister's department today? I didn't see him in the morning court. Mr. Mei said, I really didn't see him today. Zhou Yi thought for a while and put down her brush. She said, he didn't go to court for no reason. I want to see what he is doing. She flicked her finger and a picture appeared in front of her. In the picture, it seemed to be a street in Chengdu. The street was full of people. There was a beautiful woman on each side of Li Mu. He was holding the woman on the left and the woman on the right. Mr. Mei looked at the picture in front of him and said in surprise, isn't that woman Li Yi's daughter? He and Li Mu. Zhou Yi snorted and said, I knew it. Their relationship is not that simple. He goes to Zongjing Temple every day more frequently than he comes to Changle Palace. He didn't want the palace maids I gave him before. I thought he didn't like women. Now it seems that all men in the world are the same, Mr. Mei said awkwardly. He is so outstanding. Naturally, there are more people who like him. It's understandable that both parties are willing. Zhou Yi waved her hand to disperse the picture. She was a little annoyed. Li Mu had another wife. This meant that he would come to Changle Palace less often. It was only the first day, and he didn't even go to court. On the streets of Chengdu the people looked at the three figures in front of them and whispered. Isn't that Li Yi? Who is he with? The one on Li Yi's left is Madame Li. The one on the right seems to be Li Yi's daughter. Why is Li Yi holding her hand? Is there a need to ask? Li Yi overturned the case for Li Yi and saved Miss Li from prison. She was touched and wanted to marry him. It's normal, this is also a good story. It can be written into a play. They are a perfect match. No wonder Li Yi said he wouldn't let Li Yi have no descendants. So this is what he meant. Now, Li Yi really has a descendant. Chapter 376. In the past 3 days, Li Mu had developed a feeling that life was more beautiful than this. He even thought of resigning from his position and living in seclusion. Returning to Baiyun Mountain, he could focus on cultivation and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Wouldn't that be perfect? The reason why he gave up on this idea was because he thought of the Empress. Even if he were to leave, it would be after helping the Empress clear all obstacles and repaying her for recognizing his worth. Of course, he also wanted to take revenge on his father-in-law. Although the case had caused a stir and the whole country knew about it, the outcome was not satisfactory. The main culprits were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. Only one of them received the punishment he deserved. As for the other accomplices, the 3 provinces only fined them a few months of their salary to maintain the stability of the court. It seemed that the price of framing a 4th-rank official was only a few months of salary. As far as they were concerned, this matter was already over. But for Li Mu, it was just the beginning. He stretched out his hand. The ring on his finger flashed and a booklet appeared in his hand. It was the evidence of the crimes of some of the officials of the old party that Zhou Zhong had collected over the years. Most of these people were the ones who joined forces to frame Li Yi. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice and deeply trusted by the old party, it was easy for him to use his position to collect the evidence. The crimes of these people varied. Li Mu took out a piece of paper and wrote down a series of names. After thinking for a while, he circled one of them. Wang Luan, who was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel at that time, was the one who submitted many memorials asking for Li Qing to be severely punished. Li Mu was not holding a grudge, but there were so many people that he had to start with. He left the secretariat, walked out of the palace gate, and walked toward the Ministry of Justice. In the assistant minister's office of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Lin leaned comfortably on a chair and sighed in his heart. He had thought that he would have to endure for many more years to reach the position of assistant minister before he retired. But who would have thought that the Ministry of Justice would undergo such a great change? Countless people were eyeing the position, but in the end, he took advantage of it. Yang Lin's gaze inadvertently looked out of the window. A figure flashed by outside the window. Yang Lin immediately stood up from his chair and walked to the door. Lord Li, do you have any instructions for the Ministry of Justice? Although his rank was already higher than Li Mu's, in the imperial court, rank did not represent everything. In front of Li Mu, he still maintained his respect and humility. Li Mu handed him a document and said, "There is a case here. The Ministry of Justice should deal with it as soon as possible." The Central Secretariat had to do with national policies or important decisions. They needed to be reviewed by the Minister of Ceremonies and the Minister of Ceremonies to guide the 6 ministries in their implementation. For such small matters, the Central Secretariat officials had the power to directly order the Ministry of Justice. Yang Lin took the document. After reading it, he said in shock, "This is the Ministry of Personnel's physician, Lord Wang Luan." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Why? Does the Ministry of Justice's handling of cases vary from person to person?" Yang Lin quickly replied, "Of course not." Li Mu said, "I believe that Lord Yang will be a good official. Otherwise, I wouldn't have urged His Majesty to let you be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice." Yang Lin was stunned. He had thought that his appointment as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was due to the efforts of the old faction. He was still puzzled as to why the old faction did not get a single official position in the Ministry of Personnel, but he succeeded in the Ministry of Justice. Only now did he know that his promotion was not because of the old faction, but because of Li Mu. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. His Majesty felt that Lord Yang was not too far off the path and wanted to give you a chance." Yang Lin stood where he was. His gaze gradually became hesitant. He knew that at this moment, he was faced with an important choice in his life. Should he continue to work for the old faction, or should he completely side with Li Mu? The old faction was controlled by the Shao clan, and the Shao clan was the legitimate royal family of Great Zhou. Even though the Zhou clan was extremely powerful, they were not the legitimate royal family. Many officials in the court and the people of Great Zhou were inclined towards the Empress returning the throne to the Zhou clan. Therefore, even though the old faction had been suppressed by the new faction in recent years, they were still powerful and did not lack supporters. He worked for the old faction because he believed that the Shao clan would regain power sooner or later. However, what reason did he have to work for Li Mu? His Majesty could not pass the throne to Li Mu, or Li Mu's children. Yang Lin did not dare to make a rash decision when it concerned his future and even his life. He looked at Li Mu and probed, "Lord Li, may I ask if His Majesty intends to pass the throne to the Zhou clan in the future?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "Is this something that you and I, as subjects, can discuss?" Yang Lin looked troubled. Li Mu knew what he was worried about. He said, "Are you afraid that the Shao clan will come after you if His Majesty passes the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin said, "Lord Li, I have elders and children to take care of. I cannot afford to gamble. If I gamble wrongly, the lives of my family." Li Mu asked, "When do you think His Majesty will pass the throne to the Shao clan?" Yang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu said slowly, "His Majesty is a powerhouse of the 7th realm. He can live for at least 3 decades. She is in her prime now. Even if the throne is to be passed, it will be decades or even centuries later. Do you think you can live until then?" Yang Lin thought for a moment and felt that Li Mu's words seemed to make sense. By that time, he would have retired and returned to his hometown to enjoy the rest of his life. It would have nothing to do with him who would inherit the throne. However, he still did not dare to gamble. He asked Li Mu nervously, "His Majesty won't pass the throne early, right?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Do you think His Majesty will suddenly pass the throne?" Yang Lin looked at Li Mu in a daze, seeming to understand something. If it was said that His Majesty had such thoughts in the past, he would not find it strange. In the past, His Majesty did not care about the court at all. He did not care about the struggles between the old and new parties. He let nature take its course. However, the appointments of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice showed that His Majesty was already deliberately suppressing the old and new parties and taking back power. Could it be that His Majesty had other thoughts? Li Mu looked at him and said, "I know that it is very difficult for Lord Yang to make a decision. I will give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, whether we are friends or enemies will depend on your choice." Yang Lin's expression was bitter. Did he have any other choice? Although Li Mu did not have many friends in the court, he was really good to his friends. In just half a year, Zhang Chun had been promoted from the Divine Capital Commandant to the left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. He was a real minister with real power. The residence he lived in also went from 2, 3, and now 4. He was about to live in a large residence with 5 entrances. For Yang Lin, who lived in a small house with 2 entrances for 3 generations, a residence with 5 entrances was an unattainable dream. On the other hand, Li Mu's enemies were either dead or demoted. Those who were lucky enough to survive lost their positions and reputation. Yang Lin did not doubt that if he became Li Mu's enemy, he would not even be able to live in a small house with 2 entrances in less than a month. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was perhaps the best outcome. If it was a little worse, he might only have a few coffin planks to block the dirt. After careful consideration, Yang Lin let out a long sigh. Then, his expression gradually turned solemn. He looked at Li Mu and said seriously, "From now on, this humble official will follow Lord Li's lead." Li Mu did not misjudge him. The person he supported did not disappoint him. Not long after, a few constables from the Ministry of Justice hurried out of the Ministry of Justice's main gate. They came to a certain entertainment market and grabbed a certain noble from a brothel. "Which yamen are you from? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? The Ministry of Justice, the current Assistant Minister of Justice, is my father's friend. Let me go. Once you get to the Ministry of Justice, you will suffer." The noble made a lot of noise along the way. The constables from the Ministry of Justice could not take it anymore and used a rag to gag his mouth. The people along the way found out that the noble had been summoned by the Ministry of Justice because of an old case. "This is the son of Lord Wang of the Ministry of Personnel. Why is the Ministry of Justice arresting them? Aren't the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice on the same side?" That was in the past. Now, the Minister and Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel have changed. The Ministry of Personnel's Assistant Minister hasn't changed. He has some ties with the current Assistant Minister of Justice. Could it be that their relationship has broken? The people always like to watch the drama between officials and nobles. They followed along the way. Ministry of Personnel. It was lunchtime. A few officials from the Ministry of Personnel walked out together and prepared to eat at a restaurant. When they passed by the Ministry of Justice, they saw a large group of people gathered outside the Ministry of Justice. They were discussing and pointing inside. One of the officials from the Ministry of Personnel lamented, "The Ministry of Justice is really busy. They can't even rest during lunchtime." Another official from the Ministry of Personnel said, "When we were on our way here, we heard from the people that some official's son was arrested. The Ministry of Justice took him out of the brothel directly. It seems like the crime is not small." When they heard that some official's son had committed a crime, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were instantly interested in watching the drama. The Ministry of Personnel's physician Wang Luan chuckled and said, "I wonder which family's son is from. He keeps causing trouble for his elders. It's time to teach him a lesson." He looked into the Ministry of Justice's main hall and saw a figure kneeling in the hall. The figure looked so familiar. One of the officials said in surprise, "Lord Wang, isn't this your..." Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. Then, his face gradually darkened. He did not expect that he would be involved in the drama. Chapter 377. Under the curious gazes of several officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan strode into the Ministry of Justice. He met Yang Lin at the Assistant Minister's office. Wang Luan looked at Yang Lin and frowned. "Lord Yang, what's going on?" Yang Lin said helplessly, "You'll have to ask young Master Wang. 3 years ago, he pursued a married woman. In order to force the woman to submit, he beat her husband until he was severely injured. In the end, he even used his power to fabricate a crime and sent her husband to prison. Today, the Ministry of Justice has ordered the Ministry of Justice to reopen the case. After the Ministry of Justice investigated, they found that it was true." Wang Luan gritted his teeth. "Wasn't the case from 3 years ago already closed?" Yang Lin said, although the case from 3 years ago was closed, the Ministry of Justice felt that the Ministry of Justice had handled the case unfairly and requested a retrial. I couldn't do anything about it. Wang Luan asked, can't the original verdict be upheld? Yang Lin shook his head. No. The Ministry of Justice was dissatisfied with the original verdict, so they decided to reopen the case. If the Ministry of Justice still doesn't change it, then I'll be the unlucky one. Wang Luan said angrily, why do you have to reopen the case from 3 years ago? Yang Lin looked at him. You'll have to ask Lord Wang about this. Wang Luan was stunned. Ask me? What's wrong with me? Yang Lin sighed and said, that day, I told you not to meddle in that matter, but you sent several memorials in a row, insisting that Li Yi's daughter be killed. Now, that woman has become one of Li Mu's lovers. If he doesn't take revenge on you, who else can he take revenge on? Wang Luan said, I didn't follow the royal prince's orders. Yang Lin said, that's why your son is here today. Wang Luan took a deep breath and asked, then what will happen to my son? Yang Lin shook his head. It's hard to say. He caused serious injuries, slandered and framed innocent people, and sent them to prison. He'll be punished for several crimes. Your Wang family might have to pay a lot of money. You won't be able to avoid prison, Wang Luan said, I know that the law can be bent. Lord Yang, with our relationship, you have to help me. Yang Lin thought for a moment and said, you can ask Manager Wei to defend your son. He is the most familiar with the law and the Ministry of Justice. Perhaps he can help your son fight for a reduced sentence. A moment later, in a certain office of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Luan held Wei Peng's hand and said, Manager Wei, I'll leave my son to you. After the matter is completed, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Wei Peng nodded and said, I'll try my best. With that, he slowly walked into the courtroom. Wang Luan asked Yang Lin, how will the Ministry of Justice judge him this time? Yang Lin thought for a moment, then said, inflicting serious injuries and setting someone up to be imprisoned for 3 years. The fine is at least 200 taels of silver, and this is under the condition that the other party is willing to forgive you. In addition, at least 5 years of imprisonment is unavoidable. As for how much you can reduce, it will depend on Manager Wei's performance. About 15 minutes later, Wei Peng slowly walked out of the court. Wang Luan asked, what were the results? Wei Peng said, forget it. Wang Luan was pleasantly surprised. His sentence has been waived. Wei Peng said, the fine is waived. He was only sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Wang Luan was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he grabbed Wei Peng's collar and said through clenched teeth, what did you say? Just how did you argue? Yang Lin hurriedly said, Lord Wang, watch your actions. Your actions. He had just finished speaking when several figures walked into the Ministry of Justice. They looked at Wang Luan and asked, are you the director of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan? Wang Luan was furious. He said unhappily, I am. Who are you people? Crack. 2 of them pressed down on Wang Luan's arms. Another person put shackles on his wrists and said, the Imperial Clan Temple has investigated. In the past few years, you have abused your power for personal gain many times. When evaluating officials, you were severely unfair. In addition, in order to get your son off the hook, you used your position as the director of the Ministry of Personnel to put pressure on the Ministry of Justice. This is also a serious violation of the law. Come with us to the Imperial Clan Temple. Wang Luan said in horror, what are you saying? I am an official of the Imperial Court. You have no right to do this. You still know that you are an official of the Imperial Court? The official from the Imperial Clan Temple glanced at him. He waved his hand and said, knowingly breaking the law. This is an additional charge. Take him away. Seeing Wang Luan being taken away, Yang Lin sighed and said, I told you long ago not to stand up for others when you shouldn't. You just wouldn't listen. Outside the Ministry of Justice, the officials from the Ministry of Personnel were dumbfounded. Everything was fine in the morning. They had just come out for lunch and the director was taken away. The onlooking commoners were also discussing. This family, both the father and son, were arrested. What a sin! The father committed a sin, and the son committed an even greater sin. They could have been released after a few years as compensation. Now, they have been locked up for 20 years. When will they be released? Manager Wei's defense is really amazing. This is nothing. Just last month, there was a murderer who was sentenced to be banished to the army. His family spent a lot of money to hire Manager Wei to defend him. Guess what happened? What happened? He was just executed yesterday. In a room on duty in the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng was writing a file. Yang Lin stood in front of the table and asked, "You have a grudge with Wang Luan's son, right?" Wei Peng nodded and said, "We had a conflict before." Yang Lin said, "Be careful in the future. It's best not to bring personal grudges into official matters." Wei Peng said, "This official understands." Yang Lin shook his head and left. Because of the delay just now, the brush in Wei Peng's hand had been suspended in the air for too long. A drop of ink fell onto the half-finished file and quickly dyed it red, leaving behind a blob of ink. Wei Peng looked at the blob of ink and said in a low voice, "Come back." The blob of ink on the file quickly shrank and formed a blob of ink. It floated in the air and landed back on the brush. The paper was as clean as new. Compared to the demotion of the Minister of Personnel and the left and right assistant ministers, the imprisonment of a mere director of the Ministry of Personnel did not attract much attention. However, to the officials of the old party, this matter was worth paying attention to. Times had changed. In the past, they were in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. However, the director of the Ministry of Personnel was now the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel. Losing one of the two directors of the Ministry of Personnel was a great loss to them. In a certain residence in the southern courtyard, a secret meeting was taking place. Why did something suddenly happen to Wang Luan? I've asked Yang Lin. He's under the orders of the Secretariat. It should be Li Mu who's behind this. Wang Luan once received my order to persuade the imperial court to execute Li Mu's daughter. Now, I heard that Li Yi's daughter is living in Li Mu's house and is very close to him. Perhaps she has already become his woman. He's taking revenge. After a long silence, someone sighed and said in an unwilling tone, "In my opinion, we shouldn't provoke Li Mu for the time being. He has the Emperor's protection and doesn't reveal any flaws. We can't do anything to him and there's no need to fight to the death with him. Don't forget that we only have one opponent. As long as we defeat the Zhou family, no one will be a threat to us." Someone sighed and said, "Now, I'm afraid it's not about whether we should provoke Li Mu or not, but whether he should provoke us. If Li Yi's daughter is already his woman, then Li Yi is his father-in-law. It's very likely that he wants to avenge Li Yi. Hasn't he already overturned the verdict for Li Yi? Overturning the verdict is not revenge. Judging from Wang Luan's case, this person will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he took action against Wang Luan so quickly, I'm afraid he won't let the others off easily." As soon as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door from outside. He walked over and opened the door. A servant whispered a few words to him. When he walked into the room, his face was very gloomy. He said, "In addition to the left physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Wang Luan, the right physician of the Ministry of Personnel, Shui Yan, was also taken away by the people of the Imperial Clan Temple, Pa. Preposterous." Commandery Prince Nanyang slapped the table and stood up abruptly. He said angrily, "What is he trying to do?" In the Li residence, Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and said, "Those people from back then, don't even think about escaping." Lu Hanyan glanced at Li Mu and coughed softly. Li Qing let go of Li Mu's hand in a panic. Although the three of them had reached a tacit understanding on some matters, she was much more thin-skinned. In a situation where there was a third person present, she was still not used to being intimate with Li Mu. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand in his left hand and Lu Hanyan's hand in his right. It was not easy to enjoy the happiness of having two wives. If they could not be impartial, it was only a matter of time before the harem caught fire. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and asked Li Mu, "When do you plan to officially welcome her into the Li residence?" We have to prepare in advance. Li Qing shook her head and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Although Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were both women, their understanding of marriage was completely different. Lu Hanyan's heart was still that of a secular woman. She hoped to have a romantic and ritualistic wedding. Li Qing entered the Fulu school when she was very young. She had the carefree and casual nature of a cultivator. When cultivators practiced dual cultivation, as long as the two of them were willing, they could enter the bridal chamber at that time and skip all the tedious procedures. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, that won't do. If others know, they will think that I have mistreated you. Li Qing insisted, there's really no need. As long as the three of us can be together forever, that's enough. 3. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Qing and seemed to realize something. She looked at her with a strange expression and asked, Junior sister, you don't think that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are just our maids, do you? Chapter 378. Li Qing went back to her room alone to calm down. Lu Hanyan had a gloating expression on her face. Li Mu smacked her butt and said, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Lu Hanyan smiled and said, I just wanted her to experience my feelings. Besides, she will find out sooner or later. If I don't tell her, will you tell her yourself? The eldest madam of the Li family did it for revenge. Because of Li Qing, she had cried a lot in the past. Li Qing had wronged her, so she wanted to use Wan Wan and Xiao Bai to take revenge. She was still the petty Lu Hanyan. But she was also the Lu Hanyan that Li Mu liked. For many things, it was more appropriate for her to speak to Li Qing than Li Mu. After thinking this through, Li Mu put his arm around her and rubbed the place where he had just hit her. He said, does it hurt? Lu Hanyan blushed and slapped his hand away. She said, behave yourself. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai are still over there. Li Mu looked over. The two girls who were sitting together on the swing immediately covered their faces with their hands. Their eyes peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Li Mu moved his hand away and said angrily, children shouldn't poke their noses into adult affairs. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not a child anymore. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai tried to defend themselves. Li Mu waved his hand and said, go back to your room to play. Although they were not young in some areas, they were still under 18 years old. As long as they were not over 18 years old, in Li Mu's eyes, they were different from Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. Li Mu could hold Xiao Bai's original body, but as long as she transformed, he would feel guilty. Wan Wan was the same. She had not changed much in the past 2 years. She was still greedy and playful. The only change was that her eyes were more seductive. As long as one looked into her eyes, one's soul would be sucked in. Little White and Wan Wan were soul seducers and soul catchers respectively. When the two beauties worked together, even Li Mu could not withstand them sometimes. Li Qing was alone in the room. Lu Hanyan was full of satisfaction after getting her revenge. She went to the great music bar to find her friends. She planned to buy the whole place and was discussing the price with the owner. Li Mu had nothing to do, so he watched Wan Wan and Xiao Bai play aeroplane chess in the courtyard. Before the game, they had agreed that the loser would have to warm the bed next time Li Mu slept in the study. Li Mu watched for almost an hour. They were still playing aeroplane chess. While he was bored to death, something in the space of the flask heavens suddenly moved. Li Mu stretched out his hand, and the spiritual snail appeared in his hand. Come to the Changle Palace. Only this sentence came from the spiritual snail, and then there was no more sound. In the past few days, he couldn't even take care of his family. He was immersed in his women and completely forgot about the Empress. 15 minutes later, Li Mu appeared in the Changle Palace. He bowed and asked, Your Majesty, what are your orders? The Empress threw him a token and said, From now on, you are the Deputy Commander of the Bamboo Guards. You will be in charge of the Bamboo Guards together with Ali. The Empress had 4 internal guards. Their names were Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The 4 guards had different names, and their functions were also different. The Mei guards were in Shendu. They were in charge of monitoring the officials. The commander was Mr. Mei. The Lan guards were scattered in various counties. Their job was to monitor the local officials. Li Mu had never seen their commander before. The Bamboo Guards were a special operation organization. They were in charge of carrying out special tasks, such as investigating rebels under the Empress orders. The commander was Shengguan Li. The Jew Guards were the most mysterious of the 4 guards. It was said that they were in charge of intelligence. They had spies in the demon nation, the ghost realm, and even the demon sect. Li Mu took the token and didn't waste any time. He said, "Yes, Your Majesty." He was very clear about his position. He was a brick. He would be wherever the Empress wanted him to be. However, the Empress had inexplicably summoned him here and only gave him a token. After that, there was nothing else. She could have asked Lord May to pass this token to him. There was no need for her to make a special trip. After taking the token, Li Mu didn't stay for long. He walked out of Changle Palace and said to Shengguan Li, "Commander Shengguan, I have other things to do during this time. I'll need you to take care of the Bamboo Guards." Shengguan Li said lightly, "When you're not here, I'm the only one in charge of the Bamboo Guards." Since Shengguan Li didn't have any objections, Li Mu could focus on his own matters. After leaving Changle Palace, he went straight back to Changle Palace. Zhou Yi looked at the pile of memorials on the table and said, "Look, there's only one more woman by their side, and they don't even care about national affairs. They don't go to the imperial kitchen, and they don't come to Changle Palace. I should forbid them from taking concubines." Seeing that the Empress's attitude towards Li Mu was becoming more and more strange, Mr. May's face was bitter, but he couldn't say anything. In the Imperial Secretariat, Li Mu sneezed for no reason and crossed out 2 names on the list on the table. Lu Yi walked in from outside and put a few oranges on the table in front of Li Mu. He smiled and said, "Sir Li, these are oranges from my hometown. Although they're not as sweet and delicious as the tribute oranges, they still taste pretty good. You can take them back and try them." Zhongjuan didn't produce oranges. In the past, there were people who transplanted them and used their mana to carefully cultivate them. However, the fruit was small and bitter, so no one tried it again. This kind of fruit was usually transported from the southern counties. The price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Sir Lu." Lu Yi had eaten Li Mu's tribute oranges before, so he only came to return the favor. He said, "You're welcome." He was about to leave when he saw a piece of paper on Li Mu's table. He asked, "What's this?" Li Mu said casually, "Oh, this. I have nothing to do, so I practice writing. Sir Li is really elegant." Lu Yi smiled and complimented him. He left Li Mu's office, but he couldn't help but be curious. Who would practice writing using a person's name? Wang Luan, Qian Long, seemed to be the left and right doctors of the Ministry of Rites. The names after that, Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, sounded familiar. They seemed to be the officials of the Imperial Court, Morning Court. A few days ago, the Imperial Court was in turmoil, and there was a big change that hadn't been seen for many years. Today, the change that affected countless officials finally calmed down. The Morning Court regained its tranquility. But soon, some officials found that the court today seemed to be too quiet, as if there were suddenly a lot of people missing. Some of the officials looked around and saw that there were indeed some empty seats in front, behind, left, and right. In the Ziwei Palace, the positions of the officials were fixed. The 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 temples. The ministers, assistant ministers, doctors, ministers, and junior ministers all had their own positions. These positions were fixed. Every morning, it was clear who was absent. Today, there were many gaps in the neat line of officials. There were no empty seats for officials above the 4th rank in front of the palace. But starting from the middle of the palace, there were more empty seats for officials. There was almost 1 empty seat for every 2 people. In total, there were more than 20 officials who didn't come to the morning court today. Even if they asked for leave, it was impossible for 20 officials to ask for leave at the same time. Moreover, the officials in those officials' offices didn't have the approval of their superiors. What's going on? Where did Lord Ai go? Why didn't Lord Wu come? Lord Shen just took a concubine yesterday. Did he get up late? Lord Wang and Lord Xian didn't come. Lord Wang and Lord Xian were arrested yesterday. What happened to the others? Were they arrested too? Ai Tong, Wu Sheng, Chen Guang, Lu Yi stood in front and listened to the officials' discussion behind him. He was a little confused. The names of these absent officials sounded familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Soon, he remembered where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Weren't these people the officials Li Mu used to practice calligraphy? But even if Li Mu used their names to practice calligraphy, it shouldn't be to the extent that they disappeared. Could it be that he wasn't practicing calligraphy, but using a divine ability? He had never heard of a divine ability that could make people disappear just by writing their names. Combined with the strange situation in the court, Louis quickly understood. That piece of paper wasn't used by Li Mu to practice calligraphy. It was a list of names. On that list were the names of the former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, the former Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun. Louis finally realized something and was shocked. He turned around to look at Li Mu. Li Mu grinned at him. Louis immediately turned around and broke out in cold sweat. His mind was racing. His name didn't seem to be on that list. It shouldn't be. He even treated Li Mu to oranges. Southern Court. Gao Residence. Early in the morning, the gatekeeper of the Gao residence was taking a nap in the side room. Ever since his master was stripped of his official position, although fewer people came to the residence, he no longer needed to attend morning court. In the past, he would have to wake up early to open the door at this time. It wasn't like today, where he could still laze around and take a nap at this time. To him, it was a good thing that his master was in trouble. Being able to sleep in the morning made life even better. Bang, bang, bang. While he was daydreaming, there was a sudden rush of knocking on the door. The gatekeeper was pleasantly surprised. After a shiver, he was no longer sleepy. He walked to the door and shouted angrily, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning when someone died in the house?" This person was extremely rude when knocking on the door. Normal people would pay attention to the gentle knocks and pauses when knocking on the door. Only those who were announcing a death would knock so quickly. The knocking stopped and a voice came from outside, "I'm here to visit Lord Gao." Hearing the words "I'm here," the gatekeeper was already looking down on him. His anger hadn't subsided and he asked coldly, "Do you have something to say?" The person outside was stunned for a moment, then said, No," the gatekeeper said coldly, "If you don't have an appointment, bring the invitation when you do." The person outside said, "But I really have something urgent," the gatekeeper said, "No matter how urgent it is, you still have to make an appointment. This is Lord Gao's rule." The person outside the door said, "Can you make an exception?" The gatekeeper said rudely, "I can't make an exception." The person outside the door finally became angry and said coldly, "If you can't make an exception, then forget it. Men, prepare the explosive talismans." Chapter 379. Boom. The 2 explosive talismans pasted on the gates of the Gao mansion exploded under the control of his transcendence energy. With a loud bang, the 2 gates of the Gao mansion collapsed. The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion stood in the courtyard and stared at the collapsed gates in a daze. His mind was blank. His master was a respected figure in the fairy's capital. Even if he was no longer the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he was still the elder brother of concubine Gao, a relative of the royal family. Who would be so bold as to blow up the gates of the Gao mansion? Zhang Chun stood outside the gate and waved at the officials of the imperial clan temple. "Follow me in and arrest the guilty official." The loud noise at the gates had already alerted the people of the Gao mansion. In a split second, more than 10 maids and servants rushed out from various places. As soon as they arrived at the front courtyard, they saw the collapsed gates of the Gao mansion. The former Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hong, rushed out of the inner court. Seeing that the main gate of his residence had been blasted open, he was enraged. He glared at Zhang Chun, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he snapped, "Zhang, what are you doing?" Gao Hong hated Zhang Chun to the core. Not only because Zhang Chun took his position as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, but also because Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 lackey. If you hated someone, you would naturally hate everything about that person, including his lackeys. Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said calmly, "There is a case that requires you to go to the Imperial Clan Temple. However, your gatekeeper refused to cooperate, so I can only take forceful measures." The gatekeeper of the Gao mansion hid in a corner, trembling and not daring to raise his head. Gao Hong held back his anger and asked, "What case?" Zhang Chun said, "You'll know when you get there." Gao Hong said coldly, "No matter what, I'm still the royal uncle. You don't have the right to summon me. If you want to summon me, show me the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple." Zhang Chun looked at a minor official of the Imperial Clan Temple and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The minor official nodded and said, "Lord Gao's sister is the son of the former emperor's concubine Gao of the Western Palace. To summon a member of the royal family or a relative of the emperor, you need the seal of the Imperial Clan Temple Master. Indeed, Lord Gao does not have this authority." Zhang Chun looked at Gao Hong and said, "You want the abbot's seal, right? Wait a moment. I'll be right back." Gao Hong's face darkened as he watched Zhang Chun leave with his men. Since Zhang Chun dared to come knocking on his door, he must have gotten hold of something that could be used against him. He couldn't figure it out at the moment. As he walked out of the main gate of the Gao mansion, Zhang Chun looked back and said, "Before I return, you are not allowed to go anywhere. If you leave the Gao mansion by 10 feet, you will be considered a fugitive. The Imperial Clan Court can arrest you or execute you." Gao Hong's face darkened, but he still retracted his foot. He walked back to the Gao mansion and said to a servant, "Go to the royal prince's mansion of Nanyang and inform the royal prince of this." On the way back to the Zongjing temple, Zhang Chun muttered, "The Gao manor doesn't look small. There should be 5 entrances, right?" A minor official beside him said, "The Gao residence is a standard 7-section mansion." 7. Zhang Chun thought about how his mansion only had 4 entrances, and there were only 2 maids and 2 servants. Just now in the Gao residence, there were almost 20 maids and servants who rushed out in an instant. Zhang Chun's heart was filled with envy. At this moment, the minor official continued, "That's nothing. The royal prince of Nanyang's mansion is the bigger one. It has 10 entrances and 10 entrances. He has 13 wives and concubines, and each of them has their own independent courtyard. Each of them has a senior maid and 4 junior maids. There are artificial mountains, ponds, and beautiful pavilions in the mansion." Zhang Chun thought about his dream of living in a 5-section mansion before he retired. He shook his head and said, "The layout is too small." The group walked through the palace gates and returned to the Zongjing temple. They didn't know that the imperial court was in an uproar. The number of officials in the imperial court was mysteriously reduced by more than 20. The morning court could no longer be held. Some officials even guessed that the powerhouses of the demon sect had sneaked into the fairies' capital and killed these officials to create chaos in the imperial court. After that, Mr. May clarified that the demon sect had nothing to do with this. Last night, it was the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, Zhang Chun, who led the Zongjing Temple's people to arrest the guilty officials. He told the officials not to worry. It would have been better if Mr. May didn't clarify. After he did, the officials became even more worried. What? These officials were all arrested? More than 20 people were all arrested and sent to the Zongjing Temple? What's going on? Are we in trouble too? 20 officials of the imperial court had been arrested in one night. Without knowing the reason, all the officials in the Great Hall felt threatened, especially those who were close to these 2. They were even more frightened. At some point, an official seemed to realize something. He mumbled, these people are all accomplices in Li Yi's case." His words woke everyone up. The officials counted the people who were absent today and were shocked to find that all of them were related to Li Yi's case. A few days ago, when Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case, they were accomplices. However, they didn't receive any heavy punishment. They were only fined a few months to a year's salary. Everyone thought that it was the end. They didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Without any warning, those officials were all caught in one fell swoop overnight. Zhang Chun, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also the Zongjing Temple's deputy minister, did it himself. There was no need to guess who was behind this. Zhang Chun was Li Mu's #1 henchman. He always fought for Li Mu in the imperial court. He must have been allowed to do this by Li Mu. Obviously, Li Mu didn't just want to overturn Li Yi's case. He also wanted to avenge Li Yi. As for the reason, everyone knew very well. Everyone in Fairy's capital knew that Li Yi's daughter was one of Li Mu's lovers. Not only did she live in his house, but they often walked hand in hand when they went out. They were very close. Li Mu overturned Li Yi's case because Li Yi was wronged and died. He wanted to avenge Li Yi because Li Yi was his father-in-law. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Li Mu was, only to find that there was no one there. Li Mu didn't even come to the imperial court today. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. The left servant walked out and said in a deep voice, "What is the imperial court trying to do by arresting more than 20 officials for no reason?" Many people looked at Prince Shou in front. Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know anything." Some people in the imperial court shook their heads and sighed. Prince Shou was a prince and the head of the imperial court. He couldn't even control a minister. He was useless, Mr. Mei said. Yesterday, before Zhang Chun brought people to arrest them, he said that the imperial court has enough evidence. The left servant said with a dark face, "What evidence does he have to arrest more than 20 officials?" Mr. Mei said faintly, "The inner guards don't interfere with the imperial court. If you want to know, you just have to summon Zhang Chun to the imperial court." He turned to look at Sheng Guanli. Sheng Guanli walked to the curtain and came out after a while. She said, "Summon Zhang Chun." Crepe Myrtle Palace was only a few hundred steps away from the imperial court. He quickly walked into the imperial court in half a cup of tea's time. Mr. Mei looked at the left servant and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask Lord Zhang directly." The left servant looked at Zhang Chun and asked coldly, "Assistant Minister Zhang, you arrested more than 20 officials in the middle of the night and caused chaos in the imperial court. Shouldn't you give His Majesty and the imperial court an explanation?" Zhang Chun said, "The imperial court has evidence to arrest people. May I ask what explanation you want?" The left servant said in a low voice, "What crime did the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tang, commit that you want to arrest him?" Zhang Chun said, "The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, Ai Tang, took advantage of his position to embezzle taxes from the imperial treasury. What's wrong with me arresting him?" The left servant was shocked. He asked, "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Chun said, "The evidence is conclusive." The left servant said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng." Zhang Chun said, "Minister of Imperial Treasury, Wu Sheng, used his power to threaten and sleep with young girls. The youngest of those girls was only 8 years old. Shouldn't he be arrested?" The left servant moved his lips and said, "Then the Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang." Zhang Chun continued, "The Minister of Imperial Treasury, Chen Guang, allowed his younger brother to commit crimes and invade private residences. He bribed the Ministry of Justice to get his younger brother released and exonerated, breaking the law. What's wrong with me arresting him?" He looked at the left servant and said loudly, "There's also Wei Chong from the Taichang Temple, Wang Ning from the Taichang Temple, and Zhuo Xian from the Ceremonies Department. As officials of the Great Zhou, these people acted as a protective umbrella for criminals who trafficked women and children. Shouldn't they be arrested?" He listed the crimes of these more than 20 people one by one. The officials in the court were shocked. They had never heard of such things before. Since Zhang Chun dared to arrest them, then the imperial clan temple might really have evidence of the crimes of so many officials. But how did they find out about these hidden things? Among the officials, some of them realized something. They lowered their heads and squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth, Zhou Zhong. Chapter 380. In the Imperial Kitchen. Ever since Lu Hanyan and Li Qing opened their hearts to each other, Li Mu didn't want to go home. He didn't want to leave home. Of course, because of this, he came to the palace less often, and he hadn't been to the imperial kitchen for a long time. When it was only Lu Hanyan and the Empress, Li Mu could still take care of them. But when Lu Hanyan came to Shen, Du and Li Qing moved in, the number of people who needed to be with him increased from 1 to 3. Li Mu was a little busy. This made him realize that he still had a lot of shortcomings in terms of time management. Mr. Lu Sun once said that time was like water in a sponge. If he could make use of the time he spent standing in a daze in the morning court, he could at least cook a bowl of piping hot noodles for the Empress after the morning court. Mr. May once mentioned by accident that the Empress liked to sleep in, so she often didn't eat breakfast in the morning. After the court, it was still early before breakfast time, so she might as well eat something to fill her stomach. Li Mu knew why the Empress liked to sleep in. It was because she couldn't fall asleep at night, so she would cook conch porridge with Li Mu in the middle of the night, or enter his dreams to teach him how to cultivate. As a cultivator in the upper 3 realms, she wouldn't feel tired even if she didn't sleep for a month. But cultivators were still people, and nothing could replace the joy and happiness brought by sleeping. Of course, that was in the past. At that time, Li Mu and she were both single. Now, Li Mu had his wife in his arms every night. Unlike the Empress, who had nothing to do during the long nights, he couldn't sleep beside Lu Hanyan and talk to another woman all night, even if that woman was Lu Hanyan's idol. While he was cooking the noodles, several imperial chefs were watching. Finally, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Lord Li, is there some secret to your cooking? Why can't we use the same ingredients and the same steps to make your dish taste the same?" Regarding this point, Li Mu also did not know. With the same ingredients and steps, the food made by these imperial chefs would definitely be better than his. Perhaps the Empress was used to eating the food and liked his taste. After cooking the noodles, Li Mu calculated the time and arrived at Changle Palace just as the morning court session was about to end. Soon, a figure walked out from the back of the hall. Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and said, "Is it because I spoil you too much that you are becoming more and more unruly? You even dare to sneak out of the morning court. What's that smell?" Her throat moved, and her tone instantly softened as she asked, "Did you cook noodles?" Li Mu said, "I guess that your Majesty probably didn't eat breakfast today, so I went to the imperial kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles." Zhou Yi slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "You are the deputy commander of the bamboo guards and also responsible for internal affairs. If there is an emergency in the morning court session, you can leave first. I won't blame you. Okay, give me the chopsticks." Watching the Empress eat the noodles in small bites, Li Mu asked, "Your Majesty, how is the situation in the court?" Zhou Yi slowly finished a mouthful of noodles, and then said, "You don't know what the result of the trouble you caused will be. The court officials are all in danger, and the court is in chaos. The trouble was caused by you, so you are responsible for pacifying it." Li Mu said, "These more than 20 guilty officials deserve to be punished. Although it will cause chaos for a short period of time, as long as it's properly arranged, it won't affect the court too much. Your Majesty, you can quickly promote some experienced officials without any background to replace their original positions in the departments of those guilty officials. This way, the impact can be minimized and the normal operation of the Yamen can be maintained. At the same time, Your Majesty can also publicize the crimes of these officials, and use this to win over the people. After Lord Li Yi overturned the case, the people of the 36 counties will greatly increase. After punishing these corrupt officials, Your Majesty's reputation will reach the peak, and you will not be inferior to the previous wise emperors of Great Zhou. It will only be a matter of time before you surpass Emperor Wen." Zhou Qiong didn't seem to be interested in Li Mu's pancake at all. Her mind was completely focused on the bowl of noodles in front of her. She was puzzled. The same noodles and the same side dishes. Why was it that the imperial chef's dish didn't taste as good as Li Mu's? She waved her hand and said, "Just do as you said. Go and arrange it." Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu's heart was slightly heavy. He was a little worried. If the Empress favored him so much and let him make all the decisions, the court officials might be jealous and label him as a favored official who caused chaos. They might band together and get rid of him. No, he had to go back and fix the law bell as soon as possible. If the worst happened, the safety of his family would be guaranteed. When the time came, as long as the law bell covered the Li residence, there would be time to slowly shake people off. Li Mu returned to the secretariat. Lu Yi was about to leave the assistant minister's office, but when she looked up and saw him, she subconsciously retracted her foot. At the same time, in the Zongjing temple not far from the secretariat, Zhang Chun looked at Prince Shou and said, "Prince, without your seal, it won't be easy for me to catch people." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "If I give you my seal and let you catch our people, wouldn't I be in a difficult position?" Zhang Chun said, "According to the law, Gao Hong should be arrested." Prince Shou shook his head and said, "Whoever wants to arrest him can do it. In any case, I'm not arresting him." Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Then you are bending the law for personal gain. The next time I go to the imperial court, I will report you in the Golden Palace. As an official of the Zongjing Temple, you are bending the law for personal gain and shielding your accomplices. Your crime is not light." Prince Shou said angrily, "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Chun said indifferently, "This is persuasion." Prince Shou suddenly sighed and said, "You are threatening me with impeachment. If I arrest Gao Hong, they can't blame me. Show me the official document and my seal." Not long after, Zhang Chun brought people out of the Zongjing Temple and came to the southern courtyard, in front of the Gao residence. The morning court had already ended, and Gao Hong had already received news that Zhang Chun was not targeting him. Last night, more than 20 officials in the imperial court were arrested by the Zongjing Temple. Without exception, these 20 people were all officials of the old party. Gao Hong found it hard to believe that the Zongjing Temple had something on all of them. Even the Empress's internal guards did not have this ability. There was no doubt that there was a traitor among them. As for who the traitor was, it couldn't be any more obvious. Gao Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou Zhong, you should be hacked into pieces." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong had gained their trust over the years. The Ministry of Justice had also become a shelter for the old party officials. No matter what crimes they committed, they could be cleared of any crimes through the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Zhong had helped the old party officials time and time again, and his status in the old party had also risen. At the same time, Zhou Zhong also had many things on them. Facts had proven that the more they valued someone, the deeper they were hurt. In just a month, Zhou Zhong had betrayed them twice. Previously, when he turned himself in and overturned Li Yi's case, he had already caused the old party to lose an arm. This time, although the officials he targeted were not high-ranking, the scope was huge. The old party would probably suffer another blow. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After this, the higher-ups would probably not tolerate Li Mu anymore. Even if it went against the emperor's will, they would resolutely get rid of him. Before that, he just needed to wait for news. Gao Hong did not receive any news, but Zhang Chun did. Looking at the official seal of the Imperial Clan Temple, Gao Hong said in disbelief, "You stole His Highness's seal." "Bullshit." Zhang Chun glared at him and said, "Do I need to steal it? I just need to tell him that you, Gao Hong, are guilty." If he didn't seal it, he would be bending the law for favoritism and covering up for his accomplice. "I will have the Imperial Court impeach him, and he will confess everything." Gao Hong's lungs were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "Coward." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "If you want to scold him, go to the Imperial Clan Temple and scold him in front of him." "Lord Gao, do you want to leave by yourself, or do we have to escort you?" Gao Hong snorted and said, "I'll leave by myself." He looked coldly at Zhang Chun and said, "Just you wait. Li Mu won't be able to jump around for long. When the time comes, the first one to die will be you." Zhang Chun glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to wait until that day." After having two people send Gao Hong to the Imperial Clan Temple, Zhang Chun waved his hand and said to the others, "Go to the next house." A moment later, at the Commandery Prince Mansion of Nanyang. The people of the Imperial Clan Temple knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. A low-ranking official helplessly retreated and said, "Lord, there's no one." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Put on the explosive talisman." The two low-ranking officials stuck a few pieces of fulu on the door of the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Zhang Chun used his magic power to control the fulu from a distance, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from the pieces of paper. However, as soon as the wave of spiritual energy was produced, a wave of water appeared on the door of the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Wherever the wave of water passed, the waves of spiritual energy produced by the fulu were easily wiped out. A low-ranking official said, "The protective formation." He walked to Zhang Chun and said, "Lord, the protective formation here is too strong. We can't break it." Zhang Chun asked, "How did the imperial clan temples solve this kind of problem in the past?" The low-ranking official said, "We would send an official document to the Ministry of Personnel and ask them to send a high priest from the high priest department." Zhang Chun thought for a while and said, "Let's go back to the imperial clan temple first. I'll write an official document for you to send to the Ministry of Personnel." The low-ranking official looked at him and reminded, "Lord, you're the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel." Zhang Chun slapped his head and said, "How could I forget about this? Come, follow me to the Ministry of Personnel." Soon, there was no movement outside the commandery prince mansion of Nanyang. Outside the door, the commandery prince of Nanyang waved his sleeves and snorted, "You're courting death." Without this incident, perhaps the higher-ups would continue to tolerate Li Mu. After this incident, getting rid of Li Mu was a top priority. At the same time, in a deep house in the southern court, there was a sound of gnashing teeth. Li Mu can't be kept alive anymore. This person's threat is even greater than Li Yi's back then. We must get rid of Li Mu, but His Majesty. With His Majesty's protection, it's impossible to get rid of him through the imperial court. If we want to get rid of Li Mu, we must restrain His Majesty and use special means. I'll go to the 100 Rivers Academy and meet the Dean. I'll go to the Myriad Scrolls Academy. Chapter 381. The four major academies had always held a special position in the Great Zhou. Although they did not directly participate in the politics of the imperial court, the academy presidents could restrict the emperor in the name of righteousness. Back when the former emperor was still on the throne, it was because of his arbitrary actions that the Great Zhou was plagued with internal and external troubles. The atmosphere was foul, and the faith of the people fell to the lowest point in the past century. At that time, the four major academies worked together. First Seventh Realm powerhouses suppressed the imperial court in an unparalleled manner and completely took away the former emperor's authority. Now, the empress's special favor for Li Mu had repeatedly caused unrest in the imperial court. The four major academies had enough reasons to restrict the empress and stabilize the imperial court. If Li Mu had obediently been her favored official, it would have been fine. The old party would not take the risk of offending the empress and attack him just because she doted on him. However, his existence had already greatly damaged their vitality and strength. If this continued, even if the old party did not perish at the hands of the Zhou clan, they would perish at the hands of Li Mu. Li Mu must be eliminated. For this, they did not hesitate to force the emperor to abdicate. 100 Rivers Academy. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes looked at Vice Academy President Chen and said, "I want to see the Academy President." Vice Academy President Chen asked, "The Academy President is currently in seclusion." "What is the matter, Your Highness King Ping?" King Ping said solemnly, "This is a matter of great importance. The Academy President must come out of seclusion." Vice Academy President Chen said, "What exactly is the matter? Can you tell me first?" King Ping said in a deep voice, "The favored official Li Mu has bewitched the emperor and caused chaos in the imperial court. His Majesty has been bewitched by him and indulged him in every possible way, allowing him to wreak havoc in the imperial court. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to ask the Academy presidents to persuade His Majesty to punish the demonic official Li Mu and return peace to the imperial court." Vice Academy President Chen glanced at him and shook his head. However, what the Academy sees is not so. Li Mu is called Xing Tian by the people of Fairy's capital and is extremely loved by the people. Outside, he single-handedly dealt a heavy blow to the 10 demonic sections. Internally, He overturned the case of the favored official who was wrongly killed more than 10 years ago and punished the lawless officials in the imperial court. Because of what he has done, the people's faith in the great Zhou has reached its peak in 50 years, far surpassing the time of the emperor. It is inevitable that His Majesty's favor. Although he is a favored official, Your Highness. King Ping opened his mouth and said, there is one thing that I hope Your Highness can understand. Vice Academy President Shen looked at King Ping and said slowly, the Academy is the Academy of the Great Zhou, not the Academy of the Shao clan. If the Emperor is muddle-headed, the Academy should work together to support him. This is our duty. If the Emperor is wise, the Academy should do its best to assist him. This is also our duty. Whether His Majesty is wise or muddle-headed, it is not up to you to decide. It is up to the people to decide, King Ping said, but the Imperial Court, Vice Academy President Shen said, without destruction, there can be no construction. A piece of good wood will not go bad just because a few worms have crawled on it. However, if they are allowed to gnaw on it, the good wood will eventually turn rotten one day. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. With that, he put his hands behind his back and slowly left. King Ping stood where he was and his expression changed for a while. Finally, he revealed a helpless expression. After a while, he left the 100 Rivers Academy and returned to King Ping's residence. Several people who were waiting in the residence immediately came up to him and spoke. How was it? What did the dean say? Brother Wang, say something. King Ping looked at everyone and sighed. Let's drop this matter. Don't mention it again. Why? Could it be that the Academy doesn't agree? While everyone was asking, another figure walked in from outside. The Duke of Jiangyin had just walked into the courtyard when he shook his head and said, I didn't see the dean. I don't think we can count on the Thousand Scrolls Academy. Among the 4 great academies, the White Deer Academy belonged to the Ministry of War and could never be counted on. As for the other 3 great academies, the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy supported the Shao clan. The Azure Cloud Academy stood on the side of the Zhou clan. If even the 100 Rivers Academy and the Thousand Scrolls Academy could not be won over, then there was no need to mention the Azure Cloud Academy. At least 3 deans were needed to persuade the Empress. Even if they managed to win over the Azure Cloud Academy, it would be useless. One of them looked at the Duke of Jiangyin and asked, what did the Thousand Scrolls Academy say? The Duke of Jiangyin shook his head and said, they said that the Academy is not a tool for us to fight for power. They only want to ensure the continuation of the Shao clan's royal family. If the Empress wants to pass the throne to a disciple of the Zhou clan, they will do their best to stop it. Apart from that, the Academy will not participate in any court battles. After saying that, he looked at King Ping and asked, what did the 100 Rivers Academy say? King Ping said, they told us to take care of ourselves. No one spoke again. The courtyard fell into a long silence. The meaning of take care of ourselves was that the 100 Rivers Academy would not help them this time. All along, they had thought that the Zhou clan only had one advantage over the Shao clan, and that was that the Empress's surname was Zhou. Regardless of whether it was the control of the imperial court, the local area, or the number of academies behind them, they were stronger than the Zhou clan's new faction. In fact, if it was not for the former emperor's incompetence that caused the wrath of the people and made the Azure Cloud Academy's dean extremely disappointed in the Shao clan, there might be 3 or even 4 academies behind the Shao clan. It was only now that they realized that although the 2 academies behind them were inclined to let the Shao clan return to the orthodox lineage in the future, that was a matter for the future. At present, they still acknowledged the Empress. In fact, it was not just the academies. Even everyone present was convinced by the current Empress. She had shown great talent in cultivation since she was young. Otherwise, she would not have been valued by the former emperor and become the crown princess and empress. The fact that she could be acknowledged by the emperor's qi and successfully advance to the 7th realm proved this point. At that time, no one in the Shao clan could withstand the emperor's qi and forcefully break through. The royal clan would not have an additional 7th realm powerhouse, but a useless person whose foundation was destroyed. One had to know that she was only 25 years old back then. Since ancient times, no one in the Shao clan had been able to inherit the emperor's qi and advance to the 7th realm at the age of 25. Obviously, the academies would not stand against the empress for this matter. The Duke of Jiangyin asked, "What do we do now?" After a long silence, King Ping shook his head and said tiredly, "Let's leave it at that." Although he did not say much, everyone could hear the intention to retreat from his words. The Shao royal clan did not retreat when facing the new faction that was at the peak of their power. Now that they were facing a lone official, they had the intention to retreat. After failing to defeat Li Mu after using countless methods openly and secretly, they chose to avoid him. The Li residence. Li Mu had just learned from Zhang Chun that the Duke of Nanyang's residence was covered by a powerful formation and the officials of the ancestral temple could not enter. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he mobilized the consecrated department to help, but was rejected by the consecrated department. The consecrated department was a special department in the imperial court. It was not an official office. The consecrators in it were powerhouses recruited from all over the country at great cost by the imperial court. Their relationship with the imperial court was a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one. The consecrated department existed in the previous dynasty and had always been under the control of the old faction. Ever since someone tried to assassinate Zhou Zhong in the consecrated department, Li Mu decided to find an opportunity to reorganize the department. However, he had been busy with other things these days and delayed this matter. Now, he was almost done with the matters at hand and could start to clean up the consecrated department. Before that, he had to help Zhang Chun solve the current problem. There were not many powerhouses in the ancestral temple. They could not be compared to the consecrated department and could not break the formation of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. Li Mu walked out of the residence and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look." The Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang observed the situation outside the door through a mirror. Several officials of the ancestral temple stood there, but Zhang Chun had disappeared. This time, Li Mu suddenly went crazy and let Zhang Chun capture so many officials of the old faction. This really surprised the Duke of Nanyang. After the surprise, he was delighted. The reason why the higher-ups tolerated Li Mu was that although Li Mu had damaged the interests of the old faction, it was not to the extent that they would completely fall out with the Empress and get rid of Li Mu at all costs. Now it was time. Because Li Mu's actions had shaken the foundation of the old faction in the imperial court. The entire old faction did not hesitate to ask the academy for help and restrain the Empress in order to get rid of Li Mu, a thorn in their flesh. In the end, Li Mu was killed by his arrogance. What the Duke of Nanyang had to do was wait. He was waiting for the higher-ups to make a move. When Li Mu died, Zhang Chun and the others would be like chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. While the Duke of Nanyang was waiting, he saw the figures of Zhang Chun and Li Mu appear in the mirror. When he saw Li Mu, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why haven't you made a move yet?" Then, he saw Li Mu and Zhang Chun outside, trying all kinds of methods to break the array of the Duke of Nanyang's residence. The Duke of Nanyang sneered. This array was set up by the array masters of the Spirit Array sect. Even a 6th realm expert would have to spend some effort to break it. Li Mu and Zhang Chun were overestimating themselves. Outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence, Li Mu also discovered the extraordinariness of this array. This array could absorb attacks from the outside world and even turn the attacks or the spirit qi in the Fulu into one's own. It was not an ordinary defensive array. It might have been set up by an array master. Although Li Mu had the memories of the 1,000 Illusions Venerable Master, he knew that most of those arrays were evil arrays. He did not have a deep understanding of the orthodox arrays. This almost eliminated the possibility of him using ingenuity to break this array. Since he could not use ingenuity, he could only use brute force. Li Mu whistled, and the Dao bell flew out of his ear. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a human. Li Mu pointed at the array outside the Duke of Nanyang's residence and said, "Crash into it." Buzz, the Dao bell responded with a buzz. Then, it flew high into the air and swooped down, crashing heavily into the defensive array. A burst of light flowed on the array. It resisted stubbornly for a few breaths before the light on it quickly dimmed. Zhang Chun strode forward and slammed the door a few times. He shouted, "Xiao Yun, Duke of Nanyang, the Imperial Clan Temple is handling a case. Hurry up and open the door. Don't hide inside. I know you're at home. Hurry up and open the door." Chapter 382. Zhang Chun pounded on the door like he was announcing a funeral, but no one responded. He channeled his mana into his palms and slammed them down. The two doors collapsed inwards, and Xiao Yun, the Duke of Nanyang, appeared in front of him with a gloomy face. Zhang Chun stared at the Duke of Nanyang unhappily and asked, "The Imperial Ancestral Temple has summoned you to close your residence. Are you resisting arrest?" The Duke of Nanyang, the former Minister of Personnel, had fallen to the point where his residence was broken down and humiliated. The Duke of Nanyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Mu and Zhang Chun. Thinking that the two of them would not last long, he forcefully used his mana to suppress his anger. He looked at Zhang Chun and said coldly, "Why would the Imperial Ancestral Temple come to my residence for no reason? I thought it was a bold bandit who attacked my residence." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Whether it is for no reason or not, you will know once you follow me to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." The Duke of Nanyang said, "Do you have the official document from the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Zhang Chun took out the official document with the seal of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and waved it in front of him. He asked, "Is this enough?" The Duke of Nanyang said calmly, "If that is the case, let's go." Even as a duke, he could not openly resist the Imperial Ancestral Temple, because it was equivalent to resisting the Imperial Court. However, this did not mean that he would submit to Zhang Chun and Li Mu. King Ping and the others had already gone to the academy to discuss with the dean. Eliminating Li Mu was already the top priority of the Shao clan. Perhaps at this moment, Baichuan and the two deans of the Myriad Scroll Academy had already taken action to restrain the Empress. The experts that King Ping and the others had arranged to clean up the Empress and kill Li Mu were already on their way here, Baichuan Academy. In the northeast corner of the academy, there was a bamboo forest that was green all year round. The students of Baichuan Academy would not easily approach this place. Everyone knew that this was the place where the dean cultivated. The dean of the academy was one of the few experts in the Great Zhou. He was deeply respected and loved by the students, and no one would disturb his cultivation place. In the depths of the bamboo forest, in front of a bamboo house, a hearty laughter could be heard. Beside the stone table in front of the bamboo hut, the man in white put down a word and said with a smile, "Zhao Qingsong, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Your chess skills are getting worse." The middle-aged man opposite him waved his hand, and the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard quickly flew up and returned to their respective baskets. He looked at the man in white and said, "What is there to show off? I was just careless and distracted. Otherwise, you would have lost 15 minutes ago." The man in white asked, "What can distract you?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't know if this change in the Imperial Court is good or bad." The man in white thought for a moment and said, "You mean that young man named Li Mu?" The middle-aged man said, "Who else could it be?" The man in white nodded and said, "Indeed. At such a young age, he has such a natural disposition. He has gathered the faith of the people in Shindu, can communicate with the heavens and earth, and can achieve the Tao with his words. He is also extremely talented in the Fulu Tao, and made the Fulu school bet its future on him. He can be said to be a hero of his generation. What kind of people are the Shao clan that you support? Why do they have to go against him instead of keeping the Zhou clan in check?" The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "The Zhou clan that you support is not much better than the Shao clan." The man in white crossed his arms and said calmly, "I just can't stand Xiao Jing's actions. If Emperor Qing knew that the crown prince he chose was even more muddle-headed than him, and almost caused the great Zhou to be doomed eternally, he might as well smear that essence on the wall." The middle-aged man coughed softly and said, "Jing Xingchui, you are the head of a school after all. You should at least show some respect to the late emperor and Emperor Qing." The man in white waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about those disappointing things. Li Mu is favored not only because he is handsome. His method of stabilizing the hearts of the people is really useful. In less than a year, the faith of the people in the various counties has surpassed the peak of the reign of Emperor Cheng and the late emperor. If this can continue, in the next 10 years, the glory of the reign of Emperor Wen may be reproduced. The middle-aged man seemed to think of something and murmured, could it be that he is also one of the descendants of the extinct 100 schools? There seem to be many among the 100 schools who cultivate with the faith of the people. He has always been trying to reform the law. Could it be the school of legalism? Establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge of the past saints, establishing peace for all ages. The man in white whispered a few words and said, "It sounds more like the Confucian school. He has the ambition of ruling the world and is full of righteousness. It is very likely that he is a descendant of the Confucian school." The middle-aged man put down a chess piece and rubbed his chin. He said, "The Confucian school has always been active in the court and respected etiquette. However, his actions are bold and radical, seeking change. It is not like the Confucian school, but more like the school of legalism." The man in white put down another chess piece and said, "Whether it is the Confucian school or the school of legalism, those who can rule the country are righteous. Let him be, the Zongjing Temple." The prison of the Zongjing Temple, which had always been cold and cheerless, was especially lively today. More than 20 court officials were locked together, all frowning. Most of them had been brought from their homes by the people of the Zongjing Temple last night. Some of the officials had their doors blown up by Zhang Chun while they were eating dinner. Some of them had been pulled out of their beds while they were being intimate with their concubines. At first, everyone was panic-stricken, but after arriving at the Zongjing Temple and seeing so many familiar colleagues, they slowly calmed down. When they saw the former Assistant Minister of Personnel Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang being arrested, they were even more reassured. Of the two of them, one was a relative of the imperial family and the other was a member of the imperial clan. The higher-ups would definitely not let them stay in the Zongjing Temple. When the time came, they would be able to save them along the way. After calming down, they began to curse the main culprit. "This damned Zhou Zhong. I've really misjudged him all these years. He doesn't have many days left and he still wants to drag us down with him." Gao Hong did not curse like the others. He knew very well that Zhou Zhong had been sitting in the position of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice all these years and had a lot of information on them. He no longer had the golden ticket of exemption from death and was no longer the Assistant Minister of Personnel. Once those crimes were confirmed, it was enough for him to die several times. In the cell next door, the Duke of Nanyang was meditating with his eyes closed. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and glanced at Gao Hong. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking?" Gao Hong strode over and asked, "Duke, are you sure that the higher-ups will make a move on Li Mu?" The Duke of Nanyang said, "Li Mu has already forced them into this situation. Do you think they will continue to tolerate it?" Gao Hong said uneasily, "But it's been so long. Why hasn't there been any movement at all?" The Duke of Nanyang said indifferently, "What's the hurry? Perhaps they are already on their way." Gao Hong was still worried. He walked out of the cell and said to a jailer, "Go and invite His Highness Prince Shou here." Hearing this, the jailer quickly walked out of the prison. Although the prisoners in the cell were all criminals, they still had a higher status than the jailers. As a lowly jailer, he did not dare to disobey these people. After a while, Prince Shou walked in from the outside. He looked at the two of them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you caught again?" Gao Hong said, "Isn't it because Zhang Chun took the official document with your highness's seal?" Prince Shou frowned and said, "Why? Are you blaming me? Zhang Chun threatened me. If I didn't do it, I would be bending the law. He even said that he would impeach me in the Golden Palace. What can I do? All of you didn't clean up after what you did and now blame me. Are you still human?" Gao Hong quickly said, "That's not what I meant." Prince Shou said angrily, "Then what do you mean?" The Duke of Nanyang finally opened his mouth and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We want to ask your highness Prince Shou to go out of the palace and ask about the situation. Why haven't they made a move on Li Mu?" Prince Shou glanced at them and said, "Wait here. I'll go and ask." Half an hour later, in the southern court, Prince Ping's residence. Prince Shou sipped his tea and looked at Prince Ping. He asked, "What about the Duke of Nanyang, Gao Hong and the rest? Should I let them go?" Prince Ping stretched out his hand and said, "No." Prince Shou was stunned and asked, "Then what should I do?" Prince Ping took a deep breath and said, "According to the law, those who should be demoted will be demoted and those who should be killed will be killed." Prince Shou spat out his tea and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He asked, "Then what about the Duke of Nanyang?" Prince Ping shook his head and said, "Without the death exemption token, he can't be saved." Prince Shou was stunned and said, "Aren't you going to join forces with the academy to make a move on Limu?" Prince Ping said, "Limu is not our enemy. The Zhou family is. There's no need to take the risk." Prince Shou said, "But that's not right. If Limu makes a move, Xiao Yun will die." Prince Ping leaned on the chair and slowly let out a sigh of relief. He said, "He asked for it. 36 dukes. Even if one is gone, there are still 35, smack." Prince Shou stood up abruptly and pointed at Prince Ping. He said angrily, "How can you do this? Do you have any humanity left? Those are our beloved friends." Prince Ping also stood up and said coldly, "What do you know? We're looking at the big picture." Prince Shou stared at him for a long time and finally sat back down. He leaned weakly on the chair and said, "The blood flowing in his body is the same as ours." Prince Ping said, "It's because the blood flowing in his body is the blood of the Xiao family. When necessary, he should sacrifice himself for the Xiao family, ancestral temple." After 2 hours, Prince Shou reappeared in the heavenly prison. Gao Hong and the Duke of Nanyang were already anxious from waiting. The Duke of Nanyang was still able to maintain his calm while Gao Hong grabbed the bars of the cell and looked in a certain direction. When he finally saw the chubby figure of Prince Shou, he asked anxiously without waiting for Prince Shou to come closer, "Your Highness, how is it?" Prince Shou patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Gao Hong let out a long sigh of relief. Then, excitement appeared on his face as he asked, "When will Limu die?" Prince Shou let out a sigh of relief and said, "When I save you." Gao Hong finally relaxed and sat down slowly. He leaned against the wall and said, "I can't wait any longer." Prince Shou was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at the two of them and said, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to send it in." Chapter 383. The officials who were locked up in the Zongjing Temple lived a life of luxury at home. Naturally, they weren't used to the food of the Zongjing Temple. As the head of the Zongjing Temple, Prince Shou took this into consideration and sent them food from the restaurant outside the palace. In the prison, the officials were eating heartily. "This pork shoulder is from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. It's definitely from the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. The smell of the wine can't be wrong. The food of the Zongjing Temple is really hard to swallow. The Wafting Fragrance restaurant is the best. Thank you, Your Highness." Prince Shou. Other than having their freedom restricted, the 20 officials didn't suffer much in the Zongjing Temple. Prince Shou arranged a single cell for each of them and changed the bed sheets. In order to protect their privacy, he even had people separate the cells with curtains. 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 2 hours in advance, the prison guards would send the menus from the various restaurants in the divine capital. Each of them could order 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a pot of wine. If they were hungry in the middle of the night, they could even order supper. For this, Prince Shou specially invited the chefs of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant to the Zongjing Temple to be on standby. Even if these officials had more needs in the middle of the night, the chefs would have to crawl out of bed to satisfy them. In terms of food, the food these officials usually ate at home wasn't as good as the food in the Zongjing Temple. Not only that, Prince Shou even considered their physical needs and used his sedan to secretly bring the girls from the brothels outside the palace into the Zongjing Temple to comfort these officials at night. This made the officials in the prison change their impression of Prince Shou. Other than his stupidity and cowardice, Prince Shou still had his shining points. Despite the risk of being impeached by the censor, he still took care of these criminal officials meticulously. This wasn't something that anyone could do. It was really good to have one of their own in the Zongjing Temple. In the courtyard of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun watched as the prison guard sent the food made by the wafting fragrance restaurant's chefs into the prison. He looked at Prince Shou and said slowly, "Your Highness, isn't this a little too much?" "Too much?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "How is this going overboard? When you took special care of Li Yi's daughter, did I say anything overboard? Why are you like this?" Zhang Chun was stunned. "I just covered her cell with a curtain and changed her bed." King Shou said, "I also covered up their cells and changed their beds." Zhang Chun looked at the busy figures in the kitchen of the Zongjing Temple and said, "But you brought the chef of the restaurant into the palace. Isn't that too much?" King Shou said, "Is this too much? This is not too much at all. Let me tell you what is too much. Li Mu used His Majesty's imperial kitchen to cook for other women. This is what is too much." Zhang Chun was stunned and said, "But you can't let them drink. The Imperial Ancestral Temple strictly forbids prisoners from drinking." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the wine you gave to those guilty officials. You even found women for them. What do you think the Zongjing Temple is? A restaurant or a brothel?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "Ordinary prisoners have to eat a full meal before they are executed. Are you in charge of the Zongjing Temple or am I?" Zhang Chun said angrily, "You." Then, he seemed to realize something and looked at King Shou in shock. King Shou sighed and shook his head. Zhang Chun silently shut his mouth. After thinking for a while, he said, "Even if you want to find women from the brothel, Your Highness' taste is too unique. You don't let them enjoy, but let them suffer. I know of a brothel in Luoyang. The women there are very beautiful." King Shou said indignantly, "What's wrong with my taste? They are fat and chubby. Aren't they good?" In the prison, two officials had just finished their sweet and sour fish. As they picked their teeth with the fish bones, they complained, "Everything about His Highness King Shou is good, but I really can't agree with him when it comes to women. I can't even bear to touch the women he finds." King Shou walked in and said, "If you're not satisfied, I'll give you a beautiful one tonight." The official smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." King Shou walked to the innermost cell and asked Commandery Prince Nanyang, "Are you used to it?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Not really, but thank you for taking care of me." At first, Commandery Prince Nanyang looked down on King Shou. Although King Shou was one of the 7 one-word princes and his status was much higher than his, everyone in Luoyang knew about King Shou's cowardice and incompetence. Now, although his evaluation of King Shou's cowardice and incompetence did not change, he did not hate him as much. King Shou squatted at the door of the cell and said, "Nanyang County is such a good place. Why did you come to Luoyang in the first place?" Commandery Prince Nanyang smiled and said, "Nanyang is good in every way except for one thing. It's not Luoyang." King Shou murmured, "Luoyang, what's so good about Luoyang?" Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Power, wealth, women, cultivation resources. Luoyang has everything you want. It's thousands of times better than Nanyang County." King Shou sighed and said, "Although Luoyang is good, it's also dirty." Commandery Prince Nanyang did not hear what King Shou said clearly and asked, "Brother, when will you let us out?" King Shou said, "You know what you've done. If I let you go just like that, I won't be able to answer to the people and the imperial court. Instead, the new party will have something to use against you. Therefore, we still have to put on a show." Commandery Prince Nanyang asked, "How do we put on a show?" King Shou said slowly, "You'll still be sentenced to death. Then, you'll be sent outside to be executed. Of course, this is all an act. The executioner's knife won't really cut you down. The dean will use his great power to create an illusion to make the people think that you're really dead. After that, you'll have to appear in Luoyang with a new identity." Commandery Prince Nanyang frowned and said, "So troublesome?" King Shou said helplessly, "Do you think what you've done is a small matter? According to the crimes that Zhou Zhong has confessed, each and every one of you will be beheaded. This is the only way to save your lives. From today onwards, Commandery Prince Nanyang is dead. You'll have a new identity. At that time, we'll find a way to let you enter the imperial court again. After that, you'll get back everything you've lost." Commandery Prince Nanyang had a thoughtful expression as he carefully considered King Shou's words. Indeed, since Li Yi's case was overturned, Commandery Prince Xiao Yun was no different from a dead man in the Great Zhou. His official position was revoked and he would never be employed by the imperial court again. Instead of using the useless identity of Commandery Prince Nanyang, he might as well change his appearance and start a new life. If King Shou really let him go so easily, Commandery Prince Nanyang would be suspicious. Li Mu and the Zhou clan were watching. If he let them go, King Shou wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, his plan was so meticulous that it wasn't possible for him to be deceived. It was most likely a decision made by the higher-ups. At this moment, King Shou continued, "I need all of you to act out this scene. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted and no one will be able to save you." Commandery Prince Nanyang no longer had any doubts. He nodded and said, "I understand." King Shou patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you must remain calm. This is because the executioners this time are all our people. Oh right, remember to tell the others. Otherwise, if they mess it up, everyone will be implicated and Li Mu won't be able to get rid of them." Commandery Prince Nanyang said, "Don't worry. If anyone dares to mess it up, I'll take their life." In the court of the Zongjing Temple, Zhang Chun looked at the few guilty officials kneeling before him. He picked up a document and read it aloud. Minister Councillor Ai Tong of the Ministry of Revenue. During his reign, he coveted a huge amount of tax from the national treasury. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Wu Xing of Guanglu Temple. According to the law of the Great Zhou, he is sentenced to death by beheading. Wei Chong, Wang Ning, and Zhuo Xian. As officials of the Great Zhou, they participated in the trafficking of women and children and acted as a shield for evil forces. They are sentenced to death by beheading. Minister Chen Guang. They are sentenced to death by beheading. When Zhang Chun announced the sentence, there was no fear on the faces of the officials in the court. Some of them even looked at each other and laughed. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death. It was just that King Shou had already made it clear to them that this was just an act. When the time came, not only would they not die, but they would also usher in a more glorious life with a new identity. The death penalty documents of these officials had already been reviewed multiple times. After Zhang Chun announced the sentence in the court, more than 20 people were escorted to the execution ground. King Shou stood outside the Zongjing Temple and nodded at all the guilty officials who walked out of the temple. After receiving that hint from King Shou, everyone felt more at ease. They rushed to the execution ground without any fear, looking quite resolute. On the execution ground. Screens surrounded the execution ground. The people below the execution ground couldn't see the specific situation on the execution ground. This time, those who were to be executed were all officials of the imperial court. There were even relatives of the emperor. The scene of their execution couldn't be seen by the people. Li Mu held Li Qing's hand and stood in the crowd. The main culprits and accomplices who framed her father back then were almost all here. Li Mu promised her that all the culprits of the case back then would receive the punishment they deserved. Behind the screens, more than 20 people knelt there. There was still no fear on their faces. Some of them even looked back at the executioner with a smile. Even though the executioner was used to big scenes, he still felt goosebumps from the strange gazes of these people who were about to die. Zhang Chun sat at the executioner's seat. He looked up at the sky, grabbed a bunch of sticks, and threw them out. He said, "The time is up. Start the execution." The executioner's knife was raised high and quickly brought down. Looking at the heads rolling next to him, one of the officials sighed in his heart. A seventh realm cultivator was indeed a seventh realm cultivator. This kind of realistic illusion almost fooled him, let alone the people. There were also a few people whose expressions changed when they noticed the blood of the people next to them splattering on them. However, the executioner behind them didn't give them time to think. With a slash of the knife, the heads were separated from the bodies and their souls scattered. Before and after the execution ground was completely silent. In the past, before the execution, the prisoners would cry and howl. This was probably the quietest execution that the people of the fairies' capital had ever seen. King Shou stood outside the execution ground and sighed deeply. He muttered, "In your next life, be a good person." Chapter 384. The execution was very strange. Even the people outside the execution ground could tell that something was wrong. They had seen executions in the past. It was normal for the prisoners to cry and scream before they died. There were also many who yelled and cursed. However, this time, there were no cries and no cursing. The execution platform surrounded by screens was silent. More than 20 people were calmly going to their deaths. It was so quiet that it was eerie. Soon, the cheers of the people drowned out the silence. Good execution. They are all criminals who wronged Lord Li back then. These people deserve to die. Lord Li can rest in peace now. At the front of the crowd, Li Qing held Li Mu's hand tightly and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned around. The people took the initiative to open a path for them. They walked slowly. The people behind them watched them leave. They clasped their fists and said, "I wish Lord Li and Miss Li a long and happy life together, grow old together, may you have a child." More than 20 guilty officials were beheaded, and the people all clapped their hands in joy. These people were not only accomplices in framing Lord Li Yi, but they themselves were also guilty of many crimes. Their death was a good thing for the country and the people. After the execution, some of the commoners even spat on the execution platform as they left, their faces filled with joy. King Shou sighed and said to a servant beside him, "Don't remove the screens yet. Inform their families to come and collect the bodies." The servant nodded and said, "Yes." King Shou put his hands behind his back and shook his head as he walked away. He said softly, "It's good that they're dead. There's no more trouble after they die." Zhang Chun walked behind him and said, "These people have committed countless crimes. It's too easy for them to die like this." Although these criminals were dead, they still thought that it was a trap. After today, they would reappear in the divine capital with a new identity. Although they died in the end, at least they didn't feel fear or pain before they died. King Shou said casually, "In life, there are some things that shouldn't be taken too seriously. It's fine if it's not too bad." The news that more than 20 officials from the old party, including Commandery Prince Nanyang and the elder brother of the concubine dowager, had been beheaded at the street corner quickly swept through Luoyang and shocked countless people. Are they really dead? No one saved them? The Shao clan hasn't done anything. Are they just going to be abandoned like that? What are they afraid of, and what are they afraid of? You still don't understand. They're obviously afraid of Li Mu. At the Zhou family's banquet, Zhou Chuan's face was pale. Qin Jian was dead, Gao Hong was dead, and the Duke of Nanyang, Xiao Yun was dead. Of the 7 main culprits back then, only he, the Duke of Zhongyong, and the Duke of Peace and Peace were left. Li Mu didn't even spare the accomplices, so how could he spare the main culprits? In particular, the death of the Duke of Nanyang had made him even more terrified. Even the Shao royal family could not escape Li Mu's punishment, let alone him. Zhou Chen lowered his head to eat, but his forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew what his father was worried about. The Duke of Nanyang and those people were dead. Perhaps his father would be his next target. More than half a year ago, Li Mu was still a small official in a remote county. Unexpectedly, in just half a year, he had grown into an existence that even the old party did not dare to provoke. The Shao royal family was not as fearful of the Zhou family as they were of Li Mu. Just before he came to Luoyang, Zhou Chen had tried to send an assassin to finish him off, but it had ended in failure. If Li Mu knew that he was the one who sent that assassin, wouldn't he be reduced to the same fate as those people this morning? In the Zhou family, while Zhou Chuan and his son were in shock, Li Mu was also hesitating in the Li residence. Until today, most of the people involved in the case back then had received the punishment they deserved. No accomplices had escaped, and there were still 4 main culprits in Luoyang. These 4 people were the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Ping'an, the Marquis of Yongding, and Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family. The first 3 bigwigs of Luoyang were involved in Zhou Zhong's scheme. They had no enmity with Li Yi. Zhou Zhong knew that he could not change the overall situation, so he deliberately lured them into the trap in order to get the 3 death exemption tokens in their hands. Before Zhou Zhong lured them in, Li Yi's fate was already sealed. These 3 people were just Zhou Zhong's pawns. Although they had bad records, there was no need to kill them. As for Zhou Chuan, although Li Mu wanted him to pay the price, there were 2 problems in front of him. First, the booklet that Zhou Zhong gave him contained evidence of the crimes of the old party officials. There was nothing about Zhou Chuan, so Li Mu could not overthrow him through the law. Second, Zhou Chuan was the Empress's uncle. Li Mu had already killed one of her younger brothers. He did not know how the Empress would feel if he killed another of her uncles. Even though she had left the Zhou family, the blood that flowed in her body was the same as the blood of the Zhou family. The Empress cared about him so much, so Li Mu could not ignore her feelings at all. He pondered for a long time and walked into the courtyard. He said to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, "I'm going to the palace. You don't have to wait for me to eat today." After informing them, Li Mu left the Li residence and went to the palace. He first went to the imperial kitchen and made a few dishes that the Empress liked. Then, he took the food box and went to Changle Palace. In Changle Palace, Zhou Yi looked at the unusually sumptuous meal on the table. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and said, "What's the matter? Speak." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Nothing." Zhou Yi picked up his chopsticks and said, "I'll only give you one chance." Li Mu said, "Among the people who killed Lord Li Yi, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, was also an important mastermind." Zhou Yi was silent for a long time. Then, he said lightly, "If you have evidence of his crimes, you can punish him according to the law. I will not protect him just because he is my uncle. If one day, the one who breaks the law is you, I will not protect you." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He walked out of Changle Palace and sighed in relief. Zhou Chuan was different from the others. No matter what, Li Mu could not go around the Empress and make a move on him. So, he needed to ask the Empress's opinion first. After getting the Empress's approval, there was only one problem left to solve. That was how to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes. The new party had only been established for 3 years. Moreover, the officials of the 2 parties were very different. The old party consisted mostly of influential officials, while the new party consisted mostly of new officials. In comparison, the influential officials had more misdeeds. Collecting evidence of the old party officials' crimes was easier than collecting evidence of the new party's crimes. Moreover, compared to the old party, the new party had stronger restrictions on the officials. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Zhong had not been able to collect evidence of Zhou Chuan's crimes for so many years. Li Mu did not think that Zhou Zhong would be able to do something that Zhou Zhong had not been able to do for so many years. He walked out of the palace gates and stood outside for 15 minutes. Then, he walked toward the northern courtyard. This time, he did not go home. Instead, he stopped in front of another tall gate. Li Mu walked up and knocked on the door knocker. Soon, the gate opened a crack. A servant poked his head out and asked, "May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to Zhou Mansion?" Li Mu looked at Zhou Mansion's gatekeeper and said indifferently, "Please go in and inform them that Censor Li Mu of the Secretariat has come to visit." A moment later, Zhou Chuan frowned and anxiously paced around the hall. He muttered, "Li Mu, what is he doing here? I won't see him. Let him go back." Zhou Xiong stretched out his hand and said, "No, if word gets out, outsiders will think that our Zhou family is afraid of Li Mu. Let him in." Zhou Chuan said, "Second brother, but it's fine. Let's see what he wants first." Zhou Xiong waved his hand and said, "His target might be you. Third brother, you should leave for now." After Zhou Chuan left, Zhou Ting said, "I'll leave as well." His only son had died at the hands of Li Mu. He could not face Li Mu calmly. A moment later, under the guidance of a servant, Li Mu passed through 2 doors, walked through several corridors, and arrived at a hall. Zhou Xiong was the only one in the hall. Li Mu walked into the hall. Zhou Xiong said indifferently, Lord Li, please take a seat. There's no need for that, Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm here today to tell you one thing. Zhou Xiong picked up his teacup and asked, what is it? Li Mu said, Zhou Chuan of the Zhou family was one of the main culprits who framed my father-in-law. Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice, that case is over. Li Mu said, that's what Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong thought too. Duke Nanyang and Gao Hong had just been executed. This was a blatant threat. Zhou Xiong slammed his teacup on the table and said loudly, Li Mu, what are you trying to say? Li Mu said indifferently, let Zhou Chuan ask to be exiled and this matter will end here. Zhou Xiong was stunned for a moment before he became furious. He stood up and gritted his teeth, you're dreaming. Li Mu shook his head and said, if it weren't for His Majesty, I would do it myself. At that time, it won't be as simple as being exiled. Don't force me. Zhou Xiong wanted to throw his teacup at Li Mu's face. He came to the Zhou family and asked the Zhou family to ask to be exiled. Who was the one forcing who? Zhou Xiong said angrily, what right do you have to say that? Li Mu looked at him and said, when I was in the northern county, I was assassinated. Don't think that I don't know that the mastermind behind the assassination was Zhou Chuan's son, Zhou Chen. Crash. Zhou Chen, who was eavesdropping in the back hall, was shocked when he heard Li Mu's words. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and knocked over a chair. He picked up the chair with a pale face and his body trembled slightly. In the front hall, Zhou Xiong said flatly, you're slandering me. Li Mu smiled and said, whether it's slander or not, you'll know when you get to the Imperial Clan Temple. I still have a lot of evidence of your Zhou family's crimes. At that time, it won't just be Zhou Chen's case. Zhou Chuan, Zhou Ting, and the other officials of your new party won't be able to escape. The fate of those officials on the execution ground today will be your fate. Zhou Xiong's face turned red. He pointed at him and said angrily, you. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xiong and said calmly, Chen Jian's grave is already covered in grass. Gao Hong and Prince Nanyang's bodies have just turned cold. I only asked Zhou Chuan to be exiled because of His Majesty. I have no interest in the fight between the old and new parties. However, if I don't punish Zhou Chuan and avenge my father-in-law, I won't be able to answer to my wife. Zhou Chuan's request to be exiled is my limit. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Chapter 385. After saying those words, Li Mu turned and left the Zhou family. After he left, a few figures walked out from the back hall. Zhou Xiong looked coldly at Zhou Chen and asked, is what Li Mu said true? Zhou Chen nodded and said fearfully, but back then, when I hired the assassin, I did not reveal any of my identity. Zhou Xiong sat in his chair and said weakly, how much leverage does he have on the Zhou family? Most of the conflicts in the imperial court could not be seen in the open. These conflicts in the dark were filled with blood and filth, and could not be shown in front of others. With the Shao clan's existence, the Zhou family could not avoid such filthy matters. Once they were exposed and seriously investigated, there was no doubt that the fate of the old party officials would be the fate of some of the new party members. Zhou Chuan said, I'm guessing that Li Mu is lying to us. Even the old party does not have any evidence. How would Li Mu know? Zhou Xiong looked at him and asked, what if? He looked at Zhou Chuan and said, even if he does not have more leverage, just the crime of assassination is enough to send your son to his death. Zhou Chen trembled and hugged Zhou Chuan's thigh. He said fearfully, Father, I don't want to die. I'm your son. You have to save me, Pa. Zhou Chuan slapped him away with a gloomy face and did not say a word. Li Mu's request for Zhou Chen and the other members of the new party to be spared was that Zhou Chuan himself had to request to be banished to the army. The place of banishment was either the demon nation or the ghost realm. Any sinner who went to such a place would have a slim chance of surviving. Some would even die 10 times out of 10. This unfilial son wanted him dead. At that moment, Zhou Chuan regretted giving birth to this son for the first time. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside. Zhou Xiong stood up and said, Big brother. Zhou Jing said, I know. Zhou Xiong thought for a moment and asked, Big brother, can you divine if Li Mu is bluffing? Does he really have leverage on us? Zhou Jing shook his head and said, he has a magic treasure that can shield him from the heavenly secrets. I can't calculate anything related to him. Even if I didn't have that item, I might not be able to calculate these things. Zhou Xiong sat back down and asked worriedly, what should we do now? If Li Mu had come to the Zhou family to spout nonsense without any basis, there was a 90% chance that he was bluffing. However, he had directly pointed out the secret things that Zhou Chen had done, which made Zhou Xiong feel uncertain. If what Li Mu said was true, then they would have to give up on Zhou Chuan and be banished to the army. If they don't do as Li Mu said, Zhou Chen will die. Not only that, there is a certain possibility that the other officials of the new party will also be implicated. If Li Mu really has something on them, within the scope of the law, Li Mu could do whatever he wanted. This was something that everyone in Luoyang was aware of. How arrogant was the Shao royal family? They were even capable of doing things like forcing the emperor to abdicate the throne. However, in the end, they still had to watch the heads of over 20 officials from the old faction fall to the ground. Even the Duke of Nanyang could not be saved. Once Li Mu made public the evidence in his hands, the new party would probably follow in the footsteps of the old party. If Zhou Chuan did not leave, Zhou Chen would definitely die. Perhaps even more people would die. If Zhou Chuan asked to be banished, only 3 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family would be left. This was a dilemma that only the head of the family, Zhou Jing, had the right to make. In the hall, everyone's gaze was on Zhou Jing. Zhou Chuan could not help but say, even if Li Mu really has something on us, can we trust what he says? What if he goes back on his words? Zhou Jing looked at him and said, no matter what decision you make, the Zhou family will agree. Zhou Chuan's voice gradually became softer as a bitter smile appeared on his face. If his eldest brother was not threatened by Li Mu, he would have clearly told him that the Zhou family would not be threatened and would not agree to Li Mu's request. Other than that, any decision he made would actually lead to another choice. Sacrificing him in exchange for the stability of the Zhou family and the new party. It turned out that he had been abandoned like the commandery prince of Nanyang. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath and said, let's do as Li Mu says. For the Zhou family, for the new party, and for our great cause. Zhou Jing was silent for a moment before he said, the family will prepare some things for you so that you can protect yourself. When the time is right, you can return to Luoyang. Zhou Chuan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, thank you, eldest brother. The third of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family, the former Minister of Works, Zhou Chuan, felt guilty for framing Li Yi. Although he had been pardoned by the death exemption medallion, he still asked to be sent to prison and left Luoyang. This became another eye-catching event after the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang and the others. Back when they framed Li Yi, they were all sentenced to death. Later, they were all pardoned by the death exemption medallion. The common people thought that this would be the end. They did not expect that it was only the beginning. After the commandery prince of Nanyang, Xiao Yun, and old concubine Gao's elder brother, Gao Hong, were pardoned by the death exemption medallion, they were sent to the execution ground for other crimes. In the end, they could not escape death. Although Zhou Chuan did not die, the crime of being sent to prison was not much different from delaying the execution of the death penalty. It was just that he would die a little later. At this point, all the main culprits and accomplices in Li Yi's case had paid the price with their lives. The other 3 fish that escaped the net, the Marquis of Zhongyong, the Earl of Pinghan, and the Marquis of Yongding, disappeared from Luoyang overnight after hearing and witnessing these things. Someone saw them leave Luoyang with their family the night before the execution of the commandery prince of Nanyang. Li residence. After Li Mu heard these things, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He pulled Li Qing into his arms and whispered in her ear, it's all over. Li Qing was silent. Not long after, a wet mark appeared on Li Mu's chest. After 14 years, the injustice of the Li residence was finally redressed. Those people who had inflicted suffering on them back then had finally received their overdue judgment 14 years later. Li Qing could only completely let go of certain things that she had been carrying in her heart at this moment. Li Mu hugged her. After a while, when he lowered his head, he realized that Li Qing had fallen asleep in his arms. He carefully carried her back to her room and placed her on the bed. He kissed her forehead gently and left the room. Zhou Chuan had volunteered to be banished. Li Mu had no intention of continuing to fight the Zhou family to the death. Firstly, he did not have anything on the Zhou family. He could trick them once, but he might not be able to trick them a second time. Secondly, 2 of the 4 brothers of the Zhou family had already died at the hands of Li Mu. Zhou Chu had even died at his hands. If he continued to be aggressive, he might be driven into a corner. Most importantly, he had to consider the Empress. After all, that was the family that had raised her. Even if this family had betrayed her and made her watch helplessly as the Zhou family was destroyed at the hands of Li Mu, it was still a form of torture for her. He had used less than a year to go from a nameless minor official to a person that both the new and old parties feared. In less than a year, too many changes had happened in Luoyang. As Li Mu walked on the streets, he no longer saw numb faces. The people's backs were straight, their eyes were bright, and they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. All of this showed that the Luoyang of today was no longer the Luoyang of the past. An old woman with a walking stick was walking on the street. She accidentally fell. A young man and a young woman passed by, quickly helped her up and helped her to the side of the road to rest. The old woman rested for a while, then leaned on her walking stick and slowly walked on the street. When she reached the corner of the street, she saw a beggar in ragged clothes. She thought for a moment, then took out a few copper coins from her sleeve and threw them into the beggar's bowl. The beggar kowtowed in gratitude. He took 2 copper coins and bought a bun from a bun shop by the street. He saw the shop assistant from the shop next door struggling to carry a box onto the carriage. He held the bun in his mouth and went forward to help carry the box onto the carriage. The shop assistant took a deep breath. Just as he was about to thank the beggar, he realized that there was no one behind the box. At this moment, a man in green walked over and asked, "Brother, may I ask where Restaurant Rui is?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "I happen to have something to do near Restaurant Rui. Follow me." The man thanked him and followed the shop assistant to Restaurant Rui. He happened to see a young man and a young woman's kite hanging on a tree. The 2 of them stood under the tree and waited. The man leaped up and easily plucked the kite. He smiled and handed it to the young man and the young woman. He said, "Go over there and fly it in an empty place." Li Mu was greeted by the people along the way. He could clearly feel the changes in Luoyang half a year ago. Li Mu was not the only one who could feel the changes. The people of Luoyang could feel it too. In the past, there was no good or evil in Luoyang. There was no right or wrong. It was chaotic and dark. Until half a year ago, a ray of light shone through the darkness. From then on, good and evil were separated in Luoyang. The officials and nobles who broke the law were punished the same as the common people. Be it the hedonistic sons of rich parents, the students of the academy, the important officials in the court, the nobles of Luoyang, or even the descendants of the royal family, they could no longer trample on the law and oppress the common people. This ray of light allowed the common people to walk out from the darkness and into the sunlight. Looking at the figure walking slowly on the street, countless people had reverence in their eyes. That was the light in all of their hearts. Chapter 386. Walking on the streets of Chengdu, Li Mu found that he seemed to be more and more fond of the human world. Especially after witnessing the changes in the people in the past half a year, the achievements and joy he got from it were far from what he got from cultivation. In this state of mind, his heart was empty. Even without the clear heart technique, he could still maintain absolute peace in his heart. Somehow, he even had a kind of enlightenment. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. As long as he could practice these 2 words with himself, one day, he could rely on the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Zhou to advance to the upper realm. Now, he didn't have to do anything deliberately and could continue to absorb psychic power from the people. He was like a walking temple. He walked slowly on the street. What he saw and what he heard was the ecology of Chengdu, only a duck-like voice was mixed in it, which seemed a little out of place. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling, infertility treatment, ensuring the birth of a fat baby. You're not allowed to be free, you're not allowed to be free. This voice was a little familiar. Li Mu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sloppy Taoist priest squatting at a corner of the street. In front of him was a Bagua diagram, and beside him was a flag with the words, Divine Strategy, written on it. The Taoist priest's spiritual sense was very sharp. The moment Li Mu looked over, the Taoist priest raised his head and looked at him. When he saw Li Mu, the Taoist priest was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up from the ground and said in amazement, "Why is it you again?" Li Mu walked over, smiled at him, and said, "Senior, we meet again." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said, "Why do I always run into you wherever I go?" That's not right." As he spoke, his tone suddenly changed. He grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said in shock, You have a good fortune." Li Mu said, "In the past few months, I encountered some opportunities." The old man let go of his hand and muttered, "Bullshit opportunity. Why can't I encounter such an opportunity?" Thinking back to more than a year ago, when he first met the young man in front of him, he was just a mortal who had lost his 7 souls and didn't have long to live. When he saw him for the second time, he was already in the omnipotent realm. Only half a year had passed, and when he saw him again, he was already in the creation realm. This made the scruffy Taoist priest doubt his life. At this rate, in another year or so, wouldn't he be inferior to him? He returned to his original position and waved his hand at Li Mu. Go. Let this old man be alone." Li Mu glanced at him and then turned to leave. When he met an old friend, he only went up to greet him out of politeness. To Li Mu a year ago, peak 6th realm cultivators were unreachable. But now, he was in close contact with 7th realm cultivators every day. In his eyes, 6th realm cultivators were just so. It wasn't until Li Mu's figure disappeared that the scruffy Taoist priest raised his head and looked in the direction he left. His heart was bitter and indescribable. He muttered, "Thief. God, this is not fair, not fair." Li Mu quickly forgot about the scruffy Taoist priest. Although he had avenged Li Qing, there were still some leftover problems. As the Great Zhou FBI, some of the priests in the Department of Worship enjoyed the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Court, but they didn't do anything for the Imperial Court and didn't listen to the orders of the Ministry of Personnel. They even became the private soldiers of the old party, disobeying imperial orders and doing whatever they wanted. Li Mu had thought of cleaning up the Department of Worship a long time ago. The Department of Worship was nominally under the command of the Ministry of Personnel, but it wasn't an office under the Ministry of Personnel. Before the Empress ascended the throne, the Department of Worship was directly responsible to the Empress. After the Empress ascended the throne, because she couldn't subdue the Department of Worship controlled by the old party, she established the internal guards. The bamboo guards of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum guards were used to replace the Department of Worship. Of course, whether it was strength or resources, the internal guards were far inferior to the Department of Worship. The Department of Worship was supported by the Great Zhou's national treasury. Every year, large amounts of spiritual jade, fulu, talismans, and other cultivation resources were allocated from the national treasury. The internal guards were subsidized by the Empress herself. The highest cultivation of the internal guards was only 5th realm. In the Department of Worship, there were 2 great priests who were both 6th realm cultivators. There were also dozens of 5th realm priests. In Changle Palace, when he was eating with the Empress, Li Mu told her about cleaning up the Department of Worship, but the Empress was a little absent-minded. Zhou Yi didn't answer Li Mu's question. Instead, she asked, "Tell me, what's so good about being the Empress? Why can they disregard other people's lives and even their own for this position?" Zhou Chuan had already been sent away from the Immortals' capital today. Li Mu wasn't surprised that the Empress would feel this way. To the Empress, there was indeed nothing good about being the Empress. She wasn't keen on power, nor was she greedy for beauty. She didn't have anyone in her harem, and she didn't want to review memorials. To her, this position was a prison. But to others, controlling the life and death of hundreds of millions of people and becoming the ruler of the most powerful country in Zhou province was already a fatal temptation. Moreover, after becoming the empress, she could legitimately replenish her harem. If Li Mu was the empress, he could legitimately make Lu Hanyan empress and Li Qing noble consort. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai would be fair consort and virtuous consort. No one would have to be jealous of anyone. It was only natural for the empress to take in concubines. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was wonderful. There would no longer be a fire in the harem or an azura field. Zhou Yi glanced at Li Mu and said, "I'm asking you a question." "What are you laughing at?" Li Mu no longer fantasized. He withdrew his smile and said, "Your Majesty, not everyone is like your Majesty who doesn't like power. To them, becoming the emperor above hundreds of millions of people is a fatal attraction." Zhou Yi asked, "You too?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This isn't my dream." Zhou Yi continued to ask, "Then what is your dream?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "This subject's dream is to take my wives to travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands, see all kinds of sceneries, and finally find a quiet and secluded place. When I'm not cultivating, I'll raise flowers and vegetables and live the life of an ordinary person." Zhou Yi glanced at him and calmly asked, "You want to leave the imperial court?" Li Mu heard the fluctuation in her tone. To prevent her from thinking that he wanted to run away, he added, "Of course, not now." Zhou Yi asked, "Then when?" Li Mu said, "After I've helped your Majesty clear away all obstacles and solve all problems." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "I feel that the Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect are the biggest obstacles and troubles in my heart. I won't keep you for long. Once the Demon's Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Yao Kingdom is pacified, I will let you go." Li Mu was dumbfounded. The Yao Kingdom, the Ghost Realm, and the Demon's Sect. Which of these 3 powers hadn't existed for as long as the Great Zhou? Even if the Great Zhou perished, they might not necessarily perish. To put it bluntly, she wanted him to work for her for the rest of his life. Even when the Jade Emperor made things difficult for Sun Wukong, he didn't go so far. It was better to wait for the chickens to finish their rice, the dogs to finish their noodles, and the fire to burn out the logs. This way, Li Mu would at least have something to look forward to. At this moment, he had already decided to stick to his original plan. After helping her condense the next strand of Emperor Qi, he would take Lu Hanyan and the others and run away. There was a wider world outside, and he didn't want to waste his life on the Empress. Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "What, you're not willing?" Li Mu squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm willing to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty. Not to mention destroying the Demon Sect, subduing the Ghost Realm, and pacifying the Yao Kingdom. When I'm strong enough, I can even go to the Eastern Sea and catch a dragon to be your Majesty's mount." Li Mu had long since figured out the Empress's personality. Ordinary women also liked to hear nice things, but the Empress wasn't an ordinary woman. She liked to flatter and praise even more. Regardless of whether she could do it or not, she had to get through this hurdle first. Zhou Yi asked, "Is what you said true?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "Then swear to the heavenly Tao." Li Mu stared blankly at the Empress. He didn't expect that she wouldn't play by the rules. If he had said this to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing, they would definitely have covered Li Mu's mouth before he swore to the heavenly Tao. Then, either coquettishly or angrily, they would say, "Who told you to swear? I don't want you to swear," and so on, and forget about this matter. But the Empress, it was fine if she didn't stop him, but she actually took the initiative to make him swear? Was an oath to the heavenly Tao something that could be casually sworn? Li Mu felt that the trust between humans was gone. "What, you're not willing?" Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that everything you said just now was false?" Li Mu wanted nothing more than to slap his own mouth. But it was obviously too late. Looking at the Emperor's serious eyes, Li Mu slowly raised his right hand, bent his thumb, and pointed to the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Li Mu, swear to the heavenly Tao that only after the Demon Sect is destroyed, the Ghost Realm is subdued, and the Demon Country is pacified, can I leave your Majesty. If I violate it, I will not have a good ending." Zhou Yi said, "Also, I really want to have a dragon as a mount." Li Mu's lips moved and said, "Your Majesty, how about we forget about this? The dragon race has a fishy smell, and it's slippery. It's not suitable to be a mount." Zhou Yi glared at him. "Hurry up." Chapter 387. Walking out of Changle Palace, Li Mu had to admit that he had been careless this time. He had been forced by the Empress to swear an oath to the heavens that he would only leave her after helping her destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom. Fortunately, Li Mu was quick-witted and changed a phrase when he swore. He said that he would not leave her until he finished these things, and not Shendu or Great Zhou. If he could abduct the Empress, then it would not be considered leaving her. Whether or not the Great Zhou could destroy the demon sect, subdue the ghost realm, and pacify the Yao kingdom was a matter for the Great Zhou court. In any case, Li Mu had fulfilled his oath to the Empress. Didn't she like to plant flowers? When the time came, he would open a garden for her next door to where he, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing lived in seclusion. As long as she did not feel bored, she could plant flowers for the rest of her life. Li Mu looked back and twitched the corner of his mouth. If she wanted to trick him, she would have to cultivate for a few more years. After swearing the oath, he once again brought up the matter of purging the office of consecration. What made Li Mu feel helpless was that, at some point in time, the Empress had handed over all the things that should have been done by her to him. She did not even hand it over to Li Mu. Instead, it was Li Mu who raised the problem and solved it himself. Now, she wanted Li Mu to be her slave for the rest of his life. If she had not given him so much and treated him so well, Li Mu might have gone back to inherit the Fulu school long ago. What really made Li Mu feel that he owed her was that the Empress had always stood by his side when facing the Zhou family and himself. She had also given him the greatest trust and the greatest freedom to reverse the verdict and take revenge for Li Qing's father. If he ran away like this, it would be too heartless. For a woman to treat him like this, even if Li Mu could not repay her with his body, he could not be so heartless. Consecrated office. Lord May of the Inner Guards had just arrived. He left behind an imperial edict and then floated away. The contents of the imperial edict made countless consecrators angry and dissatisfied. From today onwards, the consecration department would be under the management of the Bamboo Guards. Although they did not need to be merged into the Bamboo Guards, the Bamboo Guards Vice Commander Li Mu would be in charge of the consecration department. The Department of Offerings had always been a special existence in the imperial court. They were not from the academy, nor were they officials of the imperial court. Their relationship with the Great Zhou court was more like cooperation than subordination. The imperial court provided the consecrators with cultivation resources, while the consecrators worked for the imperial court. Both sides took what they needed. The Department of Consecration had always been an independent department, never under the jurisdiction of an official of the court. Even the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs could only request for a consecrator and not order them to do so. This imperial edict shook the position of the consecrated division. For cultivators, a country was already a vague concept to them. What cultivators pursued their entire lives was supreme strength and the ethereal heavenly path. Most cultivators despised becoming a lackey of the imperial court, or rather, a lackey. However, the path of cultivation was not something that could be achieved by one person alone. Cultivation required resources, and cultivation resources were not easy to obtain for most cultivators without any background. In order to obtain cultivation resources like spiritual jades more easily, some cultivators with some strength would put down their pride and choose to become a consecrator of the imperial court. But this did not mean that they were willing to be under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. After becoming a consecrator, these people were still more unruly than the officials of the imperial court. They would submit to the strong, but would not submit to official rank. What is the Empress thinking? She actually let a brat control us? Although his talent is not bad, his cultivation has only just reached the 5th realm. What right does he have to command us? He killed more than 20 people from the old faction and forced Li Mu to ask for exile. Has Li Mu's hand finally reached the Department of Offerings? I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. We must express our stance in protest. Everyone, don't come to the Department of Offerings tomorrow. Doesn't he want to be the master of the Department of Offerings? Just let him be the master of the Department of Offerings. Most of the consecrators in the Department of Offerings were opposed to this matter. If the Empress let a sixth realm cultivator take charge of the Department of Offerings, it would be fine. But Li Mu was only at the fifth realm, and had just reached the fifth realm. Any random consecrator here was stronger than him. To make them listen to the orders of a weakling was something that was very difficult to accept. Of course, among them, there was also a large portion who had long been bribed by the benefits of the old faction and harbored enmity towards Li Mu. Under this enmity, there were very quickly people who began to incite the other consecrators to take Li Mu down a notch. A group of people noisily left the Department of Offerings. Two elders with similar appearances stood in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs. The elder on the left said, "What do you think?" The elder on the right thought for a moment and said, "Killing him a little is good for his spirit. We have to let him know that the Department of Offerings is not a place where he can behave atrociously." The Empress temporarily placed the Department of Offerings under the Bamboo Guards. As the deputy commander of the Bamboo Guards, Li Mu naturally became the direct superior of the Department of Offerings. A few days ago, he had done a detailed search for information on the Department of Offerings. Currently, there were two sixth realm cultivators in the Department of Offerings. Both of them had just reached the sixth realm several years ago, and they were a pair of twin brothers. For the imperial court, fifth realm consecrators were easy to recruit, but sixth realm high consecrators were very difficult to recruit. When one's cultivation reached this level, they could already be considered one of the few powerful cultivators in the world. Whether it was out of dignity or the pursuit of a higher realm, they would not be willing to be the imperial court's lackeys. This also led to the imperial court having to pay a huge price every time they recruited a sixth realm cultivator. Not only did the imperial court have to provide them with large amounts of spiritual jades every year, but they also had to satisfy their various requests. After Li Mu saw the benefits of the two high consecrators, even he wanted to become a high consecrator himself. Li Mu could do what they could do, and Li Mu could do what they could not. He could guarantee that it would be worth more than the cost. If the imperial court gave him the resources given to these two people, Li Mu could guarantee that he would be able to create even greater value for the imperial court than them. Most importantly, these two people did not make much of a contribution every year. Li Mu even killed several dozen elders of the demon sect. The contributions of these two high consecrators to the imperial court were greater than the contributions of the entire Department of Offerings. However, other than the Empress's love, he did not receive anything else. This made Li Mu feel very unbalanced. He walked into the Department of Offerings and found it abnormally quiet. There were about 100 or so consecrators in the imperial court. Not everyone was at the Department of Offerings every day, but no matter the time, there should be at least 10 people on duty here. However, Li Mu went through all the duty rooms and did not see a single person. He found an old man cleaning in the backyard. After asking, he found out that there were usually at least 20 consecrators in the Department of Offerings, but today, there was not a single one. It was obvious that they were targeting him. The entire Department of Offerings was more united than Li Mu had imagined. There was no one in the Department of Offerings, so there was no point for Li Mu to stay here. He said to the old man cleaning, "Tell them that in 3 days, all the consecrators in the divine capital must report to the Department of Offerings. Those who do not make it in 3 days will be expelled from the Department of Offerings." Before leaving the Department of Offerings, Li Mu took a list of consecrators with him. On the list, it was clearly written which consecrators were out on missions and which ones did not have missions to stay in the divine capital. It was also very simple to inform them. The consecrators were treated very well. There was an entire square in the divine capital dedicated to consecrators. Among them, only Realm 4 consecrators could be allocated a courtyard with 2 entrances. Realm 5 consecrators lived in residences with at least 3 entrances and 3 entrances. The 2 great consecrators' residences both had 5 entrances and were fully staffed with servant girls and servants. When he learned of this news, Li Mu even cried out on behalf of old Zhang for a while. In truth, when he had first arrived in the divine capital, he would not have had to work so hard if he wanted to live in a larger residence. He only needed to resign his official position and join the Department of Offerings, and he would immediately be given a courtyard with 2 entrances or even 3 entrances. The imperial court treated these outsiders much better than the officials. Li Mu's request that all the consecrators in the Department of Offerings must report to the Department of Offerings within 3 days was quickly made known to all the consecrators. What does this mean? If we're expelled from the Department of Offerings within 3 days, can he expel everyone if none of us go? I'd like to see what he'll do when he's the only one left in the Department of Offerings. That's not good. Li Mu is not to be trifled with. Look at all the things he's done in the past. Which one of them wasn't serious? What if he really expels all of us? Heh, would a Department of Offerings with only him still be called a Department of Offerings? When the time comes, the one to be expelled will only be Li Mu. He'll have to invite us back in the same way he expelled us. Since that's the case, let's not go. After leaving the yamen, Li Mu passed by the Department of Offerings on his way home and swept his gaze over it. Tomorrow was the 3-day deadline. He wasn't sure what the outcome would be tomorrow. But he was clear that a new official would make 3 sweeping fires. The first fire had to burn brighter. If he couldn't establish his authority, he wouldn't be able to mingle in the Department of Offerings in the future. The current problem was that the Department of Offerings had as many experts as there were clouds. That place was not the imperial court, and the offerings were not officials of either party. Any sort of open or secret schemes were useless. In that place, absolute strength was the only thing that mattered. Unfortunately, Li Mu's own strength was not great, and he was also a commander without any reliable helpers. Just by himself, how could he contend against a group of experts of the same level? Fortune-telling, treating infertility, guaranteeing the birth of a fat child. As he walked down the street, a familiar voice once more sounded by his ear. Li Mu looked in a certain direction and suddenly thought of a plan. At the corner of the street, the slovenly Taoist priest was currently soliciting customers. In front of his divination stall, a shadow suddenly appeared. He raised his head and glanced at Li Mu, then waved his hand as if he was swatting away a fly. Quickly leave. This old man doesn't want to see you. This time, Li Mu did not leave. Looking at the Taoist priest, he said, "Senior's cultivation is so high. To be a fortune teller is a waste of talent. I don't know if Senior wants to become a offerings in the imperial court, offerings?" The Taoist priest jumped up from the ground, glaring angrily at Li Mu. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What kind of person is this old man? This old man doesn't even care about the 6 great sects. What is the Great Zhou court? You actually want this old man to be a dog of the imperial court. If this wasn't the divine capital, this old man would definitely turn you into a dog first." Li Mu continued, "With Senior's cultivation, if you join the Department of Offerings, you can become a great offering and live in a 5-sectioned residence. The imperial court will also provide you with maids and servants." The Taoist priest looked at Li Mu and said, "Before this old man changes his mind, you'd best leave quickly." Li Mu shook his head, saying, "Senior probably doesn't want the heavenly fortune talisman either." Just as he turned around, someone grabbed his wrist. The Taoist priest grabbed Li Mu's hand and said seriously, "Whether it's the heavenly fortune talisman or not isn't important. The main thing is that this old man wants that big residence. You're still young, so you don't understand. After drifting for a lifetime, when you get older, what you seek is a stable place, a place that can shelter you from the wind and rain." "Oh right, you mentioned the heavenly fortune talisman just now." "What? Is it a heavenly fortune talisman if you join the Department of Offerings? P.S. Recommending the Book of the Old Days by the Bear Wolf Dog. The world is about to be in chaos. Demons are emerging in an endless stream. Chu Qiguang is guarding his territory." Looking at the demons working peacefully and the old employees who have just turned into zombies, he shouted, "How dare you call the sun and moon to change the sky?" Chapter 388. From the sloppy Taoist priest's reaction, Li Mu knew that he had made the right bet. All 6th-level cultivators would eventually face a problem: their lifespan. Without reaching the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would not be able to break through the limits of mortals. 260 years, or 120 years, was their life and death moment. If they were mortals, then it would be fine. Although 260 years was a long enough lifespan, mortals could not escape from old age, sickness, and death. Most people could not even live past 160 years, so naturally they would not encounter a situation where their lifespan ran out. But cultivators were different. As long as a 6th-level cultivator did not seek death like the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master or the Nether Saint, they would not die so easily. The only thing that could kill them was time. A heavenly secret talisman could buy them 10 years of lifespan. In these 10 years, as long as they broke through to the 7th level, they would immediately gain another 60 years of lifespan. Thus, there was no need to be envious of these 6th-level cultivators, especially those at the peak of the 6th level. Although they were incomparably prominent in front of others, they might not have many years left in their lifespan. Although their cultivation was not as high as theirs, from now on, they could live longer than them. Li Mu looked at the sloppy Taoist priest and said, "The imperial court has always been generous to the offerings. As long as Senior joins the offerings department, I guarantee that you will receive a heavenly secret talisman within a year." Although the materials for the heavenly secret talisman were precious, if the imperial court wanted to gather them, they could also gather a few sets. After the excitement just now, the old man had already calmed down. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Kid, don't try to trick me. The heavenly secret talisman is a saint-level Fulu. Even those old fellows in the Fulu school could not draw it. Who in the great Zhou court can draw a saint-level talisman?" Seeing was believing. Li Mu stretched out his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. An illusory image of a Fulu covered in mysterious runes appeared before the Taoist priest's eyes. He could easily reproduce the Fulu that he had once drawn. Taoist priest looked at Fulu on the screen, and his eyes lit up. "Saint level, it's really a saint level." Then, his face was filled with smiles again as he said, "To be honest, although this old man has spent most of his life traveling outside, this old man was born in the Great Zhou dynasty and can be considered a citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is only right for me to do something for the Great Zhou dynasty. This old man will enter the Department of Consecration." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Senior is truly righteous. Tomorrow morning, you can directly report to the Veneration Department." After bidding farewell to the Taoist priest, Li Mu finally felt at ease. In the end, the consecrated office was a place where strength spoke. Without a super powerhouse holding down the fort, Li Mu did not have the confidence to speak. Speaking of which, exchanging a divine secret talisman for a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th realm was a very good deal. Unfortunately, the materials needed for the saint-level Fulu were very precious, and this talisman could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, as long as the Empress announced to the world that she would give a divine secret talisman to any 6th realm powerhouse who joined the consecrated office, the Department of Consecrated Office of the Great Zhou would be the most powerful force in the 10 continents and 3 islands. What 6 schools and 4 sects? Even the demonic path would not be able to compete with them. The divine secret talisman was not only useful for 6th realm powerhouses, but also for 7th realm powerhouses. Although the divine secret talisman did not increase the lifespan of powerhouses above the transcendent realm by that much, every year of lifespan increased the chances of advancing. Every time one advanced a level in the upper 3 realms, their lifespan would increase by 60 years. If they made the right bet, their lifespan would be extended by 60 years. Who would not be tempted? As long as there were enough materials, he could let the Empress visit him every few days. With the help of her talisman, Li Mu was confident that he could turn the consecrated office into a retirement home for the super powerhouses of the continent. Of course, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. This plan, at present, could only be imagined by Li Mu. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the consecrated office a quarter of an hour later than the usual time. Inside the consecrated office, it was quiet. Apart from the old man sweeping the floor, there was no one else in the entire consecrated office. Li Mu moved a chair and sat in the courtyard of the consecrated office. The old man sweeping the floor obeyed Li Mu's instructions. He took an incense burner, inserted an incense stick, lit it, and placed it in the courtyard of the consecrated office. Li Mu looked at the incense stick and said, "Tell them, before this incense stick burns out, if they do not report to the consecrated office, they will be expelled from the consecrated office, and all the rewards bestowed by the imperial court will be withdrawn. From now on, they will no longer enjoy the treatment of a consecrated. The old man walked out of the consecrated office and walked briskly towards a nearby market. Tang Square. There were hundreds of markets in the immortals' capital, each with its own function. Tang Square was a residential market, located in the core area of the immortals' capital. Although it was a residential market, the people who lived in the market were not commoners, officials, or nobles. They were consecrated members recruited by the imperial court. The consecrated members were the same as the officials of the imperial court. They ate the salary of the imperial court, and their treatment was even better than the officials. Every person had a house bestowed by the imperial court, and all the maids and servants in the house were available. In a certain house in Tang Square, 10 or so consecrated members were gathered together. Expelling them from the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick. Who is he trying to scare? Expelling everyone from the consecrated office, how will he explain this to the imperial court? This morning, not a single person went. I want to see how he will deal with this. After discussing for a while, they decided to continue staying here. In some other houses in the square, there was also hesitation in the eyes of some people. Should we go or not? Li Mu is not someone to be trifled with. The Empress also favors him so much. How many people have fallen into his hands? If he really expels us, where will our future cultivation resources come from? Why don't we just forget about it? The Shao family has not given us any benefits. We have no need to oppose Li Mu. Li Mu sat in the consecrated office. Ever since the incense stick had burned halfway, consecrated members had begun to walk in from outside. After clasping their hands to Li Mu, they returned to their respective duty rooms. There was also a portion of people who stood outside the consecrated office, chatting and laughing with the people beside them. They were all consecrated members of the consecrated office, but they did not walk in. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the incense stick, as if they were waiting for something. Only when the last stick of incense had burned out did they walk into the consecrated office. If they were frightened by Li Mu on his first day at the consecrated office and obediently returned to the consecrated office in less than the time of an incense stick, then they could forget about having a good life in the future. The reason they had waited until the incense stick had burned out before walking into the consecrated office was to give Li Mu a show of strength. They had to let Li Mu know that the consecrated office was not the same as the imperial court. However, when the incense stick had burned out and the first person outside the door wanted to walk into the consecrated office, a figure blocked their way. That fifth realm consecrated looked at Li Mu, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Lord Li, what are you doing?" Li Mu said indifferently, "This is the consecrated office." That consecrated said, "Could it be that we consecrated members cannot enter the consecrated office?" Li Mu said, "In the past, yes, but not now. Before the incense stick has burned out, everyone who did not report to the consecrated office has already been expelled from the consecrated office. I will give you all 1 day to move out of Tang Square, and henceforth do not act in the name of consecrated members of the Great Show." That consecrated did not expect that Li Mu would actually dare to do this. His face darkened as he said, "Lord Li, this is your first day at the consecrated office. Are you going to be so ruthless?" As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from his body. The consecrated behind him also had an invisible aura rising from his body. Under the pressure of this aura, a few strands of hair by Li Mu's ears were blown up, and his clothes also fluttered loudly. A piece of the green brick under his feet was crushed by his foot. The next moment, Li Mu took a step forward. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from his body. The dozen or so consecrated at the entrance of the consecrated office retreated several steps under this aura. The fifth realm consecrated could still barely hold on, but several fourth realm cultivators directly fainted under the impact of that aura. Li Mu looked at them and said indifferently, "From now on, you are no longer consecrated members of the imperial court. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Those who trespass into the consecrated office without permission will be expelled, and those who trespass repeatedly will be killed without mercy." Several fifth realm consecrated members struggled to resist Li Mu's aura pressure, their hearts extremely shocked. They did not expect Li Mu to be able to release such an aura when he had just advanced. In that instant, they even felt as if they were facing a sixth realm cultivator. Li Mu's strength was far stronger than they had imagined. They originally wanted to show him their strength, but now they were the ones who could not step down. Just as these people did not know how to deal with it, a gentle force swept over them. The aura emanating from Li Mu collided with this gentle force and cancelled each other out. Two elders with similar appearances slowly walked to the entrance of the consecrated office. The head consecrated is here. Greetings, head consecrated. Seeing the two old men, the crowd seemed to have found their backbone and bowed to greet them. The elder on the left glanced at them and said, "What are you all standing here for? Hurry up and go in." The head consecrated spoke, and these people heaved a sigh of relief. The leader was about to enter, but just as he took a step into the consecrated office, he was suddenly hit in the chest by a golden light, and his entire body was sent flying. After sending one person flying, the Tao bell shrunk to the size of a palm and floated on Li Mu's shoulder. Seeing this, the few consecrated who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks. They never would have thought that Li Mu would not even give face to the head consecrated. The elder who had spoken just now had a dark expression and asked, "Lord Li, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing." Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "I have said before that those who do not last 5 minutes will be expelled from the consecrated office. These people are standing outside the consecrated office and dragging their feet until the incense burns out. Clearly, they do not want to be consecrated anymore. The consecrated office is an important place of the imperial court. Not just any random person can casually enter." The elder looked at him and asked slowly, "The two of us are also late. Does Lord Li want to expel the two of us from the consecrated office as well?" Sixth realm cultivators were not easy to recruit. Li Mu did not have this authority. Although Li Mu really wanted to expel them to save resources for the imperial court, if he really did expel them, the imperial court would probably also put pressure on the empress. Li Mu looked at him and said, "Seeing that you are the head consecrated, I can make an exception this time. There will not be a next time. There is no need to wait for a next time." The elder who had not spoken all this time snorted and said coldly, "If you want to expel them today, then the two of us will voluntarily resign. You can expel us as well while you are at it." Li Mu looked at this elder in shock. There was actually such a good thing? He was just worrying about how to expel them. With the sloppy Taoist priest, who was at the peak of the sixth realm, there was no need for the two of them. Wasn't this just a waste of the imperial court's resources? Li Mu looked at the two of them in surprise and said, "Words are no guarantee. Why don't the two of you make an oath to the heavenly Tao?"
Chapter 1798. Time passed, and another month passed. During this month, the ancient moon's sacred land was in turmoil. The experts of the four forces searched everywhere, but Lu Ming seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter how hard the four forces searched, they couldn't find anything. After a month, the four forces finally quieted down. They seemed to know that it was useless to continue searching like this. Lu Ming, on the other hand, swaggered around the 1,000 spirit exchange to cultivate. When he was free, he would go shopping and buy some treasures. He was living a carefree life. "I still haven't broken through to the Supreme Saint level, but I should be soon. I feel like I'm about to reach the limit of the Bright Saint level. When the time is right, I'll be able to break through naturally." Lu Ming strolled around a street, then bought some spiritual herbs and dragon bones. During this time, he bought some absolute saint dragon bones and dragon blood in the 1,000 spirit exchange. However, after refining them, his spirit body didn't evolve. It was too difficult for a mid-level heaven spirit body to evolve into an upper-level heaven spirit body. After all, the upper-level heaven spirit body was the highest level of spirit body. Lu Ming bought some things and returned to the inn to continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. In the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the enlightenment ancient tree. At this moment, dragon roars came from his body, and saint power gushed out like a pillar, shooting into the sky. In his dantian, the two saint hearts spun wildly, and endless saint power gushed out. Boom! Lu Ming's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He had broken through to the Supreme Saint level. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of upper-level origin stones appeared. Devour. Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power, and began to devour the energy of the origin stones and refine them. Lu Ming's body was like a black hole, and endless origin chi poured into Lu Ming's body, turning into his saint power. Lu Ming's saint power grew stronger and stronger, and the two saint hearts became fuller and clearer. The aura they emitted also grew stronger. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally stopped devouring the primordial aura. His aura then stabilized. I've finally broken through to the great saint realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. After breaking through to the great saint realm, his strength had skyrocketed. If he were to fight against Wan Pingyang and Su Ta now, he would be able to kill them with a single slap. There was no need for him to use the chaotic tribulation finger. Now that I've broken through to the great sage realm, I should go out and take a look at the situation outside. Lu Ming pondered. In order to break through to a new realm, it was impossible to blindly go into seclusion. One still needed to gain experience in order to advance to the next level. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and headed outside. However, the moment Lu Ming went out, he realized that something was amiss. Many people were flying out of the myriad spirit exchange. There were a large number of people entering and exiting the 1,000 spirit exchange every day, but it was rare to see so many people flying out together. Uncle, what happened? Lu Ming stopped a yellow-faced man in his 50s and asked with a simple and honest smile. Little brother, you still don't know, right? The ancient Great Pill Evolution Hall has appeared. The yellow-faced man said. Great Pill Evolution Hall. Lu Ming was confused. You don't know? The yellow-faced man said. Uncle, I just came to the ancient Moon Holy Land not long ago, so I haven't heard of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Why don't I go with you and you can tell me about it? Lu Ming said naively. That's fine too. Come with me, we'll talk as we walk. The yellow-faced man said. At that moment, the two of them soared into the sky and followed the crowd, flying in a direction. On the way, the yellow-faced man also explained. In ancient times, the ancient Moon Holy Land had a sect that was famous throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. This sect was the Great Pill Evolution Hall. The Great Pill Evolution Hall was so famous not because of its strength, but because of its alchemy skills. According to legend, the Great Pill Evolution Hall was passed down to a single disciple. However, its alchemy skills were the best of the world. The Great Pill Evolution Hall's Great Pill Evolution Scripture, coupled with the Great Pill Evolution Furnace, could refine all kinds of pills. For example, it could directly condense the laws of the world and refine pills that could improve the laws. It could also refine pills that could allow the spiritual body to evolve. This alchemy skill could be said to be incredible. However, in ancient times, the Great Pill Evolution Hall suddenly disappeared in a day. Even the mountain gate of the Great Pill Evolution Hall disappeared. Countless powerful forces and experts almost turned the entire ancient Moon Holy Land upside down, but they still could not find the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Later generations had countless guesses as to why the Great Pill Evolution Hall disappeared without a trace overnight. Some people said that a supreme expert coveted the Great Pill Evolution Hall's inheritance and destroyed the Great Pill Evolution Hall, seizing the Great Pill Evolution Scripture and Great Pill Evolution Furnace. However, many people did not believe this saying. Although the Great Pill Evolution Hall was passed down to a single disciple, each generation of people was a top genius in the world. When each generation grew up, their strength was extremely terrifying. It was not that easy to destroy the Great Pill Evolution Hall. There was another saying that the Great Pill Evolution Hall had too few people, and in the end, its inheritance was lost, so it automatically went into seclusion. In any case, there were different opinions, and there was no unified answer. However, the Great Pill Evolution Scripture, the alchemy skill that could seize the heavens and the earth, was lost. Recently, there was an anomaly at the old site of the Great Pill Evolution Hall, and it was suspected that the Great Pill Evolution Hall was about to appear. Countless people went there to try their luck. According to the ancient records, in a great era where geniuses came out in large numbers, kings contended for hegemony, and all kinds of ancient inheritances would appear one after another, looking for successors. Now that it was a great era, it was normal for the Great Pill Evolution Hall to appear. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The Great Pill Evolution scripture could directly condense the laws of heaven and earth to refine pills, and it could even refine pills that could allow the spiritual body to evolve. This alchemy skill was really heaven-defying. If a powerful force obtained it, how many geniuses would it give birth to? Lu Ming followed the yellow-faced man and flew all the way. Soon, they saw that the void in front of them was filled with people. They had arrived at the old site of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. The two of them flew into the crowd and found that everyone was looking forward. The two of them looked forward and found that there was a small hill in front of them. That small hill looked like a pill furnace, and it looked very ordinary. This is the old site of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. It looks very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. Why is it attracting so many people? Lu Ming was very surprised. It's here again. At this moment, someone said. Buzz. The small hill seemed to be shaking. Then, a green halo spread out. Accompanying the halo was a fragrance. It was the fragrance of medicinal pills. What a strong fragrance of pills. Lu Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. The fragrance of pills assailed his nostrils, and he felt refreshed and comfortable. What was even more shocking was that the hill was emitting a medicinal fragrance, and as the halo spread out, it was actually slowly growing bigger. Yes, the hill was growing bigger, and Lu Ming was definitely not mistaken. The hill is growing bigger again. Every time it emits a halo, the hill will grow bigger. Is the Great Pill Evolution Hall really going to appear? It's highly possible, but it hasn't completely appeared yet. We have to wait. Chapter 1799. Half a day later, the hill had doubled in size. It was only a few dozen meters tall before, but now it was 100 meters tall. The halo had also disappeared. After the halo disappeared, the pill fragrance also slowly faded. The Great Pill Derivation Palace is most likely under the ground. Watch me break it open. A burly man stepped out. He exuded a terrifying aura. He was a saint. Whoosh! The man's palm was like a blade. He slashed out, and a shocking blade light formed. It slashed toward the hill, trying to split it open. However, when the blade light landed on the mound, a ring of light burst out from the mound. Under this light, the blade light instantly collapsed. When the burly figure was hit by this light, his body violently trembled. He coughed up blood and retreated. His face was pale and filled with fear. You overestimate yourself. Someone sneered. There were so many people here, and many of them were saints. There were even quasi-emperors. How could no one have tried before? However, all of them had been injured and retreated. That was why so many people were waiting here. Everyone fell into deep thought. The Great Pill Development Palace was no small matter. It seemed that it was almost impossible for external forces to break it open when it appeared on its own. Uncle, thank you for leading the way. Lu Ming thanked the yellow-faced uncle. Then, he went to the side alone and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, waiting quietly. As time passed, more and more people arrived. At a glance, the sky was almost filled with people. Every once in a while, the hill would emit light and grow a little bigger. Time passed, and the hill grew bigger and bigger. Half a month later, the hill became tens of thousands of meters tall. It towered into the clouds and was surrounded by clouds. It looked like a celestial mountain. From afar, it looked like an incomparably huge pill furnace standing between the heavens and the earth. And it wasn't over yet. The pill furnace mountain was still growing. It would grow bigger every day. Another half a month passed. Lu Ming had been here for a month. The alchemy furnace mountain was already hundreds of thousands of feet high. It was like a sacred mountain. A large piece of land in the surrounding area had been occupied. The Pill Furnace Mountain isn't growing any longer. At that moment, someone said. The Pill Furnace Mountain hadn't grown in size for 3 days. Could it be that the Pill Furnace Mountain had completely appeared? Many people stared ahead with fiery eyes. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the sky. This figure was shrouded in terrifying divine light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but he exuded a terrifying aura. He stood high up in the sky, but it gave people the illusion that an entire world was standing there. The shocking pressure caused everyone's expression to change greatly, and even their breathing became a little difficult. Martial Emperor. Someone spoke up, his voice incomparably loud. An emperor-level figure had appeared. With the appearance of a martial emperor, how could they compete? However, this was only the beginning. Next, in the sky, one figure after another appeared. These figures were all emitting divine light, as if they were gods. It was as if they were floating in the sky. Emperor-level experts, they were all emperor-level experts. An emperor-level powerhouse's Saint Heart had condensed into a small world and possessed the power of a world. Just by standing there, it was like a world of its own. There were more than a dozen martial emperors standing in the sky, dominating the area, making people feel a terrifying pressure. However, this was not the end. The number of emperor-level experts was still increasing. In the end, more than 20 emperor-level experts had appeared. Many people were dumbfounded. How many years had it been since so many emperor-level experts had gathered? Obviously, the appearance of the Great Development Pill Hall this time had caused even the emperor-level experts to be unable to remain calm and had personally taken action. It was likely that all the major forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land had sent emperor-level experts. Lu Ming was also secretly surprised. As expected of the ancient Moon Holy Land, more than 20 emperor-level experts had gathered. How magnificent! You guys really came out. In the sky, a strong voice echoed between heaven and earth, causing the void to rumble. Emperor-level experts had condensed a small world. Every move they made had the power of a world, which could destroy heaven and earth. Their power was unimaginable. Even if they opened their mouths to speak, if they were not suppressed, there was still a terrifying power. How can I not come when the Great Development Pill Hall has appeared? Likewise. In the sky, several voices sounded one after another. Below, the others were silent. No one dared to make a sound. The emperor-level experts had appeared. If they dared to make a sound and offended one of them, they would be killed with a slap. That would be a pity. Since you're here, why don't you make a move? The burly figure who had arrived first spoke. No hurry. Someone said lightly. You guys are really cunning. You're just waiting for others to take the lead. If you're not going to make a move, I'll do it. The burly figure spoke with a faint disdain in his voice. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the Pill Furnace Mountain. In an instant, he rushed into the mountain and was hidden by the clouds. Buzz! At that moment, the mountain shook and a halo spread out, rushing toward the burly figure. Open up! A rumbling sound came out from the mountain. Then, a shocking sword light shot up into the sky, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. The vast sword power caused the faces of all those below the emperor level to change drastically. In the face of such power, those below the emperor level were like ants and could be easily destroyed. This was the strength of an emperor-level expert. It's the Great Baron Sword Sect's martial emperor. Someone whispered softly. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword radiance that could destroy heaven and earth did not destroy the halo. The halo rushed past and the sword radiance collapsed. The sound of the sword resonated through heaven and earth. Then, a burly figure quickly retreated out of the range of the mountain. The divine light on his body trembled a little and revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a combat sword on his back. At that moment, his face was a little pale. There's a terrifying formation in the mountain. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face. Looks like you can't do it. Let me do it. A cold and arrogant voice was heard. Then, a figure shrouded in golden flames stepped out. Caw! With a cry, the figure turned into a three-legged golden crow. It was extremely huge and looked like a sun in the sky. It was an emperor-level expert from the three-legged golden crow clan. It was powerful and terrifying. The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings and its huge figure turned into a golden light and rushed into the mountain. However, the result was the same as the Great Baron Sword Sex Martial Emperor. He was also sent flying by the halo. His expression was ugly and he was extremely unhappy. Then, other emperor-level experts tried, but the result was the same. They were all sent flying. I suggest that we join forces. It's difficult to go in alone. A cold voice was heard. This person was extremely terrifying and exuded an extremely sharp aura. There seemed to be countless weapons flying around his body. Each weapon exuded a terrifying power. This person was an emperor-level expert from the Wan clan. That's right. Let's join forces and break this formation. Chapter 1800. Bam! Bam! Then, 7 emperor-level powerhouses stepped out and rushed into the mountain. Buzz! The pill furnace mountain continued to vibrate, and rays of light burst out from it. Those emperor-level powerhouses also made their move. A terrifying rumble erupted in the area, shaking the heavens and the earth. Retreat, retreat! Those below the emperor level retreated. The emperor level powerhouses were too terrifying. If they were even slightly affected, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. The world shook, and the pill furnace mountain emitted a bright light. It was enveloped by rings of light. That was the light of pill chi, but it could erupt with shocking power. It was incomparably mysterious. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. The pill furnace mountain actually became somewhat illusory, as if it would break through the sky at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures flashed, and those emperor-level powerhouses all retreated outside the mountain. We can't force our way in. Otherwise, the pill furnace mountain will break through the sky and escape again. Someone frowned. Then what should we do? Someone asked. It seems that the Great Pill Development Palace doesn't welcome emperor-level powerhouses. It seems that we can only send those below the emperor level in to try. An emperor-level powerhouse said. The others fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't enter at all. Even if they all attacked, the pill furnace mountain would probably disappear into the void again. At that time, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. They could only send those below the emperor level to try. Then, these emperor-level powerhouses began to send those below the emperor level. At first, they sent boundary emperors, but without exception, they were all blasted out. Correspondingly, the strength of the halos was much weaker. They only blasted boundary emperors out. At most, they would be injured. The power was far from being able to deal with emperor-level powerhouses. Otherwise, they would be able to kill a bunch of boundary emperors in an instant. After that, they sent absolute saints, but it was still useless. The emperor-level powerhouses were very patient. They slowly experimented, and finally, the results were out. Only the younger generation below the age of 50 could enter. The halo was the weakest. Some prodigies could withstand it and enter smoothly. Immediately, the major forces began to send the younger generation here. Soon, all the prodigies gathered here. Not only that, but there were also many prodigies from the Ancient Moon's Sacred Ground and the Ancient Moon's Sacred Ground. There were also many prodigies from the ordinary emperor-level forces. Lu Ming was also mixed in with some young people, so he didn't attract any attention. You guys go in. When the time comes, find a chance to wipe out the geniuses of the Divine Elephant Sect and Phoenix Palace, especially Huang Ling and Long Chen. Beside the Wan clan's sovereign realm experts stood a few geniuses of the Wan clan. At this moment, the Wang clan's sovereign realm expert transmitted his voice to them. His voice was extremely cold. Yes, Martial Emperor. The geniuses of the Wang clan nodded. Don't worry. I've already contacted the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Sky Bird Palace, and Violet Extreme Sect. Anyone who dares to join forces with Lu Ming and kill my Wang clan's geniuses will definitely die. The Emperor-level expert from the Wang clan said coldly. The eyes of the geniuses of the Wang clan flashed with cold light. Go! The Wang clan's Emperor-level expert waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The geniuses of the Wang clan all flew towards the Cauldron Mountain. At the same time, the other faction's geniuses also rushed towards the mountain. Lu Ming mixed in with the ordinary Emperor-class faction's geniuses and also rushed towards the mountain. Many young geniuses rushed into the mountain. The mountain of pill furnaces also emitted layers of light. However, these layers of light were relatively weaker. Lu Ming only felt a slight numbness in his body as he resisted the power of these layers of light. He seemed to be very relaxed. However, not everyone was as relaxed as him. Some of the weaker geniuses' expressions changed drastically. Their bodies shook violently as they quickly retreated out of the range of the mountain. Some people were eliminated before they could even enter. Their expressions were ugly, but there were still many people who resisted the pressure and headed towards the depths of the mountain. Not long after, they entered the depths of the mountain and disappeared into the clouds, disappearing from the sight of outsiders. Who will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall? Everyone pondered, revealing a look of anticipation as they waited quietly. The Cauldron Mountain occupied a vast area. After Lu Ming and the others entered, they were surrounded by white fog and their vision was not very good. The Cauldron Mountain was still very far away from them. Everyone leaped into the air and disappeared into the boundless clouds and mist. Lu Ming also moved and rushed towards the Cauldron Mountain. However, after running for half an hour, they were still very far away from the Cauldron Mountain. They could only look at it but not reach it. The people who had entered had already scattered. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single person in sight. It didn't look very far from the outside. I didn't expect it to be so far after entering. Lu Ming muttered to himself as he continued forward. Not long after, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He saw a few figures flashing in front of him. Those were the figures of the Wang clan. These people of the Wang clan are sneaking around. What are they trying to do? Let's follow them and take a look. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He withdrew his aura and quietly followed. The few geniuses of the Wang clan went in one direction. Not long after, they set up an ambush at the edge of a valley. Not long after, other people appeared and set up an ambush nearby. It's the people of the Skywolf Pagoda and the Ziji sect. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Behind them, he saw the people of the Sky Bird Palace. These four forces were the ones who had joined forces to establish the Myriad Spirit Exchange. They were on good terms. What were these people trying to do? Soon, Lu Ming found out. In front of him, 5 to 6 figures were running over. Huang Ling, Long Chen. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among those figures, Huang Ling and Long Chen were among them. As for the others, they were obviously the geniuses of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect. The Wang clan and the others had set up an ambush here to deal with Huang Ling and the others. They're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he suddenly shouted, "Kill!" His voice spread far and wide, causing Huang Ling and Long Chen's expressions to change. They couldn't help but stop. We haven't entered the encirclement yet. Which idiot shouted? The geniuses of the Wang clan had gloomy expressions. Someone cursed. The people of the four forces were lying in ambush in different places. They thought that it was the other forces who had called. The people of the other forces were the same. They thought that it was the other forces who had called. Who's there? Long Chen's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Whoosh! Whoosh! There was a piercing sound as the geniuses of the Wan clan flew out and appeared in front of Huang Ling and the others. Since the ambush didn't work, they could only attack directly. It's the Wan clan. Huang Ling's face darkened. And us. Voices were heard as the geniuses of the other three forces appeared. In a flash, they surrounded Huang Ling and the others in the middle. Wan clan, Skywolf Pagoda, Sky Bird Palace, Ziji Sect, what are you trying to do? Chapter 1801. What are you trying to do? Huang Ling, Long Chen, you helped Lu Ming kill our 4 family Sky Prides and wreaked havoc at the Thousand Spirit Exchange. Do you think we'll let you off just like that? You'll pay with your lives. One of the Wan family's Sky Prides sneered. His killing intent was icy cold. So it's because of this. Many of your family's Sky Prides have died. Don't let them all die. Long Chen said coldly. The aura on his body became violent. His body swelled and his arms became thicker, containing endless power. You're the ones who will die. Let's attack together. The Wan family's Sky Prides shouted coldly. However, at that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. 4 to 5 figures flew over rapidly, causing the Sky Prides of the Wan family and Sky Wolf Pagoda to change their expressions slightly. In the next moment, there was a flash of light and 5 figures stood in the sky. Hee, it's really lively. Brother Wan, why don't we join in? One of the golden-robed young men said, his voice filled with killing intent. So it's the brothers from the Golden Crow clan. Great, ha, let's attack together. The Sky Prides of the 4 forces were overjoyed. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others looked even more upset. Everyone from the Golden Crow clan, we have no grudges against each other. Why are you adding insult to injury? Huang Ling said. Facing the 4 forces, they were already doomed. With the addition of the Sky Prides of the Golden Crow clan, they were in even more danger. No grudges. What a joke. You're with Lu Ming. Even if you have grudges against us, you have to kill those who are with Lu Ming. A golden-robed young man said coldly. He was the 9th prince of the Golden Crow clan. Back in the Phoenix Nest, he was almost stripped of all his feathers by Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Let's attack together and kill them. Let's find the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall. The leader of the Wan family's Sky Prides shouted. Light spots lit up on his body and sacred weapons flew out. This person's cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was a lesser great sage and was not any weaker than Wan Pingyang. He was also one of the strongest Sky Prides of the Wan family. In addition, there were Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji Sect, and Sky Bird Palace. In total, there were 5 Sky Prides of the Great Sage. And this power was extremely terrifying. It was enough to kill Huang Ling and Long Chen. Moreover, he had the help of the Golden Crows. Among the 5 Golden Crows, there were 2 Supreme Saint Prodigies. They were the Golden Crow 5th Prince and the Golden Crow 4th Prince. All of them were consummate chosen, and each and every one of them was strong enough to fight opponents above their level of cultivation. In fact, ordinary great sages were no match for them. Charge out! Huang Ling and Long Chen's faces were extremely ugly. They gathered together and rushed madly in the same direction. You can't escape. Kill! The 4 great forces and the Golden Crow tribe's experts attacked together. Terrifying attacks rained down on the Golden Crow tribe. Long Chen roared furiously and unleashed his full power. Both of his fists punched out continuously. In an instant, he had punched out dozens of times, destroying the attacks one after another. As for Huang Ling, she used the inextinguishable flame law. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the world, protecting the others. However, even with so many experts working together, Long Chen and Huang Ling still trembled. Their faces turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. The law of undying flame, the law of extreme force, and 2 king bodies should be killed. One of the Wan clan's chosen sneered, looking jealous. Long Chen and Huang Ling had comprehended the law of king bodies, which were called king bodies. The more they cultivated, the stronger their combat power would be in the future. In the future, they would surpass the rest of the Wan clan's chosen. This was also the reason why the emperor-level experts of the four great forces had ordered them to kill Long Chen and Huang Ling. King bodies, when developed, would be extremely terrifying. By then, the strength of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect would be even more shocking, surpassing the other forces. Therefore, such geniuses had to be killed in the cradle. Anyway, even if they died in the Great Evolution Elixir Palace, no one would know how they died, and no one would blame them. Kill. Kill the king bodies. Voices filled with murderous intent were heard. More terrifying attacks were launched toward Huang Ling and the others. At this moment, Huang Ling and the others' bodies rippled like water. They moved 100 meters away and dodged the attacks. Kill. In the sky, a loud shout was heard, causing some of the weaker cultivators to scream. Then, a huge finger descended from the sky. It was as if a deity had attacked, pointing toward the Wan clan's chosen. This is the law of chaos. It's Lu Ming. The leader of the Wan clan's chosen let out a cry of despair. He unleashed all of his strength and rushed toward the huge finger with his sacred weapons, hoping to block it. But now that Lu Ming had broken through to the Supreme Saint level, his combat power had skyrocketed. How could he block the chaotic finger of calamity? The chaotic finger of calamity crushed through. The Wan clan's chosen who were below the Supreme Saint level did not even have time to scream. Their bodies exploded, and their souls were destroyed. The Supreme Saint's chosen did not resist for long. He let out an unwilling roar, and his body exploded as well. Another great sage prodigy from the Wan clan had fallen. Whoosh! In the sky, a young man in a black robe stepped down. His black hair fluttered, and his face was cold. Around him, more than 100 sacred weapons danced. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were overjoyed. As for the other forces chosen, their expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, how dare you appear again and kill the Wan clan's chosen? This time, you can't escape. No one can save you. A chosen from the Sirius Pagoda roared. Who will know if I kill all of you? Lu Ming said coldly. Kill all of us? Ridiculous. Although your combat power is strong, with so many of us joining forces, it's enough to kill you. A young man in a purple robe stepped out from the ZG sect. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was wild. This person's cultivation was at the Great Sage Greater Mastery. He had a mid-level heaven spiritual body, and his combat power was shocking. That's right. If we join forces, we can kill him. A person from the Golden Crow clan also stepped out. Together with the ZG sect's chosen, they formed a triangle. Their violent auras pressed toward Lu Ming. He was the Golden Crow 4th Prince, who was stronger than the Golden Crow 5th Prince. He also had a Great Sage Greater Mastery cultivation. You guys, send a few people to block Huang Ling and Long Chen. The rest of you, kill Lu Ming with me. The ZG sect's chosen instructed. Suddenly, two figures flashed, and two Supreme Saint chosen rushed toward Long Chen and Huang Ling, blocking in front of them. Their mission was to stall Huang Ling and Long Chen, while the rest of them killed Lu Ming. As long as they killed Lu Ming, they could kill Huang Ling and the others. Purple light burst out, forming an extreme purple battle sword, and charged toward Lu Ming. The Golden Crow let out a long cry, and the fire of the Grand Sun burned fiercely. The Golden Crow spread its wings, and the terrifying Grand Sun True Fire surged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Supreme Saint chosen also launched a terrifying attack toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, be careful. Huang Ling warned. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He held a holy weapon in his hand and stepped out. Dong! Suddenly, endless runes appeared in the sky, forming a terrifying sealing power that covered the Golden Crow 4th Prince and the others. Oh no, it's the law of array Dao, the sealing power. Why does he have two types of law? Chapter 1802. Not only did Lu Ming possess two types of laws, but they were also extremely terrifying. The law of chaos was one of the 10 strongest laws in the world, while the law of array was also one of the sovereign laws, second only to the 10 strongest laws. In the martial sage realm, one could only cultivate one type of law and control one type of law. Only when one reached the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate multiple types of laws. This was an ironclad rule. How could Lu Ming control two types of laws in the martial sage realm? Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword radiance caused the void to tremble. The sword radiance slashed out and the attack of the ZG Sect's genius collapsed instantly. The sword radiance did not stop and slashed down. The ZG Sect's genius in the Great Sage realm did not even have time to scream before he was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. So what if he was a genius in the Great Sage realm? Lu Ming, who had reached the Great Sage realm, still slashed him in half with his sword. Retreat quickly. This person is demonic. We can't fight him head-on. Someone roared and retreated frantically. The genius in the Great Sage realm was slashed by Lu Ming in half with his sword. This kind of combat strength was too shocking and made them shiver all over. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince, who had previously relied on his cultivation to act high and mighty, retreated faster than anyone else. However, as soon as they retreated, it was as if they had hit a wall. The space in the void seemed to have solidified. On the other side, Bubble pouted and looked harmless. Kill. Lu Ming stepped on the air and slashed out with his sword. The chi of the war weapon soared into the sky. Poof. Blood splattered and another genius in the Great Sage realm was slashed. The others were scared out of their wits. They frantically fled in all directions. However, Bubble used the space-time domain and sealed the void. They could not escape at all. Lu Ming moved and killed another genius. Kill. Then, Lu Ming shouted again and the divine sword art burst out and blasted into the bodies of the geniuses. Those geniuses below the Great Sage realm screamed and then breathed their last. All those below the Great Sage realm had their souls torn apart by Lu Ming. Even the Great Sage geniuses were trembling and bleeding from their 7 orifices. Lu Ming had broken through to the Great Sage realm, and his battle prowess had skyrocketed. These geniuses who were at the same level as him or one level higher were no match for Lu Ming at all. The difference between them was too great. There were only 4 people left at the scene. The Golden Crow Fourth Crown Prince, the Fifth Crown Prince, the Sky Bird Palace, and the Sky Wolf Pagoda each had a prodigy. Lu Ming, you've killed so many of our men. You're dead for sure. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince roared. How laughable. You were the ones who came to kill Long Chen and the others first. Could it be that you don't allow us to resist? Lu Ming stared at the Golden Crow Fourth Prince and said coldly. Then he charged towards the Golden Crow Fourth Prince. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he seemed to have made some sort of decision. A ruthless expression flashed through his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings. At first glance, one could tell that it was the wings of the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on the wings. The wings shone brightly and the fire of the sun burned fiercely. The Golden Crow Fourth Prince turned into a beam of golden light and flew out like lightning. Crack! The spatial wall set up by the bubble couldn't stop him at all and was directly penetrated. Then, the Golden Crow Fourth Prince ran away at an incredible speed and disappeared without a trace. Emperor-level Golden Crow wings. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the Golden Crow Fourth Prince to have such a treasure. It was clearly a pair of Emperor-level Golden Crow wings. Together with the Golden Crow Fourth Prince's origin blood, his speed was extremely fast. In a short time, he had the speed of an Emperor-level Golden Crow. Lu Ming couldn't catch up with him at all. This was the best life-saving treasure. After the Golden Crow fourth prince ran away, the remaining three showed a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. My fourth brother has escaped. The martial emperors outside will soon know that you killed so many of our people. They won't let you go. If you let me go, I can find my fourth brother first. When we get out, we'll keep this a secret. We won't say that you killed them. The Golden Crow fifth prince shouted. That's right. We can also keep this a secret. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place when the martial emperors are angry. The Sky Pride of the Sky Bird Palace said. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming pondered. The Golden Crow fifth prince and the others were overjoyed. They thought that Lu Ming was really afraid and didn't dare to kill them. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. He stabbed the Golden Crow fifth prince's dantian and nailed him to the ground. Lu Ming. The Golden Crow fifth prince shouted. The Golden Crow fifth prince screamed and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could not figure out why Lu Ming would suddenly attack. What a fool. Even if today's incident didn't happen, do you think that those martial emperors would let me go? Lu Ming sneered. Because of what happened at the Thousand Spirit Exchange, the four factions were after him. The relationship between them couldn't be eased at all. They wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. What was the difference if today's incident didn't happen? The two Sky Prides of the Sky Wolf Pagoda and the Sky Bird Palace were also stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. Kill! Kill! Huang Ling and Long Chen exploded with terrifying attacks. Those two were careless and cried out miserably as they were killed by Huang Ling and Long Chen. Their combat strength was inferior to Long Chen and Huang Ling. Now that they were distracted, how could they survive? You didn't have to do anything. Leave them to me. Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling and Long Chen. They came to kill us. How can we not kill them? Long Chen said without any fear. It's a pity that one of them escaped. If the martial emperors of the Wan family find out, I'm afraid they will go crazy. Lu Ming said. These were the top Sky Prides of the various factions. This was a great loss. Even the powerful factions of the sacred grounds would feel heartache. So what if they go crazy? They killed us first. I must report it to the palace master. It's good enough that we don't find trouble with them. Huang Ling said. Beside Huang Ling and the other Sky Prides swallowed hard. Their hearts were in turmoil and they couldn't calm down. A group of powerful Sky Prides died just like that. Most of them died at the hands of Lu Ming. He was really a god of death. How many Sky Prides had he killed during this period of time? Let's pack up and leave this place first. Lu Ming said. He then put away the storage rings of these people and left one after another, heading toward the mountain of alchemy furnaces. Lu Ming changed his form and aura again and followed beside Long Chen and the others. In another direction, a ray of light flashed and the Golden Crow fourth prince appeared. At this moment, his face was pale. After he stopped, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and hurriedly put away his wings. Although that pair of wings was an excellent treasure for escaping, every time he used it, it consumed a lot of his body. Lu Ming, you killed several princes of the Golden Crow clan. No one can save you. You will die without a burial place. Chapter 1803. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others continued to walk towards the Pill Furnace Mountain. After walking for another hour, they finally got close to the Pill Furnace Mountain. The closer they got, the more they felt the majesty of the Pill Furnace Mountain. It towered into the sky like an incomparably huge pill furnace. Moreover, there was a rich medicinal fragrance that constantly wafted over. It made one feel energetic and active. Boom! Boom! There was a violent explosion in front of them. It turned out that someone was attacking the mountain. There was a huge stone door on the mountain. A few young geniuses were constantly attacking it. All kinds of terrifying attacks landed on the stone door, causing violent explosions. However, the stone door did not budge at all. After attacking for a while, the few young geniuses retreated and shook their heads helplessly. It's impossible to break through. The entire mountain is indestructible. Someone sighed. There were many young geniuses in this area. All of them had gloomy expressions. They were outside the mountain gate but could not enter. They were unwilling to accept it. The arrival of Lu Ming and the others attracted the attention of some people. A young man in a brocade robe had an extremely sharp aura. His gaze swept towards Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others like lightning. He revealed a surprised expression and said coldly, "How can you guys still be here?" "Hee, why can't we be here?" Huang Ling retorted with a cold smile. Long Chen transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. This young man was also a genius of the Wan clan. He was the #1 genius of the Wan clan, Wan Zhenyang. Obviously, not all the geniuses of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other forces went to attack Huang Ling and the others. Perhaps in their opinion, those people were enough. Wan Zhenyang's gaze was cold as thoughts kept running through his mind. He thought to himself, could it be that the others did not encounter Huang Ling? Long Chen and the others must be so. Otherwise, with that force, they could have killed Huang Ling and the others. It's nothing. You guys are quite lucky. Wan Zhenyang smiled faintly. At the side, the other geniuses of Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji Sect, and Sky Bird Palace also looked at Huang Ling and the others maliciously. They also thought that Huang Ling and the others were lucky that they did not encounter the people who surrounded them. However, there were geniuses of all the major forces here. It was not convenient for them to attack. Let me try. Another person stepped forward and attacked the stone door, attracting the attention of others. This person had the cultivation of great sage, great mastery. Among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land, he was definitely one of the top existences. Even so, he was still unable to break open the stone door. After a few dozen blows, the stone door did not budge at all. He could only retreat in defeat. Then, other experts stepped forward, but it was useless. This included Wan Zhenyang. This person was worthy of being called the #1 genius of the Wan clan. His combat prowess was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Saint realm. There were not many people in the entire ancient Moon Holy Land who had reached the peak of Great Sage at such a young age. However, Wan Zhenyang did not blast open the stone door. Later on, a few more geniuses at the same level as Wan Zhenyang appeared. They were all the strongest geniuses of various forces, but they still returned without any success. Many people were silent. Outside the mountain, Emperor-level cultivators couldn't enter. They would be blocked. But now, here, a stone door was blocking the path of a young genius. Could it be that he could not enter the Great Pill Development Hall? Many people were extremely unwilling. Did you all see that? There's a brand on the stone door. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Long Chen and Lu Ming. I saw it. It's very similar to the Origin Immemorial Inheritance token. Lu Ming and Long Chen both nodded. They had seen that there was a brand in the center of the stone door. It looked exactly the same as the Origin Immemorial Inheritance token. Moreover, there were words in the middle of the brand. However, perhaps too many years had passed, the words were no longer clear. Do you want to give it a try? Huang Ling asked. Let's wait a little longer. There are so many people now. If we try it here and open the door, wouldn't it benefit others? Lu Ming said. Huang Ling and Long Chen nodded. Everyone started to wait here. However, after a few days, there were more and more people here. There was no sign of it decreasing. I'll lure them away. You guys take the opportunity to give it a try. With that, Lu Ming moved and went along the mountain of alchemy furnaces. He came to the other side of the mountain of alchemy furnaces and then punched the mountain. The mountain shone and let out a violent roar. It could not be blasted open at all, but the sound spread far and wide. There's an entrance. An entrance has opened here. Lu Ming roared at the top of his voice. What? There's an entrance? Is it true? Whether it's true or not, let's go and take a look. Almost everyone moved and pounced in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming changed his appearance again and left the place, heading in the direction of the stone door. After returning to the stone door, he saw that Huang Ling and Long Chen's faces were not looking good. It's useless. Long Chen shook his head at Lu Ming. Long Chen and I have tried just now. When we took out the origin immemorial inheritance token, there was no reaction at all. Huang Ling added. No reaction. Lu Ming frowned. Could it be that their guess was wrong? However, the brand looked very similar to the origin immemorial inheritance token. They guessed that it was very likely that the ancestor of the Great Pill Development Hall, who was also the successor of the origin immemorial sect, left this stone door. Only the successor of the origin immemorial sect could enter. Could it be that their guess was wrong? Was it just a coincidence? At this time, the other young people had returned. Damn, we've been cheated. Which bastard shouted? If I find out who's tricking us, I'll kill him. Many people cursed, knowing that they had been cheated. Then, some people began to study the stone door, but they found nothing. Lu Ming, could it be that our inheritance tokens are not of a high enough level? You're a gold successor. It might be useful. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He had also thought of that possibility. Lu Ming, I'll lure them away. You try. Long Chen said. Then, he quietly headed in another direction. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound. There's an entrance here. Then, there was another loud roar. Damn, it's the same trick again. That bastard is trying to trick us again. If it's true, let's go and take a look. Some people cursed and rushed in that direction. However, this time, some people did not move and stayed behind, especially Wang Zhenyang. He had been keeping an eye on Lu Ming and the group. At this moment, when he saw that Long Chen had disappeared, he was even more suspicious and stayed behind. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, but he could not be bothered anymore. The origin immemorial sect's gold inheritance token appeared in his hand. Buzz! As soon as the gold inheritance token appeared, it vibrated. Then, a ray of light shot out and landed on the imprint on the stone door. It really works. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You have the key. Wang Zhenyang looked at Lu Ming with a fiery gaze. Buzz! The stone door vibrated and shone brightly. Then, a door of light appeared. It's open. The Great Pill Development Scripture is mine. Chapter 1804. Lu Ming's face darkened. However, with so many people trying to enter the light door, it would be difficult for him to stop them. However, the result was unexpected. Wang Zhenyang crashed into the light door, and his head was spinning. He could not enter and was blocked. Damn it, how could this be? Wang Zhenyang roared. Then, he looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand, which shone with a blazing light. Kid, give me your token. Wang Zhenyang shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming, trying to cut off Lu Ming's arm. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and dodged Wang Zhenyang's attack at the speed of lightning. He dashed toward the light door. Stay here. Two young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. They stood in front of Lu Ming coldly and grabbed at Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and threw out 2 punches in a row. Bang! Bang! The 2 young men's bodies shook violently, and they were sent flying backward, vomiting blood. The law of chaos. You're Lu Ming. One of them shouted. Lu Ming. Stay here. Behind him, Wang Zhenyang emitted a cold killing intent. Sacred weapons flew out of his acupuncture points, and the aura of the weapons gathered. A terrifying sword Qi slashed at Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he slashed backward, clashing with Wang Zhenyang's battle sword. Clang! There was a terrifying vibration. Lu Ming's body borrowed the force to move forward rapidly, rushing toward the light door. The light door was like a ripple, and it did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming rushed into the light door and disappeared. Damn it! Wang Zhenyang roared and slashed at the light door. However, the light door was indestructible, and there was no reaction at all. Moreover, the light dimmed, and the next moment, it disappeared. What's going on? At this moment, the other youths rushed over and asked in surprise. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He went in. Wang Zhenyang roared, extremely unwilling. What? Lu Ming went in. How can he get in? The others were even more confused. He has a key that can open a door of light. Damn it! Shouted Wang Zhenyang furiously. Then, he looked at Huang Ling coldly and said, Lu Ming has a key. Do you have one? Hand it over. Lu Ming has it, but why would I? Ridiculous. Huang Ling sneered. Of course you won't admit it. I'll search for it myself. Wang Zhenyang took a step forward and was about to force Huang Ling. As the number one person in the Wan clan's younger generation, Wang Zhenyang's battle prowess was definitely powerful. Huang Ling was definitely not his match. Boom! At this moment, the entire Pill Furnace mountain shook violently. Following that, a halo of light erupted from the mountain and swept out in all directions. Anyone who was swept by the halo of light was sent flying out of the mountain. As the light swept across, all of the young men who had entered were swept away, flying out of the mountain. Outside the mountain, countless people stood in the sky, staring at the Pill Furnace mountain from afar, waiting. In the sky, several martial monarchs stood there, emitting a terrifying aura. It felt like there were dozens of worlds there, trying to devour everything. Suddenly, the Pill Furnace mountain shook violently. Following this, the crowd saw a glow bursting out. Following this, the youths were sent flying out of the mountain at a shocking speed. They only managed to stabilize their figures after flying out of the mountain. Damn it! Wang Zhenyang let out a long howl, his fury soaring to the heavens. What's going on? In the sky, the martial monarchs of the Wan clan glared at Wang Zhenyang with sharp eyes. Senior martial monarch, someone has entered the Pill Furnace mountain. Wang Zhenyang said. Facing a martial monarch, even the younger generation would address him as senior martial monarch, out of respect. What? Someone has entered the Pill Furnace mountain. Who is it? The martial monarch of the Wan clan's eyes shone brightly. The powerhouses of the other forces were shocked. They began to look at the geniuses of their respective forces, hoping that it was one of them who had entered. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Wang Zhenyang's voice sounded again. Many people were shocked by his words. Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming again. Not long ago, Lu Ming's name had caused a stir in the ancient moon's sacred ground. He was so bold that he had killed more than 10 geniuses of the 4 major forces at the Thousand Spirit Exchange. There were also more than 10 senior great sages. In the end, the 4 major forces sent out a large number of powerhouses and even martial monarchs to search for Lu Ming, but it was to no avail. Even some martial monarchs had heard of Lu Ming's name. After disappearing for a while, he had entered the Pill Furnace mountain without anyone noticing. Even some martial monarchs were surprised. It's this kid again. How did he enter? Is he alone? The martial monarch of the Wan clan asked. Lu Ming has the key and opened the door. Wang Zhenyang briefly explained the situation inside. Then, he looked at Huang Ling and Long Chen and said, You are with Lu Ming. Do you also have the key? Ridiculous. If we had the key, why would we be here? Huang Ling sneered. At this time, the martial monarch of the Wan clan noticed Huang Ling and Long Chen. He could not help but frown. didn't he send people to kill Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others? Why were they still alive? Then, he looked around and found that several geniuses of the Wan clan were missing. He frowned and asked coldly, Zhengyang, where are Tian Chao and the others? Why are they missing? Where are Dark Wolf and the others from Sky Wolf Tower? Why are they missing? Sky Bird Palace. Then, the powerhouses of the major forces looked around and said coldly. They all found that some people were missing from their respective sections. Whoosh! The martial monarch of the Wan clan looked at Huang Ling and asked, Speak, where did my Wan clan's Wan Tian Chao and the others go? Huang Ling's expression changed, and she said, Senior, you must be joking. How would I know where your Wan clan's geniuses are? They are all dead. They were killed by Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Lu Ming. At this time, a loud cry rang out. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was the Golden Crow fourth prince. What? They were killed. The martial monarchs of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Tower, and the others all burst out with terrifying auras. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. They killed them. The Golden Crow fourth prince shouted, his eyes flickering with a sinister light. How dare you kill my Wan clan's geniuses? You are seeking death. The martial monarch of the Wan clan roared and took a step forward. This step shook heaven and earth as if the world was about to explode. The horrifying aura made everyone's expression change drastically as they frantically retreated. Huang Ling was the same. She quickly retreated, but she still felt a strong pressure. Her delicate figure trembled, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, a figure appeared before Huang Ling. A similarly horrifying aura burst out and blocked the aura of the Wan clan's martial monarch. A bona fide martial monarch wants to make a move on a junior. Chapter 1805. Phoenix Palace's martial emperor stood in front of Huang Ling and stared coldly at Wan clan's martial emperor. His terrifying aura made Wan clan's martial emperor stop in his tracks. Huang Ling, what is going on? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor asked Huang Ling, it's like this. When Long Chen and I were heading to the Pill Furnace Mountain, we encountered people from the Wan family, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Sky Bird Palace, and Purple Pole Palace. Fortunately, Lu Ming arrived in time and saved us. Huang Ling explained. What? The four superpowers surrounded you? How dare you? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor was enraged when he heard what Huang Ling said. Dazzling phoenix flames erupted from his body and a huge phoenix flew out. Wan clan's martial emperor's face changed and an imperial weapon appeared in his hand. He threw it out to block the flaming phoenix. The four superpowers surrounded Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. In the end, they were killed. Now, the martial emperor wants to deal with Huang Ling and the others. This is ridiculous. Do you think Phoenix Palace is easy to bully? Phoenix Palace's martial emperor said. A phoenix circled above his head and its aura grew stronger. The people from the other sects and forces around them understood what was going on. The four major forces secretly sent geniuses to kill Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest. They did not know why, but Lu Ming intervened midway and caused them to be killed. Now, they wanted to blame the people who were besieged. They looked at Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other superpowers with a hint of mockery. No matter what, our geniuses were killed. Those who killed them will have to pay the price. Another figure stepped out with a ferocious aura. This person was Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor. Then, two more figures stepped out. They were Sky Bird Palace's and Amethyst Sect's martial emperors. They charged toward Huang Ling and the others. Ridiculous. Your men were trash and couldn't kill others. Instead, they were killed. Now, the martial emperor wants to step in. Does that mean that I can kill any of you? Someone laughed coldly. Beside Long Chen, a tall and burly figure stepped out. He was like a giant elephant in the sky and his aura was violent. He was Divine Elephant Sect's martial emperor. The 6 martial emperors' auras exploded and they faced each other in the sky. The people around them were forced to retreat. Only the martial emperors could stand their ground. The 4 of you broke the rules like this. From now on, the younger generation shouldn't go out. Otherwise, everyone who comes out will die. A figure covered in lightning energy spoke indifferently. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the martial emperors of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other 3 factions. This was the Thunder God sect's martial emperor. Thunder God sect and Phoenix Palace had always been on good terms. Naturally, they would stand on Phoenix Palace's side. The Thunder God sect's martial emperor's words caused the eyes of all the martial emperors present to flicker. That's right, the younger generation wanted to kill others and was killed in the end. Now, the martial emperor wanted to take revenge. In that case, wouldn't the martial emperors of the other forces be able to stop controlling the situation? If they saw the younger generation of the enemy forces, or those below the martial emperor realm, they would directly attack and destroy them. This way, aside from the martial emperors themselves, all the major powers would die. Not a single one would survive. If that was the case, what was the point? This was a violation of the rules. The expressions of the martial emperors of the Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, and the other 3 forces turned unsightly. That's right, if they wanted to force their way in, the martial emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect could also act. They had no choice but to be wary of killing those below the martial emperor realm. Their expressions were ugly, and they were caught in a dilemma. Where are Old 4, Old 5, and Old 9? At that moment, a Golden Crow martial emperor looked at the Golden Crow 4th prince and asked. Dead, they're all dead. They were killed by Lu Ming. Old ancestor, you must kill Lu Ming and avenge Old 5 and the others. The Golden Crow 4th prince shouted. What? Lu Ming again. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The princes of the Golden Crow clan were killed by Lu Ming. This Lu Ming was really audacious. First, he killed the geniuses of the 4 major factions. Now, he even killed the princes of the Golden Crow clan. Audacious to the extreme, lawless, and out of control. That was the impression that many experts had of Lu Ming. Damn it, how dare you kill my Golden Crow prince? Die! The Golden Crow martial emperor let out a sharp cry that pierced the eardrums of many people. They almost vomited blood. The people of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Ziji sect, and Sky Bird Palace were all killed by Lu Ming. This brat suddenly attacked. Despicable! The Golden Crow 4th prince shouted again. Compared to Huang Ling and Long Chen, he hated Lu Ming more. Now that the situation had reached a stalemate, he shifted all his hatred to Lu Ming. He had to kill Lu Ming. In fact, that was the case. Before he fled, the people he saw were all killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Lu Ming. The martial emperors of the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other factions softly repeated this name. Their voices were not heavy, but they were filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming must die. Now that he has entered the Pill Furnace Mountain, we will wait here for him to come out. Once he comes out, kill him without mercy. The martial emperor of the Wan clan said coldly. Then, the various major factions surrounded this area and waited for Lu Ming to come out. Lu Ming naturally did not know anything about what was happening outside. After he charged through the door of light, he arrived in a huge stone room. The stone room was extremely spacious and empty. There was almost nothing else in it except for an alchemy cauldron. There was a huge alchemy cauldron in the middle of the stone room. It was at least 100 meters tall. However, this alchemy cauldron was completely corroded. It was covered in rust and did not have any spirituality, like a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming looked around but found nothing. Is this the Great Pill Evolution Hall? But there is nothing here, not to mention any inheritance. Lu Ming muttered, somewhat disappointed. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out, startling Lu Ming. He retreated and looked around cautiously. Buzz! Another buzzing sound attracted Lu Ming's attention. He looked at the rusty alchemy cauldron. The sound came from the alchemy cauldron. Then, the sound of the alchemy cauldron vibrating grew louder. Crack! Lu Ming saw that the rust on the alchemy cauldron cracked and fell off continuously. A scarlet light spread out. Furthermore, there were many mysterious patterns on the alchemy cauldron. It smells so good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could smell a strong medicinal fragrance coming from the alchemy cauldron. The alchemy cauldron vibrated more and more violently. The rust on it fell off in large chunks. Finally, a scarlet alchemy cauldron appeared in front of Lu Ming. It shone brilliantly like a divine radiance. Buzz! In the end, the alchemy cauldron vibrated and rose into the air, suppressing Lu Ming. Oh no! Lu Ming's expression changed. His body flashed rapidly as he tried to dodge. However, a terrifying force exploded from the alchemy cauldron. Lu Ming's surroundings seemed to be confined. He could not move his body even if he used all his strength. Nestle, will I be smashed to death by this alchemy cauldron? That would be such a waste. Chapter 1806. The crimson cauldron emitted a terrifying aura that was scorching hot. As it approached Lu Ming felt as if he was being burnt. However, a strange scene occurred. When the cauldron approached Lu Ming, it shrunk rapidly and turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Ming's mind and disappeared. In the next moment, the cauldron appeared in Lu Ming's mind and emitted a blinding light. At the same time, a large amount of information rushed into Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming subconsciously sat down cross-legged and began to digest the information. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Great Development Cauldron, Great Development Pill Scripture. I didn't expect to receive the inheritance of the Great Development Pill Hall. Lu Ming muttered with a complicated expression. There were two main types of information that appeared in his mind. One was the Great Development Pill Scripture, and the other was the Sacred Scripture of Alchemy. The Great Development Pill Scripture is indeed mysterious. Just like the rumors, it can use the laws of heaven and earth to refine pills. Lu Ming's face was filled with amazement. Of course, he only had a rough idea of the contents of the Great Development Pill Scripture. He was still far from comprehending it. He would need to spend more time to comprehend it. There was another piece of information, which was the Great Development Pill Formation. There were ancestors of the Great Development Pill Hall who had carved a powerful formation in the vicinity of this mountain. At this moment, all the information was in Lu Ming's mind and could be easily grasped by Lu Ming. This place is protected by a large formation and rich in origin qi. It's not a bad place to live in the future. Lu Ming smiled. Tap. 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 At this time, in the quiet stone room, there was a clear sound. This sound seemed to be the sound of a wooden stick hitting the ground. Someone's here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was there still a descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall alive? Lu Ming focused his attention and scanned his surroundings. The tapping sound was getting closer and closer. Then, Lu Ming saw a figure walking out from the depths of the stone room. This was an old man wearing gray clothes. However, this old man was truly very old. Not much of his snow-white hair remained. His body was skinny, and the wrinkles on his face piled up like a mountain. There was no martial aura emanating from his body. He looked like an ordinary old man who was on the verge of death. But Lu Ming did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Since the other party appeared in the Great Pill Evolution Hall, it was most likely not ordinary. How many years has it been? Someone is finally here. The old man spoke in a hoarse voice, but his voice was weak and feeble. He opened his murky eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Suddenly, he bowed to Lu Ming. This old servant greets the new hall master. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand, and a force lifted the old man up. He asked, "Senior, why are you doing this? Also, who are you?" This old servant is just a servant of the Great Development Pill Hall. I was ordered to guard the Great Development Pill Hall and wait for the arrival of the new descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall. Finally, before I die, the new descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall has arrived. The old man said. I've become the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The previous hall master said that anyone who can enter here is the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall. Otherwise, why would the Great Development Pill Furnace enter your sea of consciousness and recognize you as its master? The old man explained. Senior, what's going on? What does this have to do with the descendant of the Hunyuan sect? Can you explain it to me? Lu Ming asked the doubts in his heart. It's very simple. The previous hall master is also the descendant of the Hunyuan sect. He's a silver descendant. After saying that, a token appeared in the old man's hand. It shone with a silver light. It was the Hunyuan sect's silver inheritance token. The previous sect master said that the Great Development Pill Hall can only appear when the Hunyuan sect's gold descendant is born. The gold descendant is the descendant of the Great Development Pill Hall and the hall master of the Great Development Pill Hall. Some time ago, through the silver inheritor token, I sensed that the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect had finally appeared. So, I opened the Great Evolution Pill Palace and waited for the arrival of the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. I did not expect the palace master to arrive so soon. It seems like the palace master is in the ancient Moon Holy Land. The old man explained in detail. I see. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder there was a mark of the Hunyuan sect's inheritance token on the stone door. No wonder no one could enter, not even Huang Ling and Long Chen. He was the only one who could enter. This was because the Great Development Pill Hall had appeared for him. If he did not come, no one else would be able to obtain the inheritance. Then, he thought of another question. The silver inheritance token could sense the birth of a gold descendant. Did that mean that the previous Hunyuan sect's inheritors could sense it? Even some powerful existences knew that a gold descendant had appeared. It seemed like he had to be more careful in the future. Unless it was necessary, he could not reveal his identity as the gold descendant of the Hunyuan sect. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If some powerful existences harbored ill intentions and knew that he was the gold inheritor of the Hunyuan sect, they might slap him to death. By the way, Senior, where are the others in the Great Development Pill Hall? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he asked again. There's no one else. There's only me. If a few more days pass, I'm afraid I'll be buried. Luckily, the heavens have eyes. Before I'm buried, the palace master came here and inherited the Great Evolution Pill Palace. Even if I die, I can rest in peace. The old man said, his voice filled with sadness. Lu Ming was shocked and he said, why is Senior the only one left in the Great Development Pill Hall? Legend has it that when one reaches the Martial Emperor realm, his lifespan is unlimited and he is almost immortal. Lu Ming was indeed shocked. Lu Ming did not believe that the Great Development Pill Hall did not have a martial monarch realm expert. In the ancient era, the Great Development Pill Hall was famous in the primordial mountain. Their alchemy skills were unparalleled, and they were able to establish their own sect in the ancient Moon's sacred ground. Moreover, after countless years, almost all the major factions in the ancient Moon's sacred ground were on the move. Even martial monarchs showed up. How could such a faction not have a martial monarch? Lu Ming did not believe it. It's true that martial monarchs have an endless lifespan, but none of them are truly immortal. The old man sighed. Lu Ming was confused. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Palace Master, you probably don't know this yet, right? The Martial Emperor realm has an endless lifespan. However, there will be a great calamity every 333 years. Those who manage to overcome it will have their cultivation tempered and become stronger. They might even be able to advance to the next level. However, those who fail to overcome it will be turned into ashes by the great calamity. The old man's explanation made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Martial monarchs had to face a great tribulation every 333 years. Those who failed to survive the tribulation would be turned into ashes. Martial monarchs were not free of worries. They had to face great tribulations to achieve immortality. In other words, martial monarchs pursued strength more than other cultivators because they would die if they were not strong enough. Each tribulation is more powerful than the previous one. If martial monarchs remain stagnant, they will die under the tribulation. So what if you're a martial monarch? You can't escape the punishment of the heavens. Chapter 1807. Could it be that all the previous palace masters have fallen under the great calamity? Lu Ming asked. More or less. The old man said as if he was reminiscing, in the ancient times, although the Great Pill Development Palace had a small number of people, it was extremely powerful. There were a few generations of palace masters who were still alive. Unfortunately, a few generations of palace masters did not manage to survive the great calamity and died under the heavenly tribulation. The Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace of the Great Development Pill Palace were coveted by others. Previously, there were a few generations of palace masters guarding the palace and no one dared to touch it. However, after the deaths of a few generations of palace masters, other forces started to get restless. After that, the previous palace master had no choice but to seal the Great Development Pill Palace and hide it in the endless void. In the endless years that followed, the others died of old age and the previous palace master also fell under the great calamity. Only my lineage is left to guard the Great Development Pill Palace for generations, the old man continued to explain, and Lu Ming roughly understood. The old man's lineage was the servant of the Great Development Palace and also the guardian of the Great Development Pill Palace for generations. In the endless years that the Great Development Pill Palace was in seclusion, the others had all died of old age. The previous palace master of the Great Development Pill Palace had also fallen under the great calamity. The Great Development Pill Palace was considered to have lost its inheritance and only the old man's lineage continued to be passed down. However, the old man was the only one left in the lineage. If Lu Ming still did not come, the entire Great Development Pill Palace might really disappear in the long river of history. Palace Master, you can cultivate here in the future. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask this old servant. The old man said. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was not used to the old man calling him an old servant. No, you're the palace master of the Great Development Pill Palace and I'm a servant of the Great Development Pill Palace. I should address you as Palace Master. Palace Master, don't call me senior in the future. This old servant is not worthy of it. Palace Master, you can call me by my name. My name is Dan Kong. The old man said. Then I'll call you Uncle Kong. This matter is settled. Lu Ming said. The old man pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, Hall Master, first familiarize yourself with the Great Development Pill Formation and Great Development Pill Scripture. After that, this old servant will explain some of the profound uses of the Great Development Pill Furnace to Hall Master. It will be of great help to Hall Master. Many thanks, Uncle Kong. Lu Ming cupped his fists. A trace of a smile appeared on Dan Kong's face. He leaned on his walking stick and walked towards the front of the stone room, disappearing from there. Clearly, there was another space in front of the stone chamber. After the old man left, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and familiarized himself with the control of the Great Yen Pill Array. Several days passed in a twinkle. Lu Ming felt that his control over the Great Yen Pill Array was already more or less there. Let's go out for a while. I came in alone earlier. I wonder how Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others are doing. Lu Ming pondered, feeling a little uneasy. Previously, he had killed many sky prides of the four major forces and the Golden Crow tribe, but the Golden Crow fourth prince had escaped. This matter would probably cause a commotion among the four major forces and the Golden Crow tribe. He did not know if Huang Ling and Long Chen would be implicated. If he did not get to the bottom of this, he would feel uneasy. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the stone door in the stone chamber. Strangely, when Lu Ming walked to the stone door, a door of light automatically appeared on the stone door and Lu Ming walked through it. Now, Lu Ming could control the entire Great Yen Pill Array. Lu Ming could enter and exit any place in the Great Development Pill Hall freely. Outside the Pill Furnace Mountain, there were still many people waiting. A few days passed in the blink of an eye for a martial Dao expert. It was nothing. Someone has come out of the Pill Furnace Mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Immediately after, everyone's gaze turned towards the Mountain of Cauldrons. A black-robed young man stepped out of the Pill Furnace Mountain. Who else could it be but Lu Ming? Lu Ming. The martial emperors from the Wan clan, Golden Crow tribe, and Sky Wolf Pagoda all looked at Lu Ming with eyes as sharp as divine swords. They did not hide their killing intent. However, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others' faces changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't come out. Quickly return to the Pill Furnace Mountain. Huang Ling shouted anxiously. Shut up. The martial emperors from the Wan clan shouted coldly. Their sharp eyes swept towards Huang Ling, causing her face to turn pale. Lu Ming naturally saw the people outside and heard Huang Ling's voice. However, he did not stop and continued to step out. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the Pill Furnace Mountain. He looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Huang Ling and Long Chen were safe. Lu Ming, did you obtain the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace? The martial emperors from the Wan clan looked at Lu Ming with eyes as sharp as swords. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the martial emperors from the Wan clan. He did not fear the martial emperors at all. Regardless of whether you did or not, come with me to the Wan clan. The martial emperors from the Wan clan said in a cold voice. It was a completely commanding tone, but there was no room for doubt. When a martial emperor spoke, his words carried enormous weight. Ha! How shameless. Since ancient times, treasures have been obtained by those who are fated. Even if Lu Ming obtained the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace, it is also his good fortune. It is his fortuitous opportunity. You, a martial emperor, actually want to snatch the fortuitous opportunity of a junior. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Beside Huang Ling, the martial emperors from Phoenix Palace spoke disdainfully. Who said that I want to snatch his fortuitous opportunity? He killed many of my Wan clan's prodigies and has to pay the price. Moreover, the evil spirit sect's vice sect master appeared earlier. It is obvious that the evil spirit sect is about to revive. I suspect that he is from the evil spirit sect and specializes in killing prodigies with the potential to become a martial emperor. Why can't I bring him back to the Wan clan for interrogation? The Wan clan's martial emperor quibbled, directly accusing Lu Ming of being from the evil spirit sect. That's right. Lu Ming specializes in killing prodigies. We must bring him back for interrogation. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor also spoke, greed flashing in his eyes. In their opinion, not only had Lu Ming obtained the Great Development Pill Scripture and the Great Development Pill Furnace, but he also had other secrets. If they could obtain Lu Ming's secrets, it would definitely be of great use to their various factions. Ha, what a joke. This is a martial emperor. You are actually so despicable. Lu Ming sneered, his words full of mockery and disdain. How dare you, a junior, not only do you not kneel and greet a martial emperor, but you also dare to mock me. I will cripple you now. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted, and a violent aura erupted from his body, pressing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he retreated at lightning speed. You want to leave? In front of me, that is wishful thinking. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted coldly. He took a step forward, and heaven and earth rumbled. Then, he waved his hand, and an incomparably huge hand blotted out the sky, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others' expressions changed drastically. The Wan clan's martial emperor was too shameless. He actually made a move on a junior. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, he waved his hand. The entire territory around the Pill Furnace Mountain lit up, and a halo spread out, rushing toward that huge hand. Boom! Chapter 1808. The Wan clan's martial emperor's face darkened. He took a step forward and pointed his finger like a sword. A shocking sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. However, another halo of light rushed out and dispersed this sword radiance. Trying to stop me with the array? How naive! The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. He took a step forward and rushed into the area of the Pill Furnace Mountain. At the same time, his body glowed and a few weapons appeared. The moment these weapons appeared, a terrifying battle weapon Chi soared into the sky. A vast aura covered the sky. Each weapon was dazzling and even the sun was overshadowed. Emperor weapons. These weapons were all Emperor weapons. The Wan clan's martial emperor cultivated the 10,000 weapon art and sealed Emperor weapons. He held a battle sword in his hand and slashed out. Boom! The sword light and the halo above the Pill Furnace Mountain clashed fiercely, causing explosions to ring out. Go! Lu Ming stood in the void, shrouded in endless halos. He waved his hands and the entire area of the Pill Furnace Mountain glowed. Beams of halos appeared, as though they had transformed into blades of death, charging toward the Wan clan's martial emperors. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out and the Wan clan's martial emperor's body shook. He stepped on the air and retreated. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to fight with a martial emperor. Moreover, he was able to force the martial emperor to retreat. This was simply unbelievable. Lad, you can control the array here. You have indeed obtained the inheritance of the Great Pill Development Hall. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his aura surged. Everyone was shocked. No wonder Lu Ming could fight with a martial emperor. It turned out that he controlled the array of the Great Pill Development Hall. However, it was still shocking that he had the guts to fight with a martial emperor. Ordinary people would tremble in fear when standing before a martial emperor. They would not even dare to breathe loudly. They would not even dare to think about fighting with a martial emperor. Even if an ordinary person controlled such a large array, it would be useless. Lu Ming lived up to his reputation. He was really bold. So what if you have a large array? I will let you know what a martial emperor is. Those below a martial emperor are just ants. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared. His aura became even more terrifying. It was as though a world had appeared around him. Terrifying energy gushed out from the world and poured into the imperial weapon. The monarch weapons floated in the air. Their power grew more and more terrifying as they pressed down on Lu Ming. Martial Emperor's World Force. Someone exclaimed. Once the Martial Emperor's world force was unleashed, it could crush and destroy everything. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He was very clear on how powerful the Great Dan formation was. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, daring to shout, kill, at the Martial Emperor. At the same time, the Pill Furnace Mountain emitted many halos, rushing out at an extremely shocking speed, instantly attacking the Martial Emperor of the Wan clan, exceeding the reaction speed of many people. Those halos of light bombarded the Imperial armaments non-stop, and began to fight against them intensely. The Imperial armament trembled violently. The world energy contained within the Imperial armament seemed to be on the verge of being dispersed. Break! The Wan clan's martial emperor roared. Heaven and earth were shaking. The power of the world gushed out continuously. However, it was useless. The Wan clan's martial emperor was forced to retreat. Boom! Boom! Every time he took a step back, the void seemed to be on the verge of tearing apart. Although the space of the Yuan continent was extremely stable, many times more stable than the Divine Wilderness continent, martial emperors were too powerful. They could already affect space. A full-powered attack could probably tear space apart. The Wang clan's martial emperor was no match for them and kept retreating. This brat is too daring. He might be from the evil spirit sect. There are no rules when dealing with people from the evil spirit sect. We have to take him down. Brother Wan, I'll lend you a hand. A cold voice rang out. Following that, a figure let out a cry and turned into a huge black eagle, pouncing towards Lu Ming. This person was a fiend arch from the Sky Bird Palace. How shameful. You need 2 martial emperors to join forces to deal with a junior. You even found such a high-sounding reason. I can't take it anymore. The martial emperor beside Huang Ling shouted. He stepped forward and struck out with his palm. A phoenix flew out and pounced towards the Sky Bird Palace's fiend arch. Your Phoenix Palace is covering up for Lu Ming. Have you sided with the evil spirit sect? Kill! The Sky Bird Palace's fiend arch shouted. He flapped his wings like a heavenly blade and scattered the phoenix formed by the Phoenix Palace's martial emperor. At the same time, he did not forget to accuse Phoenix Palace. Bullshit! The Phoenix Palace's martial emperor cursed. His aura erupted as he struck out with his palms. Phoenix cries rang out as phoenixes flew out and engaged in a fierce battle with the Sky Bird Palace's fiend arch. Phoenix Palace has interfered. We'll settle this score later. Today, we must take down Lu Ming. Another cold voice rang out as a figure stepped forward. This person was covered in purple light that shot into the sky. It was a martial emperor from the ZG sect. You've gone too far. The Divine Elephant sect's martial emperor spoke. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the ZG sect's martial emperor. Your Divine Elephant sect wants to interfere too. I want to experience your Divine Elephant sect's ultimate technique. The ZG sect's martial emperor spoke. Purple light burst forth, forming a terrifying attack that blasted towards the Divine Elephant sect's martial emperor. As you wish. The Divine Elephant sect's martial emperor shouted and punched out. A group of giant elephants formed and stepped on the void. They leaped towards the ZG sect's martial emperor as if they were going to crush him. Several martial emperors had erupted here. The martial emperor's battle was earth-shattering. The others were shocked and frantically retreated, afraid of being affected. Today, you can't stop us. Lu Ming must be taken down. Another voice rang out. It came from the Sky Wolf Pagoda's fiend arch. He roared and transformed into a giant wolf. Like a mountain, he erupted with a violent aura and rushed towards Lu Ming. This time, no one stopped him. Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect were close to Lu Ming because of Huang Ling and Long Chen's relationship. That was why they had helped Lu Ming. However, the other forces had no relationship with Lu Ming. Of course, they would not help Lu Ming and offend the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and the other major forces. How dare you kill the Crown Prince of the Golden Crow clan? You must die. The fiend arch of the Golden Crow clan shouted and transformed into a giant 3-legged golden crow. His body was covered in blazing divine sun fire. He flapped his wings and charged towards Lu Ming like a golden divine blade. The 3 martial emperors attacked at the same time to take down Lu Ming. The 3 martial emperors joined forces to take down Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was taken down today, or even killed in battle, his name would be recorded in the history of the ancient Moon's sacred ground. Facing the 3 martial emperors, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. However, there was a raging fire burning in his eyes. This was a strong killing intent. He retreated and controlled the Dian Grand formation. Rays of light formed and bombarded the 3 emperor-level powerhouses. Don't let him retreat into the Pill Furnace Mountain. The martial emperor of the Wan clan shouted coldly. He controlled the martial emperor weapon and sent the halos flying towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the fiend arch of Sky Wolf Pagoda and the 3-legged golden crow attacked from both sides. The terrifying attacks broke through the halos and rapidly approached Lu Ming. Chapter 1809. Just as everyone thought that Lu Ming would flee into the cauldron mountain to hide, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Boundless light surged out from the surroundings, blocking the 3 emperor-level experts. At the same time, a scarlet light shot out from Lu Ming's glabella. It was a cauldron, the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron grew to a height of 10,000 feet and heavily smashed into the ground. Boom! The earth rumbled as Lu Ming descended from the sky and stood on top of the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. It's the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperors, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperors, and the Golden Crow tribe's martial emperors all had blazing eyes as they stared at the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron, together with the Great Pill Derivation Scripture, could refine pills with the laws and seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Such a treasure was a fatal temptation to any faction. Hand over the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperors shouted as they charged at Lu Ming with their emperor-level weapons. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperors and the Golden Crow tribe's martial emperors were not slow at all. They unleashed terrifying attacks that blasted away several light halos as they charged at Lu Ming. The 3 emperor-level experts charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming stood on top of the cauldron, his eyes flickering with madness. The Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Golden Crow tribe, Purple Extreme sect, and Sky Bird Palace, these 5 factions had gone too far. From the beginning, Lu Ming and the 5 factions had only been fighting among the younger generation. Deaths and injuries were unavoidable in a fight among the younger generation. However, when the younger generation of these factions was no match for Lu Ming, they directly sent out the older generation. This time, it was even better. They directly sent out emperor-level experts to kill Lu Ming. Since that was the case, Lu Ming would go crazy. Otherwise, they would really treat him as a junior that could be casually crushed. Lu Ming stood still as the attacks of the 3 emperor-level experts rapidly approached him. Great Dan formation, smelt all things, refine for me. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, the Great Development Cauldron let out a thunderous roar, as though it was resonating with the entire world. Resplendent light erupted in the area, and endless halos condensed from all directions, forming an incomparably huge cauldron that wanted to suppress the 3 sovereigns. Break! The 3 emperor-level powerhouses roared as their terrifying attacks bombarded the cauldron. Great Pill Derivation Furnace, open! Lu Ming coldly shouted. The lid of the Great Development Cauldron beneath his feet opened, revealing a pitch-black space. A terrifying attractive force erupted from the cauldron, as if it wanted to swallow everything in the world and refine it into a pill. The 3 emperor-level experts were sucked into the cauldron by the terrifying suction force. Not good. The 3 monarch-level masters' faces changed drastically. They unleashed their world energy and struggled madly, trying to break out of the encirclement. Great Dan formation, suppress. Lu Ming waved his hands, controlling the Great Dan formation in this area with all his might. At this moment, Lu Ming, the Great Development Cauldron, and the Great Development Cauldron seemed to have merged into one, erupting with astonishing energy. If the Great Development Cauldron was placed outside without the assistance of the Great Development Cauldron, Lu Ming's current cultivation would not be able to exert such a powerful force to affect the emperor-level powerhouses. However, with the help of the Great Development Cauldron, it was different. Its power was astonishing, and it seemed to have recovered, erupting with an astonishing suction force. In the sky, endless halos condensed, forming a huge cauldron with raging flames burning inside, suppressing the 3 emperor-level powerhouses. The 3 emperor-level powerhouses roared and resisted with all their might. However, their bodies still fell bit by bit, and were about to be sucked into the Great Development Cauldron. The spectators from afar were dumbfounded. Each of them widened their eyes and stood there in a daze. Shock could no longer be used to describe their feelings. What was Lu Ming trying to do? Was he trying to kill the sovereigns? Was he trying to put the 3 sovereigns into the cauldron and refine 3 emperor-level pills? This simply could not be described as audacious. His courage was even greater than the heavens. A junior, a great saint, actually wanted to kill the sovereigns. Regardless of whether he could succeed or not, such thoughts and actions were absolutely crazy. Martial emperors, even the weakest minor martial emperor realm, were still martial emperors. They had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, their lifespan was endless, and they could condense a small world. Such a person, no matter where they were, would be high and mighty, overlooking all living beings. When ordinary people faced emperor-level powerhouses, it was like a mortal facing a deity. They would not even dare to have any thoughts of blasphemy. However, Lu Ming wanted to kill the sovereigns. One could only imagine how shocked the surrounding people were. Most importantly, the three sovereigns were really falling toward the Great Development Cauldron. Lu Ming, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared crazily. He was really crazy. As a martial emperor, he could not take down Lu Ming personally. He needed help from others, but now, he was actually defeated by Xiao Feng. In the future, his reputation as a martial emperor was destined to be ruined. He hated Lu Ming to the extreme. He hated Lu Ming for resisting. Why did he not obediently follow him to the Wan clan and obediently give up everything? He was just an ant, yet he dared to resist and humiliate him. Explode! The Wan clan's martial emperor's eyes flashed with pain. He roared and a sovereign weapon flew up. Then, it emitted a bright light and exploded. The Wan clan's martial emperor was forced to explode his sovereign weapon. The explosion of the sovereign weapon was shockingly powerful. The terrifying energy tore a hole in the cauldron formed by the Great Development Cauldron. The Wan clan's martial emperor used the other two sovereign weapons to protect himself and rushed out of the hole. Ga! The golden crow let out a long cry. The golden crow beast emperor flapped his wings and rushed out of the hole like a beam of golden light. Roar! The heavenly wolf pagoda's beast emperor also wanted to rush out. Stay here! Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the Great Development Cauldron. The cauldron quickly recovered and the hole shrunk. No! The heavenly wolf pagoda's beast emperor roared and smashed at the hole. Unfortunately, the hole had already disappeared. The huge cauldron released a terrifying flame that pressed down on the heavenly wolf pagoda's beast emperor. At this moment, the heavenly wolf pagoda's beast emperor was the only one left. It was even harder for him to resist. The huge cauldron pushed him toward the Great Development Cauldron. Roar! The heavenly wolf pagoda's beast emperor struggled frantically. He unleashed his world energy and his body expanded rapidly. However, it was useless. His body quickly fell into the cauldron. Finally, his huge body entered the cauldron. Clang! Lu Ming controlled the Great Development Cauldron's lid and covered the cauldron. Refine! Lu Ming shouted as he stood on the cauldron. His long hair fluttered. Boom! Fierce alchemy flames spewed out from the bottom of the cauldron. At the same time, the Great Development Cauldron turned into beams of light and surrounded the cauldron, suppressing it. Boom! 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 Chapter 18:10. If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed. Turn into ashes. Lu Ming roared, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He controlled the cauldron with all his might, intending to refine the heavenly wolf pagoda's demon emperor. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air, including those emperor-level experts. Lu Ming was really going to refine an emperor-level powerhouse. If he succeeded, it would shock the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. A great sage slaughtering an emperor. Even with the help of the Grand Array, there were few such examples since ancient times. It would probably pierce through the heavens. Lu Ming, let go of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Demon Emperor. Do you think the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda only has one Demon Emperor? The Holy Land's foundation is far beyond your imagination. If you really anger us, you'll die without a burial place. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. He had actually lost an imperial armament in this battle. His heart was dripping with blood. That was an extremely rare emperor weapon. How many years had he spent cultivating it? He had only obtained 3 emperor weapons. He had paid a huge price and put in a lot of effort. Previously, he had no choice but to self-destruct one. He wished he could skin Lu Ming alive to vent his anger. Now, Lu Ming was going to refine the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Demon Emperor. Ha! Martial emperors are indeed superior to all living beings. At first, the 3 martial emperors wanted to kill me, but they were no match for me and were defeated by me. Now, they're using the power behind them to suppress me. How impressive, how impressive. I've learned something new. Lu Ming sneered, but everyone could hear the deep mockery in his voice. 3 martial emperors were dealing with a person of the younger generation. After being defeated, they actually brought out the faction behind them. This was truly shameless. The Wang clan's martial emperor's face was extremely gloomy. On the other hand, the rest of the members of the Wan family looked ashamed and resentful. They secretly hated Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how dare you humiliate my Wan clan? You'll regret it sooner or later. Wan Jingyang gritted his teeth. The humiliation of the Wan clan's martial emperor was equivalent to the humiliation of the entire Wan clan. In the future, when they went out, they would definitely be looked down upon and criticized by others. Of course, they wouldn't think about whether or not they were the cause of all this. They would only blame everything on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let go of the Shifter Emperor. Let him go. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape no matter where you go. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda all roared. Some of them turned into giant wolves and glared at Lu Ming. If you want to save your Shifter Emperor, come and save him yourself. Lu Ming said as he tried his best to refine the Skywolf Pagoda's Faith Arch. However, how could the demons of Heavenly Wolf Pagoda dare to go? What a joke. Even the Shifter the Arch was trapped in the cauldron and couldn't even protect himself. If they went to save him, wouldn't they be courting death? A bunch of gutless rats. Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at the Wan clan's martial emperors and the Golden Crow demonic monarch and said coldly, if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me, no matter who you are. No matter who it was. Even if it was a martial emperor or a Faith Arch, Shao Qin would still kill them. Arrogant. How arrogant. No matter how talented you are destined to not go far. Kill. The Wan clan's martial emperor shouted. He controlled an emperor weapon and threw it at Lu Ming from afar. However, he did not dare to get close at all. He only attacked Lu Ming from afar, trying to save the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Faith Arch. At the same time, the Golden Crow demonic monarch also made his move. He flapped his wings, and suns suddenly appeared in the sky. The suns fell, smashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming manipulated the Great Amplification Elixir Array to form many light screens, blocking the surroundings. Right now, he did not attack. He just needed to block. He focused on refining the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Faith Arch. Since they wanted to kill him, he had to make them pay a painful price. The Great Pill Formation blocked the attacks of the Wan clan's martial emperors and the Golden Crow demonic monarch. Roar! Roar! Roars came from the Great Pill Formation cauldron and the roars of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Faith Arch. The roars were filled with anger, unwillingness, and fear. Yes, everyone heard the roars of fear. Moreover, as time passed, the voice of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's Faith Arch seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Everyone looked at each other. Could it be that the high and mighty Faith Arch was really going to be refined? Let go of him. The Wan clan's martial emperor roared and attacked even more fiercely. However, they were all blocked by the Great Pill Formation cauldron. As for the Ziji Sect's martial emperor and the Sky Bird Palace's Faith Arch, they were blocked by the Divine Elephant Sect's and Phoenix Palace's martial emperors. They could not help. What a joke. You want to kill me, but you still ask me to let go of him. Idiots. Lu Ming berated them directly. He did not care if they were martial emperors or not. He did not give them any face at all. Some of the youths felt their blood boil. He wanted to refine the Fei the Arch in front of so many experts. He scolded the martial emperors and took revenge. He could do whatever he wanted. How delightful and carefree was this! They yearned for it. Of course, if it were them, they would not dare to do it. The Wan clan's martial emperors felt as if there was a rock in their chest. Ever since he had broken through to the martial emperor realm, no one had dared to speak to him like that. The other party was just a young man, but he could not do anything to him. It was extremely frustrating. At that moment, the voice in the great pill furnace became softer and softer. The Sky Wolf Pagoda's experts felt their hearts sink. In the end, an unwilling voice came out of the great pill furnace. Then, it became completely silent. Huff! Huff! Everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief as their hearts were filled with waves of shock. A Fei the Arch had fallen just like that. Killed by a junior. Lu Ming had killed a Fei the Arch. This matter was bound to cause a huge commotion in the ancient moon's sacred ground. The Wan clan's martial emperors and the Golden Crow Fei the Arch retreated with ugly expressions. There was a trace of horror in their eyes. Just now, if the two of them had not been fast enough and decisive enough to rush out, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If either of them had been trapped in the Great Pill Furnace, they would have ended up like the Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor. In addition, the martial emperors of the Purple Pole sect, Sky Bird Palace, Phoenix Palace, and Divine Elephant sect also stopped fighting and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not open the alchemy furnace immediately. To be on the safe side, he continued to control the fire in the alchemy furnace and continued to refine it for a while. When he could no longer sense any signs of life in the alchemy furnace, Lu Ming then opened the alchemy furnace. Clang! When the furnace was opened, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Was the Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor really dead? The moment the furnace lid was opened, an extremely powerful energy rushed into the sky. It was the power of the laws and also the power of the world. However, it dissipated with the wind. The Sky Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor did not appear again. He had really been refined. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What a pity. I did not comprehend the Great Pill scripture and my cultivation is not high enough. Otherwise, I could have refined an emperor pill. Lu Ming muttered softly. However, the people present were all experts. Although his voice was soft, they heard it clearly. This guy still wants to refine an emperor pill? Chapter 1811. Lu Ming, you killed our demon emperor. Our Skywolf Pagoda will never let you go. Just wait for your death. An expert from the Skywolf Pagoda roared and turned into a giant wolf. His eyes were cold. You're talking as if you'll let me go if I don't kill him. Lu Ming said indifferently with a hint of disdain. The other party had been pressuring him step by step. Even if he didn't kill the other party, they wouldn't let him go. So, he might as well kill to his heart's content. Killing a martial emperor from the other party was a gain for him. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar came from the distant sky. This roar was earth-shattering, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. Even the sun in the sky seemed to tremble as if it was about to fall. Not good. In the sky, the expressions of the martial emperors changed drastically. Their auras erupted and the power of the world circulated, enveloping the experts of their respective sections. The terrifying sound waves swept across, causing the defenses set up by the martial emperors to tremble violently. Some of the people who didn't have the protection of the martial emperors exploded in the air like fireworks. They died before they could even react. Those who were lucky enough to survive turned pale and were terrified. What kind of existence was this? A loud roar could kill a large number of experts. Even the martial emperor's expressions changed drastically. Then, everyone saw a flash of light and a giant wolf appeared on the scene. This giant wolf was silver all over and its silver fur shone brightly. It was 10,000 feet tall and incomparably huge. Its cold eyes looked at Lu Ming. Layers of strange light surrounded his body like a divine halo, making him look like a legendary god. The divine light of the world, a true emperor expert. The martial emperor of Phoenix Palace said solemnly. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was a true emperor. Needless to say, the other party must be from the Skywolf Pagoda. Even a true emperor had appeared. The martial emperor realm was divided into the minor emperor realm, intermediate emperor realm, great emperor realm, and heavenly emperor realm. The minor emperor realm had formed a small world. However, at this time, the small world was in the process of evolution. It was chaotic and living beings had no way of entering. Once they entered, they would be crushed to pieces. Therefore, the minor emperor realm was also called the illusory emperor. In other words, the small world hadn't taken shape yet and creatures couldn't enter. They were considered illusory emperors, not true emperors. At intermediate emperor, the minor world would be stable enough for living beings to enter. This level was also known as true emperor. This meant that he was a true emperor. As for great emperors, they controlled the great Tao. Small worlds could even give birth to living creatures. This was even more mysterious and unfathomable. At this realm, they were already at the peak of the world. As for the celestial emperor, he was a legend in the current world. The emperors that had appeared before were all minor emperors, void emperors. But now, the pagoda sent out a true emperor. Once a true emperor's minor world was formed, they would emit a worldly light. Kid, are you the one who killed my heavenly wolf pagoda's demon emperor? The eyes of the true emperor-level giant wolf shone like two suns. It looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice. Not bad. Lu Ming replied. He wasn't afraid of a true emperor. If he was going to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. These great powers were pressing him step by step, so he could only fight to the end. Very well, I'll extract your soul and burn it in purgatory flame. You'll beg for death. The wolf said, brimming with murderous intent. Ask him for his secrets first. At this moment, another voice sounded. Then, the void trembled and cracked open. A figure stepped out from the void. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression and a noble aura. His body was also surrounded by a divine halo. Everyone took a deep breath. Another true emperor had appeared. Greetings, ancestor. When the Wang clan's martial emperor saw this person, he bowed respectfully. This was a true emperor from the Wang clan. Screech! A terrifying bird cry rang out. Then, everyone saw a golden light flying over from afar. When the golden light flew past, the space actually rippled like water, and a hideous crack appeared. Next, the golden light receded and a huge three-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. Its sharp eyes swept through the area, causing everyone to feel a chill. It was another true emperor from the three-legged golden crow race. In the ancient moon's sacred ground, true emperors wouldn't appear unless something major happened. They would focus on cultivating or traveling in order to become stronger in order to deal with the tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years. But today, because of Lu Ming, true emperors appeared one after another. Not good. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others who were close to Lu Ming became anxious. Your Excellency, what should we do? Huang Ling anxiously transmitted to the martial emperor of Phoenix Palace. This is difficult. Our Phoenix Palace can't interfere in this situation. If our true emperors were to intervene, it would turn into an all-out war. That's why I'm afraid our true emperors won't interfere. The martial emperor said. His words made Huang Ling even more anxious. Would Lu Ming be able to fend off 3 true emperors with the help of the Great Expansion Elixir Array? The power of a true emperor wasn't something a minor emperor could compare to. No one could compete with a grand emperor. The 3 true emperors stared coldly at Lu Ming. There was a grave look in Lu Ming's eyes. With a thought, the great evolution cauldron shrunk rapidly and floated above his head. At the same time, near the cauldron mountain, endless rays of light flashed and circles of light appeared. It was dazzling. You think a mere formation can stop me? The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda uttered coldly. He stepped into the air and advanced towards Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Rings of light rushed towards the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. 2 silver rays shot out from the pagoda's eyes. He slashed forward and destroyed all the rings. He was unstoppable. True emperors were much stronger than void emperors. Condense! Lu Ming roared and focused on controlling the formation. At the same time, the cauldron vibrated and resonated with the formation. A gigantic cauldron appeared in the sky, emitting a dazzling radiance before blasting at the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. Break for me! The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda roared and unleashed a wolf claw. Boom! The wolf claw struck the cauldron, resulting in a terrifying explosion. However, the cauldron didn't break and managed to stop the attack. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda's eyes turned cold after seeing this and unleashed another claw attack. Lu Ming focused on controlling the cauldron to attack the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. This cauldron contained the full power of the Great Development Cauldron and Great Development Pill formation. It almost suppressed 3 martial emperors and killed a demon emperor in the end. Boom! Chapter 1812. At the same time, Lu Ming retreated back into the Cauldron Mountain. True emperors were too strong. Even with the formation, he wasn't a match for them. Perhaps there was a chance of survival. Don't even think about leaving. The true emperor of the Wan clan said coldly. He stepped into the Pill Cauldron Mountain and waved his hand. A small golden pagoda flew out and grew to 10,000 feet in size, crashing down on Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This force was too strong. He had no choice but to stop and control the Dian formation to set up layers of defense around him. Boom! The huge pagoda suppressed Lu Ming and a terrifying force blasted Lu Ming like a violent storm. The defense set up by the Great Amplification Elixir Array let out a terrifying roar and shattered continuously. Lu Ming's body was directly blasted to the ground. He retreated continuously for more than 10 steps. Every step he took created a big pit in the ground. After more than 10 steps, Lu Ming stabilized his body and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. If it wasn't for the cauldron, he wouldn't have just been injured. Despicable, several true emperors working together against a junior. Huang Ling and Long Chen clenched their fists. They wanted to help but there was nothing they could do. A true emperor could kill them with a single breath. Hand over the Great Development Pill Scripture and Great Development Cauldron, then kneel and cripple your cultivation. Perhaps I'll let you die a quick death. The true emperor of the Wan clan placed his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared with an unyielding glint in his eyes. Tough bones, let's see how long you can last. The Wan true emperor reached out with his palm and pressed down. Buzz! The pagoda trembled as a terrifying attack came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the cauldron and formation to stop them. However, most of the formation's power was used to stop the true emperors from the pagoda. The remaining power couldn't stop the true emperors from the Wan clan. Clank! The Great Amplification Alchemy Furnace vibrated. Lu Ming's body was hit by a terrifying force. His bones made cracking sounds and blood seeped out of his skin. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming continued to retreat while coughing up blood. His robe was stained with blood. However, Lu Ming's body remained upright. His eyes were filled with determination and unyieldingness. Kneel! The Wan True Emperor shouted. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind. The cauldron lit up and sent waves of light towards the Emperor. The Wan True Emperor pressed down again and the light collapsed. The terrifying force forced Lu Ming to retreat while coughing up blood. The pagoda emitted a terrifying pressure that locked down the area. Lu Ming couldn't escape into the Cauldron Mountain. Kneel! The Wan True Emperor's cold voice resounded again. The pagoda unleashed another wave of power on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was pushed back again. His injuries worsened, but he still stood straight. "If I don't die, I'll kill all of you." Lu Ming let out a long howl. His unyielding voice spread in all directions. His voice was filled with unwavering faith and killing intent that was as cold as a blade. If he didn't die, he would kill all of them. Many people were shaken. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming was still unyielding. He still dared to shout in such a manner. This person was truly terrifying. If he didn't die, the consequences in the future would be hard to predict. Many people had this thought. Even the emperors from the Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, and Three-Legged Golden Crow felt a chill down their spine. You won't have the chance. The Wan True Emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This brat was too extraordinary. Even if he couldn't get anything today, he still needed to kill him. Boom! He took another step forward and unleashed a terrifying aura. Specks of light blossomed from his body. One terrifying weapon after another flew out. The aura of his weapons converged and created ferocious rifts in the air. Clearly, the true emperor of the Wan clan was going all out to kill Lu Ming. Several true emperors working together to bully a junior at the Grand Saint realm. The ancient moon's sacred ground is getting weaker and weaker. A sigh came about at this time. Then, everyone saw an old man coming out of the Cauldron Mountain. He was extremely old with turbid eyes and almost all of his hair falling out. Wrinkles piled up on his face like a mountain. His aura was weak, and he held a walking stick in his hand as he walked through the air step by step. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This elder was the old servant of the Great Evolution Pill Hall, Dan Kong. Who are you? The Wan True Emperor glanced at Uncle Kong and found that his vitality was indeed weak, just like an ordinary old man without cultivation. However, he couldn't be an ordinary old man in this situation. Just a bag of bones about to enter the ground. You wouldn't know who I am even if I told you. Uncle Kong managed to squeeze out a faint smile. You want to help Lu Ming? The Wan True Emperor asked. Of course, Lu Ming is the Lord of Grand Development Pill Hall right now, so I naturally want to protect him. Uncle Kong said. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. The Wan True Emperor's murderous intent intensified. Might as well try. My old life is about to enter the ground anyway, so what if I die? Uncle Kong smiled. If you want to die, I'll kill you first. The Wan True Emperor shouted and pressed his palm forward. The pagoda unleashed a terrifying aura towards Uncle Kong. It was far stronger than the attack against Lu Ming earlier. He clearly didn't use his full strength against Lu Ming earlier in order to force Lu Ming to reveal the Grand Development Pill scripture. Uncle Kong, watch out! Lu Ming shouted. Uncle Kong's expression didn't change. However, he swung his walking stick. When the walking stick was swung out, it began to expand rapidly, turning into a giant staff that could hold up the sky, bombarding the giant tower. Boom! Terrifying waves of energy rippled out, causing the massive tower to continuously tremble before being blasted away. Uncle Kong's walking stick quickly shrank to its normal size and was held in Uncle Kong's hand. So strong. Many people were shocked. This old man was able to stop an attack from a true emperor from the Wan clan. Could this old man be a true emperor as well? Lu Ming was shocked as well. Uncle Kong's battle prowess exceeded his expectations. He had guessed that Count Kong was a martial emperor, but he didn't expect him to be a true emperor, a mid-emperor. So you're a true emperor as well. The Wan True Emperor had a serious expression. So what if you're a true emperor? Do you think you can protect Lu Ming alone? He must die today. Chapter 1813. Whoosh! The demon emperor of the Golden Crow tribe appeared next to the Wan True Emperor, emitting a terrifying aura. The three emperors stood side by side. Since the three of you are here, come out as well. Uncle Kong's expression didn't change. His muddy eyes stared at a certain spot in the sky and said. Many people were alarmed. Were there more experts hiding in the sky? The next moment, the space cracked open and two figures stepped out. One was shrouded in violet light while the other had a terrifying demonic aura. The only similarity was that they were surrounded by the light of a world. True emperors, more true emperors. True emperors from Violet Extreme and Sky Bird Palace. An emperor said with a serious tone. Today, the Wan Clan, Celestial Wolf Pagoda, Golden Crow Tribe, Violet Extreme, and Sky Bird Palace all sent true emperors here. Perhaps the other powers also sent true emperors, but they didn't show up yet. Ha, 5 true emperors just to deal with a junior at the Grand Saint Realm? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Uncle Kong's gaze swept across the area as he slowly opened his mouth. His voice was filled with ridicule. Lu Ming killed many people from the 5 major forces. He is deranged and has to die. No one can save him today. The Wan True Emperor coldly said. Oh. You said that Lu Ming killed so many of your people. I'm curious and want to ask a few questions. Uncle Kong said. The Wan True Emperor's group didn't say anything. Lu Ming couldn't escape today. This old man alone couldn't stop them. They wanted to see what he had up his sleeve. Firstly, the people from the 5 major forces that Lu Ming killed were at the Saint Realm. Were they of the same generation as Lu Ming? Were they 7, 8, or 10 years old? Uncle Kong's voice echoed across the area. The Wan True Emperor's group remained silent. Their eyes flashed but they didn't answer. Senior, those that Lu Ming killed were all of the same generation. Many of them were older than Lu Ming. Huang Ling said. Oh, I understand. Thank you, young lady. Uncle Kong smiled at Huang Ling and continued, did Lu Ming seek help from the older generation? The true emperors of the Wan clan and Golden Crow tribe didn't answer. Senior, I was there during all of this. Lu Ming didn't ask the seniors for help. Huang Ling said. I can testify. Long Chin said. Okay, the third question. Did Lu Ming kill the people from the 5 forces with his own abilities? Uncle Kong asked. That's right. We'll fight head-on with our own strength. Huang Ling understood. I understand. Kong Bo nodded and looked over at the Wan clan's group. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst forth from the body of Uncle Kong. It was as though a slumbering godly beast had been awakened. A frightening amount of essence chi pierced through the heavens, and the blood chi of his entire body began to blaze furiously. His cloudy eyes were no longer cloudy. There seemed to be the sun, moon, and stars revolving within them. They were full of sharpness. In a head-on battle between peers, the people from the 5 major forces are useless. They were no match for Lu Ming and were killed by him. Yet, you Void Emperors and True Emperors are shameless enough to seek revenge. What a joke. And you? Uncle Kong looked at the true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda. One of your martial emperors came to kill Lu Ming only to be killed by Lu Ming. Do you still want to avenge him? Do you have no shame? Uncle Kong's voice became sonorous and forceful as it echoed throughout the entire place. Lu Ming killed my Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's martial emperor by relying on the power of the array. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda said. Nonsense. He's a dignified martial emperor. Could it be that he wants the other party to have a fair fight with a junior at the eminent sage stage? I think you're not only shameless, but also stupid. The true emperor of Skywolf Pagoda's expression turned ugly. So what? It's useless for you to say so much today. You can't change the outcome. Lu Ming must die today. The true emperor of the Wan clan spoke while surrounded by weapons. No matter what you say, it's useless. Lu Ming has to be killed. Lu Ming's talents were too frightening. Since they had offended him, they must eliminate him. Otherwise, they would be the ones to be destroyed in the future. Is that so? Uncle Kong smiled and said, "This old man didn't say so much to make all of you retreat. Instead, I'm saying that since all of you can act like this, then this old man might as well do the same thing as well." As soon as Uncle Kong finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom! This step caused the sky to turn upside down. The sun and moon lost their brilliance as the void trembled violently. In the distance, the martial emperors were aghast and shouted, "Retreat!" They led the people below the emperor level and frantically retreated. They wanted to get as far away from that area as possible because they felt a fatal danger. This is, the true emperors of the Wan clan and Golden Crows narrowed their eyes at this moment. Clank! A sword ray shot out from the cane in Uncle Kong's hand. This sword illuminated the 9 heavens with a peerless brilliance akin to a flying immortal. It broke through space and headed straight for the true emperor of the Wan clan. Myriad soldiers. One true emperor roared. All the weapons around him lit up and gathered together to form a gigantic and strange weapon. It slammed straight towards the sword ray unleashed by Count Kong. Alas, the sword ray shattered the strange weapon into pieces. The sword ray didn't stop there and continued on its unstoppable course. The true emperor of the Wan clan roared and summoned a minor world. His body was trapped inside while he frantically retreated. Alas, the sword ray was even faster. It instantly slashed through the minor world and split it in half like a watermelon in front of the horrified spectators. The sword didn't stop there and continued to slash at the emperor. No! The emperor's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! He shouted with fear in his eyes. The next second, the sword ray pierced through his forehead. The true emperor of the Wan clan froze on the spot, unable to move at all. His aura had completely vanished, including his life force. Then, to the horror of the crowd, the true emperor of the Wan clan turned into ashes and dissipated from the world. The scene fell into a deathly silence. It was as if everyone's throats were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Not a single sound could be heard. The true emperor of the Wan clan was dead. A true emperor was annihilated by a single slash. Not even his corpse was left behind. This was a true emperor, a peak existence capable of looking down on the world. No one could compete with him except for a grand emperor. But now, he was killed by a single slash. Lu Ming's eyes widened in horror. Chapter 1814. At this moment, Uncle Kong no longer had a trace of old age. He had completely transformed into a peerless swordsman. Under the heavens, who else could surpass him? If a true emperor dares to bully a junior, then I'll do the same to all of you. Die! His eyes flashed like lightning as he took a step forward, causing the world to tremble. Another sword ray slashed towards the pagoda's emperor. The pagoda's emperor frantically retreated while unleashing all of his power. Alas, it was futile. He followed in the footsteps of the Wan clan's emperor and turned into ashes. Another true emperor has been slain. Run, run, run. The remaining emperors from Golden Crow, Violet Extreme, and Sky Bird Palace were scared to death. They only had one thought in mind, to run as far away as possible. They didn't want to kill Lu Ming at all. All they wanted was to stay alive. Uncle Kong's eyes narrowed as he pointed his finger at the sky. Whoosh! A sword ray appeared in front of the 3 emperors and directly cut through the void. The 3 emperors stopped in their tracks with a horrified expression. Do you think you can escape if I want to kill you? Uncle Kong uttered coldly. Senior, please spare us. The true emperor from the Golden Crow tribe shouted, no longer as arrogant as before. He became as obedient as a dying bird. He was scared out of his wits. Wan Clan's and Celestial Wolf Pagoda's emperors were slain by the old man. It wouldn't take him much effort to kill them. Everyone in the surroundings fell silent, and could only look at Uncle Kong in horror. 1 slash to kill a true emperor. What kind of cultivation was this? Could it be a Grand Emperor? Was there a Grand Emperor hiding in Grand Development Hall? One should know that the number of great emperor experts in the entire Yuan mountain could be counted with one's fingers. On the surface, there were only a few of them. Even if he wasn't a grand emperor, he had to be a terrifying existence among true emperors. The other two true emperors stopped and stared at Elder Kong with trepidation. With their cultivations, they were utterly unable to see through Elder Kong's cultivation. Clang! After sheathing his sword, Elder Kong began to withdraw his aura, making him look like an ordinary old man. Elder Kong's walking stick was a long sword. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The three true emperors heaved a sigh of relief. "Let me tell you, Lu Ming is already the successor of the Great Pill Derivation Palace and the current palace master of the Great Pill Derivation Palace." Taoist Kong. "Senior, don't worry. We won't touch a single hair on Lu Ming's head in the future," the true emperor from the Golden Crow race said. Elder Kong nodded, and then he swept the crowd with his gaze and glanced at the experts of all the powers before his voice sounded out from afar. "In the future, this old man won't interfere in the battles of the same generation. Even if one of you kills Lu Ming and seizes his fortune, I won't interfere as well. However, if some of you old fellows make a move against a junior disciple, then don't blame me for being impolite. When the time comes, I'll make a trip to your sect and stretch my muscles." Many people felt a chill in their hearts. Given Elder Kong's battle prowess, a trip to any sect would be disastrous. Elder Kong could even kill a true emperor with one slash. Even though the great powers had more than one true emperor, they still might not be his match. At that point, not to mention the juniors, even the emperors would die. This was a blatant threat. Alas, the great powers had no choice but to accept it. This was the deterrence of a terrifying expert. Why didn't the experts from the Wan clan and Golden Crow race dare to kill the young geniuses of the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect? Because these two sects had terrifying experts as well. If you kill their geniuses, their experts can also kill your geniuses. This is the deterrence of the strong. Why did the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces dare to dispatch powerful figures to kill Lu Ming? They knew that Lu Ming didn't have a backer. Lu Ming didn't have an expert behind him who would seek revenge on their juniors. But now, Lu Ming had a backer. All the great powers had to be wary of him. "Senior, are you really not going to interfere in a battle between peers?" the true emperor of the Golden Crow race asked. This old man is a man of his word. If Lu Ming is no match for his peers and is killed, he will be considered useless. However, I still stand by my words. If your seniors or even emperor-level powerhouses attack him, this old man will not be polite. Now, all of you, get lost. A sharp glint flashed in Elder Kong's eyes as he waved his hand. "Let's go." The true emperor of the Golden Crow race shouted and turned into a golden ray, flying away with extreme speed. The other members of the Golden Crow race also left. Violet Extreme Sect, Sky Bird Palace, and the other sects also left with flickering figures. The appearance of the Grand Development Pill Hall had finally come to an end. However, the storm was far from over. The entire ancient moon sacred ground was shaken. This time, Lu Ming was the main character. Because of Lu Ming, the great powers suffered great losses. This was especially true for Heavenly Wolf Pagoda and the Wan clan. The Wan clan lost a true emperor while Heavenly Wolf Pagoda lost a void emperor and a true emperor. Even a great power like the ancient moon sacred ground couldn't bear this loss. Anyone who could become an emperor was a peerless genius. Heavenly spirit physiques were said to have the potential to become an emperor. However, that was only potential. It was still very difficult to reach the throne. Moreover, this was a true emperor. Great powers like the ancient moon sacred ground definitely had more than one true emperor. However, these were accumulated over a long period of time. Losing one would have a significant impact on their strength. Not long after, almost all the powers left. Only Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and a few others stayed behind. "Lu Ming, are you alright?" Huang Ling walked towards the Cauldron Mountain and came to Lu Ming's side. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. However, his face was pale and his body trembled slightly. He almost lost his balance. He was already severely injured from the continuous attacks of the Wan clan's true emperors. Huang Ling, let's let Lu Ming heal first. We'll come see him another day. Long Chen came over and said. Very well, Lu Ming, take care of yourself first. We'll come see you another day. Huang Ling said and left with Long Chen, Phoenix Palace, and Divine Elephant Sect. Uncle Kong, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Uncle Kong. Temple Lord, it is my duty to protect you. However, there are countless experts in this world. The powers of the ancient moon's sacred ground are not as simple as they seem. They have deep foundations and terrifying existences guarding them. The other sacred grounds have as many experts as the clouds. The road ahead will be even longer. You will have to walk it yourself, especially the competition between the younger generation. I won't interfere, you have to face it yourself. Chapter 1815. That's what I should do. Lu Ming nodded his head. He also knows that Uncle Kong is doing this for his own good. An expert must fight, kill, experience all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. A flower in a greenhouse cannot withstand the test. If he needs Uncle Kong to take care of him everywhere, how can he reach the peak? Palace Master, go back and heal your injuries first. Uncle Kong nodded his head and returned to the Pill Furnace Mountain step by step. Soon after, Lu Ming also returned to the Pill Furnace Mountain. He swallowed a medicinal pill and began to heal his injuries. This time, Lu Ming's injuries are very serious. It took 7 days for his injuries to heal completely. A few days later, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Mu Qingxue and others came to see him. When they saw that Lu Ming is fine, they felt relieved. Lu Ming brought them around the Great Pill Development Palace. However, Phoenix and others did not stay for long and returned to their respective sections. Now, it's getting closer and closer to the opening of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard in Celestial City. Everyone also has to seize the time to cultivate and improve their cultivation so that they can smoothly enter the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard and obtain the Great Emperor's guidance. Lu Ming also imparted the Divine Breath technique to Huang Ling and others. This is a life-saving secret technique, it's very useful at critical moments. After Huang Ling and others left, Lu Ming also began to cultivate in seclusion. Can the pill fire of the Great Pill Development Furnace really refine the spirit body and make it evolve? With a thought from Lu Ming, the Great Pill Development Furnace flew out and landed on the ground. It turned into the size of a house. During this period of time, Elder Kong told Lu Ming some of the wonderful uses of the Great Pill Development Furnace. The Great Pill Development Furnace seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. It could refine pills with the laws of heaven and earth. It could also refine pills that could make the spirit body evolve. This is the rumor from the outside world. But in fact, the Great Pill Development Furnace is even more mysterious than the rumor. It can directly refine a person's body and make the spirit body evolve. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming waved his hands and a large number of panacea flew out from his storage ring into the Great Evolution Cauldron. Immediately after, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he dashed into the Great Evolution Cauldron as well. He then closed the cauldron. Refine. With a thought from Lu Ming, a large amount of pill fire gushed out from the Great Pill Development Furnace and enveloped Lu Ming. This kind of pill fire was extremely terrifying. Previously, the Celestial Wolf Pagoda's Emperor-level expert had been refined by this pill fire. Pill fire has the power of destruction, but it also has a peerless vitality, all depends on the owner's will. Alchemy fire surged out, and the sacred herbs were instantly refined, turning into energy. Lu Ming's body was engulfed by the elixir fire. Instantly, waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. Great! Lu Ming resisted with all his might, but the alchemy fire engulfed his body and burned fiercely. It was as if it wanted to refine his body. Sizzle! A heart-wrenching pain. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured the pain with all his might. He persisted. He understood that it was not that easy for his spirit body to evolve. It was impossible to evolve casually. If he were to buy true dragon bones, true dragon blood essence, etc., he did not know how many origin stones he would need to buy them. But now, there was a shortcut, so why not take it? Lu Ming gritted his teeth and persisted. After a while, the energy from the great pill furnace began to gather towards Lu Ming. With the refinement of the pill fire, it constantly seeped into his body. Lu Ming felt that his spirit body was slowly becoming stronger. This cultivation lasted for 7 days. When Lu Ming felt that he had reached his limit, he retreated from the furnace. After a day of rest, he placed some more holy medicines into the furnace and continued to refine them. This method was similar to refining pills. But using one's own body as a pill and using holy medicines as supplementary materials, it was constantly refining and removing the impurities in the spirit body. The energy of the holy medicines was integrated into the spirit body, constantly strengthening the potential of the spirit body. When a certain time came, the potential of the spirit body would erupt and achieve a transformation. This effect was heaven-defying. For Lu Ming, it might not be much. He cultivated the dragon god battle body. As long as he had true dragon bones, true dragon blood essence, etc., he would evolve sooner or later. But for ordinary martial artists, how heaven-defying was this effect? In other words, no matter what level of spirit body you had, as long as you continued to refine it, your spirit body could continue to evolve. Of course, there were some limitations. According to one's potential, there would be some differences. Some people could continue to evolve, but some people had limited potential. Even if they had the great pill furnace, they would not be able to evolve much. There would be a limit. But this was already heaven-defying enough. Therefore, Elder Kong warned him not to reveal this function to anyone who was not on good terms with him. This was because the outside world only thought that the great pill furnace could refine pills that could allow the spirit body to evolve. They did not know that it had this function. Concocting pills required materials. Without materials, it was impossible to concoct pills. But this function did not require specific materials at all. Any holy medicine could be added in. If this was obtained by a major faction, how many geniuses could it nurture? At that time, even with Elder Kong standing guard, it was inevitable that some major factions would take the risk out of desperation. 7 days passed. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the great pill furnace. As for Bubble, it was bored and ran out every day. Lu Ming did not care about it either. With Bubble's current cultivation and space-time law, as long as it did not encounter an emperor-level powerhouse, it should be fine. Sure enough, Bubble came back every few days. Its entire body was emitting a medicinal fragrance. It even gave Lu Ming a lot of holy medicine. These holy medicines were rich in medicinal strength and were very old. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Bubble, this fellow, must have run to some major faction to steal medicine. Roar! Inside the great pill furnace, a shocking dragon roar came out. Above the furnace, a phantom of 9 dragons danced and spiraled, roaring at the sky as if the real 9 dragons were reborn. Clang! The furnace lid opened, and Lu Ming's figure flew out. His body was surrounded by 9 dragons. Every inch of his skin was emitting a sparkling luster. Under the luster, it seemed to be filled with endless power. Superior Heaven's spiritual body. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes bright. After a month of continuous tempering, his spiritual body had finally evolved again, evolving into a superior Heaven spiritual body. This was already the highest level of a spiritual body. His strength had reached an astonishing level. In a month's time, although his cultivation did not change and was still at the lesser great sage realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. With my current combat strength, who can be my opponent in a battle of the same level? The Son of Heaven is known to be invincible in the same level. If I have the chance, I must see it. A strong fighting spirit flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, he stepped out of the mountain of pill furnaces and shot up into the air. Boom! Lu Ming punched out. The clouds were pierced, and a 1,000-mile passage appeared. Boom! 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 Then, Lu Ming kept waving his fists. The terrifying fist force surged, and the void boiled. All the air was squeezed and exploded, turning into a destructive force. Chapter 1816. Awesome, this is great. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt refreshed. At that moment, Lu Ming looked outside the pill furnace mountain. There, a figure flashed over. Wherever the figure passed, the space rippled like water. It was as if the figure was shuttling through space. Bubbles, where did you go to steal sacred medicine? Lu Ming smiled and looked at the little girl who appeared in front of him. Brother Lu Ming, this is bad. Sister Huang Ling is in danger. Bubbles said. There was a hint of anxiety in her big eyes. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Bubbles immediately began to chatter. It turned out that Bubbles had sneaked into a place where the Wan clan planted sacred medicine to steal sacred medicine. She had inadvertently heard a secret. The top genius of the Wan clan, Wan Zhengyang, had found out where Huang Ling was cultivating. He wanted to join forces with a group of elites to secretly kill Huang Ling, the Wan clan again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He knew that the Wan clan wanted revenge. Huang Ling and Lu Ming were very close. Some people even said that Huang Ling was Lu Ming's woman. Therefore, they wanted to kill Huang Ling to take revenge on Lu Ming. Bubbles, do you know where Huang Ling is cultivating? Lu Ming asked. I heard from the Wan clan that it's in the Wan Flame Mountain. Bubbles said. Where is the Wan Flame Mountain? There's no time to lose. Let's go and find out. Let's go. Lu Ming took a step forward and turned into a stream of light. He tore through the air. Not long after, Lu Ming and Bubbles came to a gathering place. After finding out the location of the Wan Flame Mountain, they quickly headed there. The Wan Flame Mountain was a mountain range filled with flames. Usually, it was the favorite place for those who cultivated the law of fire. Comprehending the law of fire there was more effective than other places. Huang Ling cultivated the undying flame law. Normally, she would often come to the myriad flame mountain to cultivate. In a valley in the 1,000-flame mountain, flames were burning fiercely. Huang Ling was sitting cross-legged in the valley. An immortal heavenly phoenix was flying around her. The surrounding flames continued to gather. Suddenly, Huang Ling opened her eyes and looked at the entrance of the valley. She shouted, "Who is it?" As expected of the immortal heavenly phoenix body. Your spiritual sense is quite sharp. A cold laugh was heard. Then, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. Wan Zhengyang. Huang Ling's face sank. The leader of the group was the #1 heaven's favorite of the Wan clan, Wan Zhengyang. Behind him were 4 other experts, either peak great sages or great circle great sages. These people were almost 50 years old and were at the edge of the younger generation. This is my cultivation ground. What are you doing here? Huang Ling said in a deep voice. What am I doing? Wan Zhengyang's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. He said, of course I'm here to kill you. That bastard Lu Ming made my Wan clan lose a true emperor. This is irreconcilable. However, he's hiding in the Great Development Pill Hall and doesn't dare to come out. I'll kill you first. As Lu Ming's woman, I'm afraid your death will hurt Lu Ming. Ha ha ha. Huang Ling blushed slightly. It seemed that the outside world had misunderstood and thought that Huang Ling was Lu Ming's woman. However, she did not refute. Instead, a powerful aura emanated from her body. She said, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. So you've reached Great Circle Great Sage. But you still have to die. Wan Zhengyang sneered. A terrifying aura also erupted from his body. Great Circle Great Sage. Huang Ling's expression changed drastically. Wanzheng Yang's cultivation was at peak Great Sage. She did not expect him to have reached Great Circle Great Sage. If Wanzheng Yang's cultivation was still at the peak of the Supreme Saint, Huang Ling could still fight him with the Immortal Flame Law. However, he had broken through to the Great Saint perfection, and with the help of the other 4 masters, Huang Ling was not confident. Swoosh! Huang Ling did not hesitate. The phantom of a phoenix flapped around her. Her body soared into the sky and flew up. Roar! A wolf's howl reverberated through the sky. A huge wolf claw grabbed at Huang Ling, phoenix wing strike. Huang Ling's expression changed. She slashed her palm upward. A phoenix wing formed and slashed at the wolf claw like a divine blade. Bam! Huang Ling's body trembled. She was hit by a powerful force and fell back into the valley. Roar! Roar! A few wolf howls could be heard in the sky. A few huge wolves appeared in the sky. Sky Wolf Pagoda. Huang Ling's expression darkened. The giant wolves looked at Huang Ling with cold eyes. If the Phoenix Palace finds out that you've joined forces to kill me, we won't let this go. Do you want to start a war between the major forces? Huang Ling shouted. So what if they find out? We've only sent out the younger generation. We haven't sent out the older generation. Wanzheng Yang sneered. Those who came with them were around 50 years old. They were considered the younger generation. Indeed, they had not sent out any of the older generation. As for the younger generation, there were no restrictions on whether they could fight one-on-one or be surrounded. Moreover, as long as you're dead, no one will know that we did it. Kill! Wanzheng Yang shouted. The acupuncture points all over his body lit up. Sacred weapons flew out. He held a supreme sacred weapon in his hand. His aura was wild as he charged at Huang Ling, 9 phoenix strikes. Huang Ling's arms shook like the wings of a phoenix. She blasted out 9 moves in a row. Phoenixes formed, tore through the void, and charged at Wanzheng Yang. Wanzheng Yang held the supreme sacred weapon and blasted it out continuously. He collided with Huang Ling. After 9 consecutive explosions, Huang Ling's body trembled and she retreated. After all, Wanzheng Yang was the top genius of the Wan clan. His cultivation had reached the Great Sage realm. His spiritual body was also a mid-level heaven spiritual body. His combat strength was astonishing. Although Huang Ling had mastered the law of kingly path, she was still no match for him when her cultivation was so far behind. The law of kingly path is indeed powerful. But you still have to die. Kill! Wanzheng Yang shouted and charged at Huang Ling again. Deathless cage! Huang Ling shouted. The flames in the area gathered toward her frantically, forming a flame cage and trapping Wanzheng Yang inside. Boom! Boom! Wanzheng Yang continued to bombard the flaming cage, but he did not manage to break through the flaming cage. At the same time, Huang Ling rushed toward the entrance of the valley. Let's attack together. Don't let her escape. Wanzheng Yang shouted. The few elites of the Wan clan who came with Wanzheng Yang attacked together. Terrifying attacks shot toward Huang Ling. At the same time, several giant wolves roared in the sky and pounced at Huang Ling, 9 phoenix strikes. Huang Ling roared. Her arms shook, and she blasted out terrifying attacks. 9 phoenixes pounced out. Among the 4 elites of the Wan clan, one of them was a great sage peak. 2 phoenixes pounced on him and killed him directly. He turned into ashes in the flames. The other few people were also greatly shaken as they retreated one after another. Chapter 1817. Huang Ling repelled a few experts from the Wan family and rushed toward the entrance of the valley. She was about to rush out of the valley. Get lost! At the entrance of the valley, sword radiance burst forth. A terrifying sword radiance tore toward Huang Ling. The power of the sword radiance was extremely terrifying. Huang Ling's expression changed. At the critical moment, a flaming sword appeared in her hand and blocked in front of her. Bam! There was a terrifying collision. Flames shot in all directions. Huang Ling's body retreated rapidly. She took more than 10 steps back before she could stabilize herself. A few figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. Demonic aura filled the sky. Falcon, it's you. Huang Ling's heart sank. The figures that appeared at the entrance of the valley were experts from the Sky Bird Palace. The leader was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Sky Bird Palace, Falcon. Huang Ling, to be honest, it's a pity for such a beautiful woman like you to die like this. Falcon stepped forward first. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He looked at Huang Ling passionately. His gaze kept scanning Huang Ling's body. Bam! Behind him, the flaming cage exploded. Wan Zhenyang rushed out of the flaming cage. Cold murderous intent exploded as he charged toward Huang Ling. In the sky, a few giant wolves from the Sky Wolf Pagoda blocked the way. Huang Ling was in a desperate situation. Everyone, it's a pity to kill this woman. Why don't we cripple her first and bring her back to play with her? Falcon licked his lips. His eyes kept scanning Huang Ling's curvaceous body. His gaze became more and more passionate. Falcon, if you want to play with her, sure. I have an idea. Wan Zhenyang's eyes darted around as if he was brewing a vicious plan. He said, you take Huang Ling and play outside the Pill Furnace Mountain. Lure Lu Ming out. We'll set an ambush and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. As long as we send only the younger generation, the experts of the Great Pill Development Palace won't say anything. Lu Ming's death will be in vain. Ha! After Wan Zhenyang finished speaking, he laughed proudly. That's a good idea. However, if the people from the Phoenix Palace find out, they'll go crazy. Falcon's eyes darted around as if he was considering whether the idea was feasible. We'll find a way to hide it from the people from the Phoenix Palace. Falcon, are you so timid that you don't even dare to do this? Wan Zhenyang sneered. Who says I don't dare? The flames in Falcon's eyes grew even more intense. Despicable and shameless. Don't even think about it. Phoenix Spirit let out a long cry. Her entire body was about to turn into flames. Endless flames gathered towards her. She turned into a flaming phoenix and charged towards the sky. Get down! Above, several giant wolves attacked at the same time, blasting towards Huang Ling. A series of collisions rang out. Huang Ling was alone and her cultivation was weaker. In the end, she was unable to charge out and was blasted down. Kill! Holy weapons flew around Wan Zhenyang. Battle weapon Qi soared into the sky and charged towards Huang Ling. At the same time, Falcon and the others also charged towards Huang Ling. Huang Ling did her best to fight the crowd, but after a few moves, her body flew far away. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and her face was pale. However, her body was still filled with raging flames. She rushed to the side, wanting to rush out. Immortal heavenly phoenix body, immortal fire laws, your vitality is indeed astonishing. But today, your fate is sealed. Accept your fate. Wan Zhenyang said coldly. He took a step forward, and more than 200 saint weapons streaked across the sky, making terrifying whistling sounds as they charged towards Huang Ling. Falcon and the others also attacked at the same time. Wan Zhenyang and Falcon alone were more powerful than Huang Ling, let alone so many experts attacking at the same time. Huang Ling was no match for them at all. After a few moves, she was blasted away again, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. If it were not for her body and the immortal fire laws that were extremely mysterious, her vitality was astonishing. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed. Even so, Huang Ling was still severely injured. Swoosh! Swoosh! Wan Zhenyang, Falcon, and the experts of Sky Wolf Pagoda, a total of more than 10 people, surrounded Huang Ling. Huang Ling had no way out. Everyone, let's cripple her. Such a beauty, she must taste good. Falcon's eyes were even more lustful. Huang Ling's heart sank. Then, a ruthless look flashed in her eyes. She would rather die than fall into Falcon's hands and be used to threaten Lu Ming. Boom! The flames on her body went berserk. She wants to self-destruct. Stop her! Wan Zhenyang shouted. More than 200 sacred weapons gathered, forming a terrifying suppressive force. They suppressed Huang Ling, trying to stop her from self-destructing. Don't even think about it. Falcon roared and turned into a huge black divine eagle. He flapped his wings, which were as big as a mountain, and blasted toward Huang Ling. Boom! Boom! A terrifying force shook. Huang Ling's flames were extinguished. Her body was blasted away, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Her face was filled with despair. There were too many people on the other side. She could not even self-destruct. You want to self-destruct? Dream on. Wait a moment. I'll make you feel like you're in heaven. Falcon shouted coldly. He pounced toward Huang Ling, wanting to destroy her cultivation. Huang Ling was injured, and it was difficult for her to dodge. Just as Falcon's attack was about to hit Huang Ling's body, the air around Huang Ling rippled like water. Then, Huang Ling's body disappeared like a phantom. Boom! The Falcon's attack landed on the ground, causing the ground to rumble and explode, creating a huge crater. Who's there? Falcon's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He shouted and scanned the surroundings. Finally, he stopped in the sky above the entrance of the valley. There, a young man in a black robe stood in the void, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. A little girl of 2 or 3 years old sat on him, staring at Wan Zhenyang and the others with an unfriendly expression. Of course, these two people were Lu Ming and Bubbles. Lu Ming, why are you here? Huang Ling stood beside Lu Ming, full of surprise. Earlier, it was Bubble who had made a move and saved Huang Ling at the critical moment. Bubbles, I accidentally heard that Wan Zhenyang and the others were going to attack you, so I rushed over. It seems that I'm still a little late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Why is he here? When Wan Zhenyang and the others saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically. They could not help but take a step back. Lu Ming's notoriety was too great. A month ago, he had refined a shifter emperor in front of everyone. It was terrifying. What are you afraid of? This is not the Great Pill Evolution Palace. He can't control the Great Pill Evolution Formation. He's just an ordinary saint. Wan Zhenyang shouted to stabilize the morale. That's right. He came at the right time. We can kill him here and save ourselves some effort. Falcon also said. That's right. Let's kill him and avenge the shifter emperor. The giant wolves of Sky Wolf Pagoda were even more murderous. Chapter 1818. Huang Ling, you're injured. Enter the mountain river diagram to heal your injuries. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Huang Ling. Lu Ming, you're alone. Don't fight them head-on. Huang Ling said worriedly. She was afraid that Lu Ming would fight Wan Zhenyang and the rest alone. Don't worry. If I can't beat them, I have Bubbles with me. I can retreat without worry. Lu Ming nodded. Only then did Huang Ling relax and enter the mountain river diagram. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming exuded a terrifying murderous intent. His cold eyes swept across Wan Zhenyang, Falcon, and the rest. Hee, do you think this is the Great Pill Evolution Hall? You're the one who's going to die. Kill! Falcon roared. He flapped his wings and pounced toward Lu Ming. His wings were like blades. They whistled out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Falcon was the top sky pride of Sky Bird Temple. He was in the Great Sage Perfection realm. His attack was terrifying. If Lu Ming's spiritual body had not evolved, it would be difficult for him to fight against it. But now, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The law of chaos flowed. the suppressing hell skill erupted. With a palm strike, a phantom of the suppressing hell monument appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming seemed to be carrying the suppressing hell monument as he blasted it toward Falcon. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with Falcon's wings. Falcon's body shook violently. He retreated quickly, feathers flying. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. He was shocked by Lu Ming's power. In the previous attack, he felt a terrifying power surging from Lu Ming's palm as if it was going to suppress him. Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the Great Sage Minor Mastery. How could he have such terrifying power? He stood in the Great Sage Perfection realm, while Lu Ming was only in the Great Sage Minor Mastery. He had just stepped into the Great Sage realm. With such a huge difference in cultivation, he was no match for him in a head-on collision. This was unbelievable. Bam! Lu Ming stepped on the void and charged toward Falcon. Let's attack together. Falcon roared. All of a sudden, the howls of wolves filled the sky and the wings broke through the air. The other experts of Sky Wolf Pagoda and Sky Bird Palace charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Wan Zhenyang led the Wan family's experts and charged towards Lu Ming. Bubble, stop those people from the Wan clan first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Leave it to me. Bubble flew out and waved her hand. Space rippled like water, blocking Wan Zhenyang and the others' path. At the same time, terrifying spacetime power surged towards Wan Zhenyang and the others. Wan Zhenyang and the others could only resist with all their might. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a battle sword of the level of a saint weapon in his hand. He charged forward and lashed out with the battle sword. Terrifying power flowed into the battle sword, giving it the power to split mountains. It slashed towards a giant wolf. Roar! The giant wolf roared and erupted with all of its strength. Its entire body was suffused with divine light as it blasted towards Lu Ming. This giant wolf was also a Sky Pride of Sky Wolf Pagoda. Although he was not the top Sky Pride of Sky Wolf Pagoda, he was still one of the top few Sky Prides and was very powerful. However, at this moment, he could not stop Lu Ming's sword. The sword slashed down and broke through his attack. Then, it slashed down forcefully at his head. No, the giant wolf roared. In the next moment, the battle sword slashed down. Blood spurted out as the giant wolf was split in half. Puff! Then, Lu Ming's battle sword slashed horizontally. A powerful bird was killed by the sword, and feathers flew everywhere. How can he be so strong? The others trembled. Lu Ming was only a lesser great saint, but his combat strength was terrifyingly strong. This time, the weakest of the three major forces who came this time was a peak great saint, but they could not stop Lu Ming's sword. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and the divine sword art burst out continuously. At the same time, he stepped into the air, and the law of array Dao was activated. Dense runes appeared out of thin air, covering the remaining experts. Lu Ming's sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed continuously. Puff! Puff! Another 2 experts were killed, and their blood stained the sky. Chi! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Falcon found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His terrifying sharp claws grabbed at Lu Ming. A layer of black light shone on his claws, and they were extremely sharp. Clang! Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, and the battle sword buzzed. Falcon was sent flying again, and blood seeped out of his claws. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed a few fingers consecutively. A few huge fingers were pointed at Falcon and the remaining experts. During this time, Lu Ming's Chaotic Calamity Finger had been steadily increasing, and it had already reached 55%. The power of a 55% Chaotic Calamity Finger was terrifying. It was comparable to 75% of a normal law divine power. Only an absolute saint could cultivate to this level. The Chaotic Calamity Finger crushed. Other than Falcon, the other experts were instantly killed, and their bodies exploded under the Chaotic Calamity Finger. Falcon also spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his feathers fluttered. Whoosh! Lu Ming put away his battle sword and stepped out. Like a flickering light, he instantly appeared in front of Falcon and slashed down with his palm. Falcon screamed and fought back with all his might. Dong! Dong! The two constantly clashed, and in an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. After each collision, Falcon frantically retreated. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was far behind Falcon's, Lu Ming's current spiritual body had already reached the peak of superior heavenly spiritual body. Moreover, Lu Ming's spiritual body had also refined a strand of chaotic qi, so the strength of his spiritual body was far above that of a superior heavenly spiritual body. At the same time, Lu Ming cultivated the law of chaos, one of the 10 most powerful laws in the world, and the emperor of all laws. Moreover, Lu Ming had 2 saint hearts, and the cultivation of his saint power couldn't be measured by common sense. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the initial level of a supreme saint, because he had 2 saint hearts, the strength of his saint power wasn't weaker than that of a supreme saint greater mastery. With so many factors added together, Lu Ming had crossed such a large distance and suppressed Falcon. This Falcon was also a top genius. If it were an ordinary person, even an absolute saint, Lu Ming could fight with him. Bang! After more than 10 collisions, Falcon crashed into the wall of the valley. Flames flew, gravel flew, and feathers fluttered. Falcon coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Wan Zhenyang, help me! Falcon roared. His heart was trembling, and he felt a fatal danger. But at this moment, Wan Zhenyang was so scared that his face turned pale. Lu Ming's combat power was too terrifying. Ordinary supreme saints were as vulnerable as babies in front of Lu Ming. Even Falcon was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat power was far beyond his expectations. At this moment, he didn't want to help Falcon. He just wanted to escape. Explode! A crazed look flashed across Wan Zhenyang's face as he detonated a saint weapon. The terrifying power shattered the spatial defense that Bubble had set up. Several of the Wan family's experts rushed out of Bubble's defense. But they didn't help Falcon. Instead, they rushed into the sky and fled frantically into the distance. Falcon, you block them first. I'll go find experts to save you. Wan Zhenyang's voice came from afar. Damn it! Falcon roared, revealing a look of despair. It seems that no one will come to save you. Die, seal. Chapter 1819. In the collision with Falcon just now, Lu Ming had secretly used the Scroll of Seals. At this time, it exploded with shocking power, making it difficult for Falcon to circulate his cultivation. No, Lu Ming, you can't kill me, Falcon screamed in horror. Ridiculous, kill. Lu Ming pointed out a finger and formed the chaotic finger of calamity, crushing toward Falcon. Falcon was already sealed and could not use much of his strength. It was difficult for him to resist. He was crushed by the chaotic finger of calamity and slammed heavily into the wall of the valley. The wall kept exploding. In the end, Lu Ming blasted another valley out. Falcon was already torn into pieces, his spirit destroyed. He was the top genius of Sky Bird Palace. He never dreamed that he would die here today. He was invited by Wan Zhenyang. When he heard that he was here to kill Huang Ling, he agreed without hesitation. He had been coveting Huang Ling for a long time. Initially, he thought that with his cultivation, together with Wan Zhenyang and the rest, it would be easy to deal with Huang Ling. He never thought that he would meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached a terrifying level. He could actually kill him. Wan Zhenyang, you can't escape. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Wan Zhenyang escaped with a cold gaze. Big brother Lu Ming, leave it to me. Bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder and controlled the spacetime laws to envelop Lu Ming's body. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and disappeared on the spot. He chased after Wan Zhenyang at a terrifying speed. Wherever Lu Ming passed, the space rippled. Lu Ming seemed to be traveling through the void. His speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he saw a few figures flying at high speed in front. However, he did not see Wang Zhenyang's figure. Obviously, Wang Zhenyang was the fastest. He had already left the others behind and flew in front. When those people saw Lu Ming chasing after them, they were scared out of their wits. Seeing that they couldn't escape, they clenched their teeth and charged at Lu Ming, wanting to fight to the death. But the result was already decided. Lu Ming killed them all in just a few moves. Big brother Lu Ming, over there. Bubbles pointed to the right. Bubble could sense the situation far away through space. As long as it wasn't too far away, Wang Zhenyang wouldn't be able to escape. With a slight movement, Lu Ming flew to the right. Soon. Not far ahead, there's a mine belonging to the Wang clan. There's a martial monarch expert guarding it. As long as I get there, I'll be fine. I hope those pieces of trash can hold on for a while longer. Wang Zhenyang raised his speed to the limit and flew towards a mountain range. The Wang clan needed too many weapons to cultivate the myriad weapon scripture. Therefore, the Wang clan would use all means to obtain weapons. For example, he had established the myriad spirit exchange, established various merchant associations, and traveled to various places, mainly to earn origin stones and buy various weapons. Moreover, he would open up various mines and refine various weapons himself. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, the Wang clan had many mines. There was a large mine near Wanyan Mountain that unearthed precious refining materials. There was an emperor-level figure guarding it. Wang Zhenyang was going to this mine to seek protection. Not long after, a large mine appeared in front of him. Wang Zhenyang's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, sooner or later, I'll kill you. Wang Zhenyang's eyes flickered with a vicious light. But at this moment, his expression changed because a terrifying fluctuation came from behind. A figure was chasing after him at an incredible speed. Lu Ming, why are you so fast? Run. Wang Zhenyang was almost scared to death. Lu Ming's pursuit meant that Falcon was most likely dead. He was naturally afraid. He erupted with all his strength and flew towards the large mine with all his might. He was getting closer and closer to the mine, but Lu Ming's figure was also rapidly approaching. He was not far away from him. Save me, Patriarch, save me! Wang Zhenyang roared crazily. Pushed by the saint power, his voice was much faster than his flying speed and spread far and wide. In the mine, many mining and smelting workers raised their heads and looked at Wang Zhenyang. That's Wang Zhenyang, the #1 prodigy of the Wang clan. He's running for his life. Who wants to kill him? Many people guessed and looked behind Wang Zhenyang. Patriarch, save me, Lu Ming wants to kill me, Wang Zhenyang roared again, shocking many people. Lu Ming, it was actually Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to kill Wang Zhenyang and had even chased him here. Lu Ming's name had spread throughout the ancient Moon Holy Land. Many people had not seen Lu Ming before, but they had heard of him. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he quickly approached Wang Zhenyang. At this moment, Bubble opened his mouth and spat out a transparent bubble. Then, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around Wang Zhenyang's body, trapping him. Wang Zhenyang's figure suddenly stopped. Oh no! Wang Zhenyang's expression changed drastically as he frantically attacked, but he could not break through in a short time. Suppress! Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the Tai Chi array disc appeared. It quickly grew larger and suppressed Wang Zhenyang. Continuously suppressed by the space-time law and the Tai Chi array disc, Wang Zhenyang's body trembled and he almost could not move. Boom! At this moment, a shocking aura erupted from the Wang clan's mine. A ray of light shot into the sky, and a terrifying pressure filled the world, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. That was the Emperor's aura. A figure appeared in the light, and a rumbling voice came from all directions. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my Wang clan's prodigy? Emperor-level patriarch, haha, it's an emperor-level patriarch. Wang Zhenyang was ecstatic. An emperor-level powerhouse had appeared. His life was saved. But in the next moment, his pupils contracted rapidly. This was because Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. He appeared beside Wan Xingyang and threw a punch. A force that was like a violent storm surged toward Wan Xingyang. Under the double suppression of the bubble and the Tai Chi array disc, Wan Xingyang could hardly resist. The terrifying power blasted into Wan Xingyang's body, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. All the bones in his body shattered, and even the saint's heart in his dantian cracked. Wan Xingyang was severely injured, and his aura was weak. Lu Ming grabbed Wan Xingyang's neck and stood proudly in the void. A light flashed, and in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His aura was earth-shattering, and he was like an emperor who ruled the world. This was an emperor-level powerhouse of the Wan clan. "Patriarch, save me!" Wan Xingyang roared. "Lu Ming, let Xingyang go. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer." The Wan clan's emperor-level powerhouse said coldly. Lu Ming was simply audacious. He had already appeared just now, but Lu Ming still dared to attack Wan Xingyang and severely injure him. "Make me suffer." "Ha!" Lu Ming sneered and looked at the Wan clan's emperor-level powerhouse with disdain. "You dare to touch me?" Chapter 1820. A month ago, in the Great Development Pill Hall, an old man from the Great Development Pill Hall killed 2 true emperors in a row, shocking the entire ancient moon's sacred ground. That old man had once said that regardless of the outcome of a fight between peers, he would not interfere. However, if the older generation figures, especially the emperor-level powerhouses, were to lay their hands on Lu Ming, he would have to make a trip to the sect of that powerhouse. These words made all the forces feel a chill in their hearts. With that old man's combat strength, if he really went to any sect and started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan didn't dare to attack Lu Ming, unless Lu Ming was courting death and took the initiative to attack the emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's words made Wan Xingyang's heart turn extremely cold and he felt a chill down his spine. Was Lu Ming going to kill him in front of the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan? At the thought of this, he was incomparably terrified and cried out miserably, "Ancestor, save me, save me!" Lu Ming, it's easy to break too hard. Although your talent is peerless, the senior of the Great Development Pill Hall can't protect you forever. It's best to leave a way out. The emperor-level expert of the Wan clan said coldly. Leave a way out? Ha, what a joke. Leave a way out to give you a chance to kill me? Lu Ming laughed, full of disdain. Lu Ming, the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces could no longer be reconciled. It was either you die or I die. Lu Ming left a way out, would the other party let him go? In that case, why leave a way out? I want Wan Xingyang's life. Let's see what you can do. Lu Ming opened his mouth, his incomparably cold killing intent was not concealed. No, no, Wan Xingyang's liver and gallbladder were torn apart as he struggled frantically. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force surged out like a storm and blasted into Wan Xingyang's body. Wan Xingyang let out an unwilling scream. Then, with a bang, his body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. In the mine, everyone looked at this scene in shock. Wan Xingyang was dead. Lu Ming actually dared to kill Wan Xingyang in front of the Wan clan's emperor-level experts. Said the great monarch of the Wan clan coldly. A terrifying chi exploded from his body. The sky shook and the earth rumbled. Lu Ming was forced back by this aura. However, his gaze was as resolute as ever. He stared at the emperor-ranked expert from the Wan clan with no fear at all. The martial emperors of the Wan clan were filled with boundless killing intent as they stared coldly at Lu Ming. They really wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. But in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. There were many people in this mine. They came from all sorts of major powers. If he killed Lu Ming, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the expert from the Great Pill Development Hall would be alerted. The Wan clan would face a terrifying calamity. As for himself, his life would most likely be in danger as well, and he would be killed by the Great Development Pill Hall's experts. Therefore, he endured it and slowly retracted his aura. However, his killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, although the senior from the Great Development Pill Hall said that he would not interfere in a battle between peers, as your battle strength gets stronger and stronger and you continue to provoke the Wan clan, it is impossible for the Wan clan to not fight back. Even if the Emperor-level experts do not interfere, the Absolute Saint Realm experts can. I believe that senior will not say anything. Otherwise, if we fight to the death, you will not be able to live either, said the martial emperors of the Wan clan coldly. Indeed, Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. No one in the younger generation of the Wan clan could compete with Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's battle strength would only get stronger. According to Elder Kong's words, wouldn't Lu Ming be able to continuously kill the Wan clan's people and the Wan clan would not be able to fight back? How could that be possible? Since Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the younger generation, they could also send the older generation to deal with Lu Ming. As long as they did not go too far, such as sending Emperor-level experts, the other party would not say anything. Alright, I will deal with all the Absolute Saints. I will not let Elder Kong trouble you, said Lu Ming. As long as the Emperor-level experts on the other side did not dare to attack, the Absolute Saints would only bring pressure and motivation to Lu Ming, allowing him to advance faster. With that, Lu Ming turned around and swaggered away in the air. The martial emperors of the Wan clan were filled with killing intent, but in the end, they did not dare to attack. They could only watch as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming's battle strength has already reached this level. It is shocking that he could kill Wan Zhengyang. Not necessarily. Just now, Lu Ming relied on the little girl's help to make Wan Zhengyang unable to fight back. The little girl should be a terrifying divine beast, but Lu Ming's battle strength is indeed shocking. Lu Ming is already at the top of the younger generation of the ancient moon's sacred ground. Other than a few monsters, I am afraid no one is his match. Many people in the mine were discussing. What had just happened would soon spread throughout the ancient moon's sacred ground. Lu Ming walked all the way to the Phoenix Palace. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Phoenix Palace and released Huang Ling from the mountain and river diagram. Huang Ling's complexion was much better. After she came out, she immediately looked around. This is the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling realized that this was the Phoenix Palace, she let out a long sigh. Lu Ming, are you alright? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming and asked with concern. I am fine. Lu Ming smiled. Wan Zhengyang, Falcon, I will avenge them sooner or later. Huang Ling gritted her teeth and a cold light flashed in her eyes. I am afraid you will not be able to avenge them because they are already dead. Lu Ming smiled slightly. What? They are dead. You killed them. Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Yes, I should say that Bubble and I killed them together. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, your cultivation has broken through. Huang Ling asked again. Wan Zhengyang and Falcon's cultivation had reached the Great Sage Realm and were extremely powerful. Lu Ming could kill them, which was beyond her expectations. My cultivation did not break through, but my spiritual body has evolved. Huang Ling, heal your injuries first. When you are better, call Long Chen and find me at the Great Pill Development Hall. I will show you something good. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No wonder. Huang Ling nodded. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely powerful. Now that his spiritual body had evolved, his combat strength was even more shocking. With Bubble, it was possible for him to kill Wan Zhengyang and the others. What is it? She was curious about the good thing that Lu Ming mentioned. Ha, find me at the Great Pill Development Hall. Lu Ming smiled. He turned around and stepped out, disappearing into the distance instantly. After returning to the Great Pill Development Hall, Lu Ming went into seclusion to comprehend the chaotic calamity finger and the sealing scroll. 7 days later, Huang Ling and Long Chen arrived at the scene. Lu Ming, what is the good thing that you said you wanted to show us? Huang Ling blinked and asked curiously. Lu Ming's glabella shone and the Great Pill Development Furnace flew out and stood on the ground. He said, "This is the Great Pill Development Furnace." Great Pill Development Furnace? The two of them were curious. They had seen it before. The alchemy fire in the Great Pill Development Furnace can refine and evolve the spiritual body. Chapter 1821. He absolutely believed in Huang Ling and Long Chen's character. He planned to let Long Chen and Huang Ling enter the Great Development Pill Furnace to temper their spiritual bodies. Huang Ling and Long Chen both cultivated spiritual bodies related to the top 10 war beasts. If the spiritual flowers evolved and reached the level of high-grade spiritual body, their combat strength would also skyrocket. It can actually temper the spiritual body directly and let the spiritual body evolve. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, the two were dumbfounded. This effect was too heaven-defying. Who wants to go in and try? However, the tempering process is very painful. If you can't hold on, remind me. Lu Ming said. Spiritual body evolution is so heaven-defying. What's a little pain? I'll go first. Long Chen stepped out. Lu Ming opened the lid and let Long Chen enter. Then, he put a large number of sacred herbs into the furnace and closed it. Whoosh! Lu Ming controlled the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, the pill fire burned fiercely, enveloping Long Chen and began to temper Long Chen's physical body. Long Chen was also a person with an extremely strong will. How could the intense pain make him give up? He gritted his teeth and endured it. 7 days later, Long Chen reached his limit and came out of the pill furnace. The effect is indeed amazing. Long Chen sighed. It's my turn. Huang Ling couldn't wait any longer and stepped into the pill furnace. In the following days, Huang Ling and Long Chen took turns to enter the Great Development Pill Furnace to temper their spiritual bodies. Lu Ming divided some of his attention to pay attention to the pill furnace. Most of his energy was still on his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Long Chen and Huang Ling's spiritual bodies had finally been tempered to the extreme. They had both evolved and stepped into the ranks of high-grade spiritual bodies. Their combat strength had greatly increased. With their potential, they would be able to evolve sooner or later and step into high-grade spiritual bodies by relying on their own cultivation. However, it was unknown how long it would take. Lu Ming, Phoenix Palace sent me a message before. The date of Celestial City's Origin Mountain Academy has been set. It will be half a year later. Huang Ling said. Half a year later. Lu Ming whispered. He definitely had to make a trip to Celestial City. The Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was established by a few heavenly emperors. With the heavenly emperors giving lectures, such a good opportunity must not be missed. Moreover, at that time, Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard would gather the top heaven's prides in the entire Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming also wanted to go and experience it. Only by colliding with powerful heaven's prides could he improve faster. Now, all the heaven's prides are cultivating hard, and their progress is very fast. If we can improve our cultivation during this period of time, with our strength, it won't be too difficult to occupy a place in Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. Huang Ling said again. They chatted for a while longer before Huang Ling and Long Chen bid farewell and returned to their respective sects to cultivate. As soon as Huang Ling returned to Phoenix Palace, someone came to find her. Huang Ling, Palace Master is looking for you. Someone came to report. Palace Master. All right, I'll go now. Huang Ling nodded and headed toward the Palace Master Hall. In the main hall, the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace stood with her hands behind her back as if she was thinking about something. Huang Ling greets the Palace Lord. I wonder why the Palace Lord has summoned Huang Ling. Huang Ling came behind the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace and bowed respectfully. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace turned around and glanced at Huang Ling. Her eyes suddenly lit up and revealed a look of surprise. She said, Huang Ling, your spiritual body has evolved. Yes, Palace Master. I just evolved recently. Huang Ling said. She did not say that she evolved because of the Great Pill Furnace. The Great Pill Furnace's effect was too heaven-defying. Lu Ming told them because he trusted them. Naturally, they would not spread the news, not even to their closest friends or the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. Alright, I have something here. I was considering whether to let you go or not. Now that your spiritual body has evolved and your combat strength has increased greatly, you can go and experience it. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace said. Palace Master, what is it? Huang Ling asked curiously. It's about the Divine Origin Empire. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace said. Ancient Sun Sacred Ground, Divine Origin Empire. Huang Ling's expression changed. The Ancient Sun Sacred Ground was one of the 9 sacred grounds of Yuan Mountain and was close to the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground. The Divine Origin Empire was a huge force in the Ancient Sun Sacred Ground. It was an ancient empire that was much stronger than Phoenix Palace. Yes. Some time ago, the old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire failed to pass the Great Tribulation and turned into ashes in the tribulation. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace said with a complicated expression. The old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire failed to pass the tribulation. Huang Ling's expression changed. The old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire was definitely an unimaginable existence. He was extremely terrifying. Even if he was not a great emperor, he was probably a peak existence among true emperors. Such an expert was almost at the peak, but he still could not withstand the Great Tribulation and died. With the death of the old emperor of the Xinyuan Empire, the Xinyuan Empire was left without a ruler. The various factions fought for the throne, and internal strife broke out. This battle caused the Xinyuan Empire to suffer heavy losses. In the end, the ancient emperors of the Xinyuan Empire, who had been in seclusion all this time, came out. With their terrifying battle strength, they managed to quell the internal strife. However, the empire cannot be without a ruler. The ancient emperors chose 3 of the most talented young princes of the Divine Origin Empire and planned to test them. The prince who emerged victorious in the end would become the crown prince of the Divine Origin Empire. As long as he could become an emperor in the future, he would be able to take over the Divine Origin Empire and become the new emperor. The branch of one of the princes has always been on good terms with our Phoenix Palace. A few days ago, this prince came to Phoenix Palace and wanted to invite some geniuses to help him compete for the position of crown prince. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace explained. Huang Ling was enlightened. So that was the case. The matter that the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace was talking about was to help this prince of the Divine Origin Empire. The Divine Origin Empire is very powerful and far surpasses many of the factions in the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground. If we can help this prince obtain the position of Crown Prince and even inherit the entire Divine Origin Empire in the future, our Phoenix Palace will gain a powerful ally. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace explained. Don't worry, Palace Master. I will do my best to help that prince. Huang Ling said. But just do your best. If there's any danger, don't force yourself. This time, the other princes of the Divine Origin Empire will probably invite some powerful geniuses to help. Just do what you can. Now, I'll have someone bring you to meet that prince. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace warned and then asked someone to bring Huang Ling to meet that prince. In a courtyard, Huang Ling met the prince. Oh Yang Wushuang, it's you. Huang Ling was surprised to see that prince. Huang Ling. The prince of the Divine Origin Empire, Yang Wushuang, was also surprised to see Huang Ling here. If Lu Ming were here, he would also be surprised. That was because this prince of the Divine Origin Empire, Yang Wushuang, was one of the 6 silver inheritors in the Primordial Chaos Sex Assessment. Chapter 1822. Since the 2 of them were old acquaintances, they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Huang Ling also had a clearer understanding of the matters of the Xinyuan Empire. This time, another prince has also come to the ancient moon's sacred land. His faction is familiar with the Wan clan and the Golden Crow tribe. I'm afraid he will invite the experts of these factions to help him. Finally, Ouyang Wushuang said. Are you mainly inviting the young geniuses this time? Huang Ling asked. That's right. The ancient emperors have set a rule that allows the princes to invite geniuses to help them pass the test. After all, connections are also a form of strength. This is especially so when one is in charge of an ancient empire. Ouyang Wushuang explained. Other than Phoenix Palace, who else did you invite? Huang Ling asked. Ouyang Wushuang smiled bitterly and said, my faction only has good relations with Phoenix Palace and Sky Bird Palace in the ancient Moon Holy Land. However, I went to Sky Bird Palace before and was rejected. Oh, I have a few people that I can recommend to you. Let's see if you can persuade them. Huang Ling said. Who? Ouyang Wushuang asked. Young sect master, there's also Long Chen. Huang Ling smiled. What? The young master sect is also in the ancient Moon Holy Land? Ouyang Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, when we entered the Hunyuan sect, it was me, the young sect master, and Long Chen who entered together. Of course he's in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Huang Ling said. Since that's the case, I'll definitely pay my respects. Ouyang Wushuang said. Then I'll send a message to Long Chen first. Then, she sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen had just returned to the Divine Elephant sect when he received news from Huang Ling. He rushed to the Phoenix Palace and was surprised to see Ouyang Wushuang. After Ouyang Wushuang explained the reason for his visit, Long Chen agreed without hesitation. Immediately, the three of them headed towards the Great Pill Evolution Hall. I didn't expect that young sect master is actually the new hall master of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Standing outside the Great Pill Development Hall, Ouyang Wushuang sighed. In the ancient era, the Great Pill Evolution Palace's name shook the world. Ouyang Wushuang had naturally heard of it. Not long after, Lu Ming came out. Ouyang Wushuang. When Lu Ming saw Ouyang Wushuang, he was also surprised. Ouyang Wushuang immediately explained the purpose of his visit. Ancient Sun Holy Land. Okay, I agree. When do we leave? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing. In fact, even without Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming had already planned to visit the Ancient Sun Holy Land. Because the only temple was in the Ancient Sun Holy Land. Autumn Moon was taken away by the experts from the One Sanctum. It was very likely that she had become a disciple of the One Sanctum. In addition, Lu Ming had another idea. Ouyang Wushuang, as the silver successor of the Hunyuan sect, had to obey Yi Futian for at least 20 years. If Yi Futian helped Ouyang Wushuang control the Xinyuan Empire, then this powerful force would definitely be on Lu Ming's side. It could even be used by Lu Ming. To Lu Ming, this was absolutely beneficial and had no disadvantages. He had already decided that he must help Ouyang Wushuang obtain victory and become the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire. With young sect master's help, this trip is not in vain. We can set off at any time. Ouyang Wushuang was overjoyed. Since Lu Ming could become the gold successor of the Hunyuan sect, his potential was definitely amazing. Even if his cultivation was still weak, his combat strength was definitely not weak. He could be a great help. In addition, Huang Ling and Long Chen were also silver successors like him. Their combat strength was definitely not weak. Ouyang, in the future, in front of outsiders, don't call me young sect master. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Okay. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. Later, the group arrived at the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling reported to the Phoenix Palace master that Lu Ming and Long Chen were also going to the Xinyuan Empire, the Phoenix Palace master was overjoyed. 2 months ago, the news of Lu Ming killing Wan Zhengyang had already spread like wildfire. His combat power was extremely strong. With Lu Ming's participation, Ouyang Wushuang's chances of winning would increase greatly. Even the Phoenix Palace Master, who had originally planned to send other sky prides, cancelled it. The number of people was not important, but quality. Phoenix Palace's strongest sky pride had been in seclusion at a critical moment and could not come out. As for the other sky prides, they were not as good as Huang Ling and would be useless even if they went. One day later, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and of course, Bubbles followed Ouyang Wushuang and stepped into the Phoenix Palace's teleportation array. They left the ancient moon sacred ground and headed to the ancient sun sacred ground. Of course, Phoenix Palace could not teleport directly into the ancient sun sacred ground. They were teleported to a city outside the ancient sun sacred ground and then flew to the Xinyuan Empire. Along the way, Ouyang Wushuang roughly explained the situation in the ancient sun sacred ground to everyone. The ancient sun sacred ground was as famous as the ancient moon sacred ground, but its structure was worlds apart from the ancient moon sacred ground. In the ancient moon sacred ground, many forces were in confrontation, competing for dominance. There were at least 20 powerful forces in total. However, the ancient sun sacred ground was different. There were only 4 forces in the ancient sun sacred ground. In the vast ancient sun sacred ground, there were only 4 forces, each occupying a vast territory and had been passed down for countless years. These 4 forces were the Xinyuan Empire, the one and only Sanctuary, the Purple Flame Villa, and the Daluo Heaven Sect. One had to know that the overall strength of the ancient Sun Holy Land was no weaker than that of the ancient Moon Holy Land. In fact, it could even be said that they were stronger than the ancient Moon Holy Land. One could only imagine how strong these 4 forces were. Each of them was far stronger than the Phoenix Palace and the Wan family. Among them, the Daluo Heaven Sect was the strongest, suppressing the other 3 forces. This time, there were a total of 3 princes who were qualified to compete for the position of Crown Prince in the Xinyuan Empire. The other 3 forces in the ancient Sun Sacred Ground each supported a prince. The strongest Daluo Heaven Sect supported the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. The one and only Sanctuary supported the first prince, Ouyang Wuji. The Purple Flame Villa supported Ouyang Wushuang. Obviously, if one of the princes became the crown prince, the forces that supported him would gain the friendship of the Xinyuan Empire. It would have a great impact on the structure of the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. In particular, the Daluo Heaven Sect was extremely strong. If they supported the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, in the future, the Daluo Heaven Sect and the Xinyuan Empire would join forces, and the other 2 forces would be in a very difficult situation. In order to fight against Ouyang Wudao, who was supported by the Daluo Heaven Sect, Ouyang Wushuang and Ouyang Wuji went to the ancient moon sacred ground to seek help from the geniuses. As they flew, the vast land passed under their feet. Later, they saw a huge city, vast and endless. That was the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire, known as the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire. Walking into the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire, they could clearly see that some of the buildings were destroyed. The Xinyuan Empire had just experienced a fierce civil war. It was said that even the emperor-level experts had died in the war. The imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire was also severely damaged and had not been repaired yet. Chapter 1823. As one of the top princes of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang naturally had his own palace. They walked into a palace and Ouyang Wushuang asked someone to arrange accommodations for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, take a rest first. In 2 days, I will hold a banquet and introduce you to the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa. Ouyang Wushuang said. All right, if you have something to do, go ahead. Lu Ming nodded. After Ouyang Wushuang arranged accommodations for them, he took his leave. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen wandered around the hall. This was the first time the 3 of them had come to the ancient Sun Sacred Land and they were rather curious. The Soul Holy Temple supports the other prince? I wonder if we will meet the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming thought. The 3 of them wandered around for a while and chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to cultivate. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Ouyang Wushuang held a banquet and sent someone to invite the three of them to the banquet. When the three of them arrived at a large palace, there were already some people seated inside. Ouyang Wushuang sat at the head of the table. On the left side of the palace, there were 8 young men and women. The 8 of them were dressed in the same purple robes with a purple flame embroidered on them. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked. They knew that these were the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, please take a seat. Ouyang Wushuang stood up to welcome them. Lu Ming and the rest sat down. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is here. Let me introduce them to you. These are the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa. This is Xiao Mucheng, and this is, Ouyang Wushuang first introduced the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa to Lu Ming and the rest. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming and the rest stood up and raised their cups. However, the 8 sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa only chuckled and did not return the toast. Their faces were filled with arrogance. This attitude was somewhat disrespectful to Lu Ming and the rest. This made Ouyang Wushuang's face turn slightly gloomy. Prince Wushuang, I heard that you went to the ancient moon's sacred ground to ask for help. Are these the sky prides that you invited from the ancient moon's sacred ground? A young man with a purple flame between his eyebrows spoke. His name was Xiao Mucheng. Was an extremely powerful sky prides of the Great Sage Realm. His cultivation was Great Sage Realm. That's right. These are the sky prides of the ancient sun, Ouyang Wushuang introduced. Prides? Why haven't I seen them before? Of the purples of the Purple Flame Villas, and he interrupted him. These ancient heavens of the heavens palaces of them. Xiao Mucheng said when the news of a great emperor wanting to establish the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy spread out in the Celestial City, countless sky prides gathered in the city and clashed with each other. Many sky prides had met each other before. The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa had also been to the Celestial City and met many sky prides of the ancient moon's sacred ground. However, they did not know Lu Ming and the rest. How strong could they be if they did not even dare to go to the Celestial City? Prides? They obviously did not believe it. Our cultivation was still weak at that time, so we did not go to the Celestial City. Long Chen said in a deep voice. Haha, your cultivation is still weak. At least you have some self-awareness. Your cultivation was weak before. Are you saying that you're strong now? I heard that Ouyang Wuji had invited the number 1 sky pride of the Sky Wolf Pagoda and the second prince of the Golden Crow clan to the ancient moon's sacred ground. Their cultivation is also very strong. A few sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa mocked. This made Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen's face turn cold. Ouyang Wushuang's face was also ugly. He waved his hand and said, all right, since everyone is here to help me, then we should work together and not have internal strife. Prince Wushuang, we're doing this for your own good. I hope these people can be of some use when the time comes. Xiao Mucheng sneered with a faint disdain. After that, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Everyone casually drank a few cups and left unhappily. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. After the people of the Purple Flame Villa left, Ouyang Wushuang felt a little apologetic. It's normal for people from big forces to be arrogant. I just don't know if they have the corresponding strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa are still very strong. Maybe they haven't seen you guys before, so they can't help but be a little arrogant, Ouyang Wushuang explained. I hope so. Lu Ming smiled and then said goodbye to Ouyang Wushuang and returned to his residence with Huang Ling and Long Chen. Sigh. Ouyang Wushuang sighed and felt a headache coming on. However, he was still biased towards the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen naturally had great potential, but their cultivation was still weak after all. This test mainly relied on the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa, Lu Ming, and the rest to assist them. Lu Ming and the other two returned to their residence and agreed to go to Xinyuan Empire City the next day. Early the next morning, the three of them walked out. The three of them had Ouyang Wushuang's token, so naturally, they were unimpeded. Xinyuan Empire City had been passed down for countless years and was vast and endless. Various ancient buildings soared into the sky and looked very spectacular from afar. Although there had just been internal strife, Xinyuan Empire City had basically returned to normal. On both sides of the street, there were forests of shops and a constant stream of martial arts experts. The three of them had no purpose in mind. They wandered around and bought some things that they needed. "Lu Ming, what's wrong with you?" As they walked, Huang Ling and Long Chen noticed that something was wrong with Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead without blinking. They followed Lu Ming's gaze and saw a woman in front of them. She was otherworldly and peerless. This woman had a slender and graceful figure. She wore a long dress and had an otherworldly temperament. She was like a goddess from the legends, a fairy from the heavens. Even in the vast crowd, she could attract everyone's attention and become the center of attention. This woman's appearance was not inferior to Huang Ling at all. Big brother Lu Ming is a pervert. He can't walk away when he sees a beauty. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and muttered. Huang Ling and Long Chen were a little surprised. Although that woman was like a goddess, based on their understanding of Lu Ming should not be such a person. At this time, Lu Ming seemed to have not heard Bubbles and Huang Ling's words at all. At this time, there was only one person in his eyes, that snow-white woman. Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming did not expect that after so many years, he would see Mid-Autumn Moon again on the streets of Moshang. It had been more than 10 years since Mid-Autumn Moon had been taken away by the Soul Sanctum's expert. After more than 10 years, Mid-Autumn Moon was still as beautiful as before. However, she had matured and her temperament had become more otherworldly. For more than 10 years, Lu Ming did not know where to look for Mid-Autumn Moon in the vast Yuan continent. For so many years, Lu Ming's parents had been thinking about Mid-Autumn Moon. Mid-Autumn Moon could be said to have grown up together with Lu Ming. Li Ping and her husband had almost treated Mid-Autumn Moon as half a daughter. This time, Lu Ming's main purpose in coming to the ancient Sun Holy Land was to find Mid-Autumn Moon. Chapter 1824. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He smiled and said to Huang Ling and the rest, "I've met an old friend. I haven't seen her for many years. I'll introduce her to you later." After that, Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Autumn Moon. He walked like the wind. After a few steps, Lu Ming came to Autumn Moon and shouted, "Autumn Moon." Even though Lu Ming's heart was firm, he was still a little shaken. He wondered how Autumn Moon would react when she suddenly saw him. Hearing the call, Autumn Moon turned around and looked at Lu Ming. However, the look in her eyes stunned Lu Ming. That was a kind of silence. There was also a vague look of disgust in his eyes, as if Lu Ming was a stranger. "Autumn Moon, long time no see." Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. "Get lost." A cold voice came from Autumn Moon's mouth. The disgust in her eyes became stronger. "What's going on?" Lu Ming was stunned. Autumn Moon would never speak to him like that. Could it be that the person in front of him was not Autumn Moon? Impossible. Lu Ming grew up with Autumn Moon. They had been together for more than 10 years. He would never mistake her. Even if Autumn Moon's temperament had changed, she was definitely Autumn Moon. Also, no matter how high a person's cultivation had become, their aura would not change. Lu Ming would never mistake Autumn Moon's aura. The beauty in front of him was Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, I'm young master. I'm Lu Ming." Lu Ming took a step forward and reached for Autumn Moon's hand. "Lecher, you're courting death." Chiu Yu shouted. A ray of saber gleam burst forth from Chiu Yu's hand. It was extremely terrifying and bone-chilling. Lu Ming's countenance changed. He retreated and dodged the saber gleam. "How dare you flirt with my junior sister Autumn Moon in broad daylight? I'll kill you." A fiery red figure charged towards Lu Ming. It was a young man with a cold look in his eyes. He sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The blazing flame palm caused the void to tremble. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was in a state of shock. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge, and the palm heavily slammed into his body. Lu Ming's body shook and he floated backwards. The young man's eyes turned cold. He felt that when his palm landed on Lu Ming's body, it was as if he had hit an immortal diamond. He couldn't move him at all. With his great sage great mastery cultivation base, how could it be possible? It must be an illusion. Kill! The young man took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. Get lost! Long Chen took a step forward and blasted out a punch. The terrifying power whistled in the air, causing the young man's expression to change drastically. He felt that he couldn't withstand this punch. At the critical moment, he stopped his body abruptly and retreated to avoid Long Chen's punch. You're lucky today. The young man snorted coldly. He glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. At this time, Autumn Moon had already left and disappeared into the crowd. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at Lu Ming. What's going on? Autumn Moon doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Lu Ming frowned and couldn't figure it out. Over the years, although his temperament had changed a lot, after all, he had been with Autumn Moon for so many years. It was impossible for Autumn Moon to not recognize him. Moreover, he had mentioned his name, but Autumn Moon still pulled out her sword. With Lu Ming's understanding of Autumn Moon, it was impossible. Autumn Moon's eyes were very silent, as if she really didn't know Lu Ming. What happened over the years? Another person who doesn't know what's good for him wants to get close to Autumn Moon Fairy. He's really looking for trouble. Isn't that so? He's really a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Autumn Moon Fairy is one of the two beauties of our ancient Sun Holy Land. Many peerless geniuses wanted to pursue her but were rejected. This kid is really delusional. He's lucky that he didn't get killed. Around the street, those who witnessed this scene sneered and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Huang Ling walked over and asked curiously. Based on her understanding of Lu Ming wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move his hands and feet when he saw a beauty. However, Lu Ming's abnormal behavior just now made them very curious. An old friend. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years, but she doesn't seem to know me at all. Lu Ming said and didn't hide anything. He told them about his relationship with Autumn Moon Fairy. That's strange. We cultivators will never forget a person if we remember them. Even if we haven't seen them for 10,000 years, we can still recognize them. Long Chen said with a frown. Cultivators had good memories. Moreover, a person's origin aura wouldn't change. No matter how long it had been, they could still recognize it. She doesn't know you at all. There are only two possibilities, Huang Ling spoke, but she stopped halfway. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. It seemed like she couldn't bear to do that. Let's go back. After Lu Ming said that, he turned around and walked toward Ouyang Wushuang's residence. He knew what Huang Ling wanted to say. There were only two possibilities if she didn't know him. The first possibility was that she had lost her memory. The second possibility was that she had been possessed by an expert. No matter which one it was, something must have happened to Autumn Moon Fairy. He must find out. Lu Ming walked very slowly. As he walked, he was thinking. Long Chen and Huang Ling followed behind Lu Ming and didn't disturb him. After walking for a long time, they returned to Ouyang Wushuang's residence. This lecher is back. He still has the face to come back. As soon as they walked through the door, they met a few young men from Purple Flame Villa. One of them sneered. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you have designs on Autumn Moon Fairy? You're really overestimating yourself. And his cultivation is so low that it's pitiful. He was actually sent flying by a supreme sage in the great mastery from the only sanctum. I really don't know why Prince Wushuang invited such a person. He'll just be a burden to us. The other young men from Purple Flame Villa sneered. Obviously, the young men from Purple Flame Villa were also present at the scene on the street. Otherwise, they wouldn't know so clearly. Shut up! Lu Ming shouted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the few of them at lightning speed. Kid, who are you telling to shut up? One of the young men from Purple Flame Villa said coldly. I heard a few wild dogs barking as soon as I came back. Get out of here now. Lu Ming was already in a bad mood. As soon as he came back, he heard these people mocking and ridiculing him. Naturally, he wouldn't be happy. Kid, you're just a piece of trash. If it weren't for Prince Wushuang, I would have thrown you out long ago. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. A burly young man from Purple Flame Villa shouted coldly. He stepped out and closed in on Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Sage realm. He was a powerful young man and his spiritual body was a middle-level heaven spiritual body. Get out of here. Chapter 1825. Lu Ming's palm seemed to have turned into a prison-suppressing steel, suppressing the heavens. With a strike of his palm, the heavens and earth buzzed and the void trembled. The terrifying pressure made the burly young man from the Purple Flame Villa change his expression. He roared and purple flames bloomed on his body, forming a purple beast that pounced on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's palm was unstoppable. With a slash, the purple beast exploded, but the palm did not stop. The burly young man's expression changed again, and he blocked with both hands. Bam! Lu Ming's palm landed on the burly young man's arm. The burly young man screamed and flew out, falling heavily on the ground. His arms were completely twisted, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Previously on the street, Lu Ming could not even block a single palm from a great sage in the Great Completion realm. How could he be so powerful now, injuring the burly young man with a single palm? In fact, Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the burly young man would have died. How dare you injure the people of the Purple Flame Villa? Let me have a taste of your combat strength. Another young man from the Purple Flame Villa shouted. With a swoosh, he pounced on Lu Ming. His cultivation of Great Sage Complete Realm was fully released. This young man was not weaker than the number one genius of the Wan clan, Wan Zhengyang. In fact, he was slightly stronger. Purple Meteorite Critical Strike. The burly young man roared. His entire body seemed to have turned into flames. He punched out continuously, and balls of purple flames blasted towards Lu Ming like meteorites. This was a terrifying divine skill that was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The law of primal chaos circulated, and he activated the suppressing hell divine skill. His palm was like a knife, and he slashed out 100 times in an instant. Bam! Bam! In the sky, the meteorite-like attack exploded like fireworks after being hit by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming rushed through the flames, and the flames did not touch his body. He quickly approached the Purple Flame Villa's genius and launched a terrifying attack towards the burly young man. Purple Meteorite Critical Strike, close! The Purple Flame Villa's genius shouted. Flames blazed around him as he slowly pushed his hands out. A huge fireball that was like a purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming shouted as dragon roars came from his body. Then, he pointed out with his finger, and the chaotic calamity finger exploded. A huge finger condensed and pointed at the other party. Boom! There was a terrifying roar, and the sky shook continuously. The buildings below were protected by strong cultivators, otherwise, they would have exploded. In the end, the primal chaos finger of calamity crushed over. It was as if a supreme deity destroyed the sun with a single finger. The scene was shocking to the extreme. Bang! The body of the Purple Flame Villa's genius trembled violently as he was sent flying back. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying 10,000 meters away. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. He was actually defeated. With the cultivation of great sage perfection, he was actually defeated in the hands of a great sage minor mastery. How was this possible? The law of primal chaos. He's one of the Elysian children, the son of chaos. Someone exclaimed. The others looked at Lu Ming in horror. No wonder the son of chaos was so terrifying. Get lost. Lu Ming stood in the air and shouted indifferently. The Purple Flame Villa's people flushed red and left dejectedly. Ever since Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they had been looking at them with contempt. Almost all the top geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land had been to Celestial City. They had seen them before. However, Lu Ming and the others had not been to Celestial City. Their first impression was that Lu Ming and the others were very weak. They looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. Previously, two of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses happened to see Lu Ming being sent flying by a great sage greater mastery on the street. This made them look down on him even more. This time, the Purple Flame Villa's people who helped Ouyang Wushuang were all great sage peak geniuses. There were even great sage perfection geniuses. They believed that the people invited by the other princes were the same. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it was almost useless. Therefore, when Lu Ming and the others returned, they ridiculed them. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly erupt. Moreover, his combat strength was simply abnormal. They were also geniuses, but Lu Ming forcibly jumped 3 levels and defeated them. How could they have the face to stay here? You overestimate yourselves. Long Qin smiled faintly. Then, they returned to their respective residences and went into seclusion to cultivate. However, early the next morning, Ouyang Wushuang sent someone to invite them to a gathering. It was still the same hall as before. Everyone took their seats. The difference was that the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses looked at Lu Ming with a different gaze. They became a little solemn. Ouyang Wushuang revealed a trace of a smile. He naturally received the news of the battle between Lu Ming and the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses yesterday. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. He could actually suppress a great sage perfection genius. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Prince Wushuang, why did you summon us so early in the morning? A Purple Flame Villa's genius asked. Ouyang Wuji sent me an invitation. He said that he would hold a banquet for me and everyone present. Ouyang Wushuang explained the reason. Ouyang Wuji invited us to a banquet. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Someone frowned. Ouyang Wuji was one of the 3 competing princes. He had the support of the Soul Sanctum and had also invited many geniuses from the ancient Moon Holy Ground. It was definitely not simple to invite them to a banquet at this time. No matter what, he invited us openly. I don't think he would dare to play dirty. Huang Ling said. The test for the 3 princes had not yet begun. Ouyang Wuji would definitely not dare to play dirty and harm them. Otherwise, he would be disqualified. That's right. Therefore, we can't show any weakness. Let's go and see what Ouyang Wuji is up to. Ouyang Wushuang said. No one had any objections. It would be beneficial for them to meet Ouyang Wuji and his helpers first. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. The group chatted for a while more. Seeing that it was about time, Ouyang Wushuang led the group and the rest followed him to a vast palace. That palace was Ouyang Wuji's residence. Someone led them to a spacious courtyard. Ha, 9th brother, you're here. Heroes, please take a seat. A young man wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold crown laughed and welcomed them. 6th brother, you're welcome. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Among the princes, Ouyang Wushuang was ranked 9th, Ouyang Wuji was ranked 6th, and Ouyang Wudao was ranked 1st. He was known as the first prince. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang sat at the top. Below Ouyang Wuji sat a dozen young men, each with an extraordinary aura. Lu Ming and the rest sat below Ouyang Wuji and sized each other up. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon at a glance and his gaze fell on her. Autumn Moon seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's gaze. She frowned and glanced at Lu Ming coldly. You really don't seem to recognize me. Lu Ming frowned. Golden Crow's second prince, Mo Lang from Sky Wolf Pagoda. Chapter 1826. There were 5 or 6 geniuses from the ancient Moon Holy Ground. They were the top geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Ground. For example, Mo Lang was the number 1 genius of the Sky Wolf Tower. The second prince of the Golden Crow clan was the number 2 genius of the Golden Crow clan. It's Lu Ming. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the others saw Lu Ming. Their faces suddenly turned pale. Lu Ming's name was too famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Not long ago, he had killed Falcon and Wan Zhengyang, who were not weaker than them. Naturally, their expressions were ugly and they were full of fear. It's good that Lu Ming came to the ancient Sun Holy Ground. We can let the geniuses of the One Sanctum deal with him. Each of the geniuses of the One Sanctum has amazing battle strength. It's hard to find a match for them at the same level. They can kill Lu Ming. That's right. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the others secretly communicated with each other. All kinds of thoughts were running through their minds. Ha, ninth brother, heroes, I'm very grateful to you for coming to this banquet today. Here's a toast to you. Ouyang Wuji raised his cup and said something polite. Everyone also raised their cups and drank a cup. Ninth brother, the assessment will begin in a few days. Are you ready? Ouyang Wuji put down his cup and suddenly asked. Of course. When the time comes, please show mercy, sixth brother. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. His words were flawless. Ninth brother, are you confident about this assessment? Ouyang Wuji suddenly changed the topic. Eldest brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. He's very powerful. How can I be confident? Ouyang Wushuang sighed. Yes, eldest brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. There are many geniuses and experts in the sect. I'm afraid that you and I can't compete with them. Therefore, I invited you here to discuss something with you. Ouyang Wuji said. Sixth brother, just say it. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, I'll be frank. If you and I are separated, we won't be big brother's match. How about this? Let's join forces. Ninth brother will help me obtain the position of crown prince. In the future, I won't forget ninth brother. In the future, when I inherit the throne, ninth brother will be above everyone in the Xinyuan Empire, second only to me. Ouyang Wuji stated his purpose. His words caused the expressions of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses to change. However, Ouyang Wushuang's expression did not change. He played with the jade cup in his hand as if he was thinking. After a while, he slowly said, Sixth brother's idea is not bad. You agreed? Ouyang Wuji was overjoyed. I didn't say that I agreed. I just said that it's a good idea. How about this, sixth brother, help me obtain the position of crown prince, and I can guarantee that in the future, you will be second only to one person and above all others. How about it? Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. Ninth brother, are you messing with me? Ouyang Wuji's face darkened. How did I trick you? Why? Only I can help you, but you can't help me. Ouyang Wuji said lightly. Ninth brother, you have to know your own limits and understand your own strength. In this assessment, you and your helpers will only be reduced to supporting characters. You won't have any chance. Ouyang Wuji's voice turned cold. Those words caused the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa to turn ugly. Ouyang Wuji's words implied that the Purple Flame Villa was weak and could not compare to the Soul's Sacred Hall. In fact, that was the truth. The Purple Flame Villa was indeed the weakest of the four major forces of the ancient sun's sacred ground. Although the Soul's Sacred Hall had the least number of disciples, they were not called the Soul's Sacred Hall for nothing. Every disciple of the Soul's Sacred Hall had terrifying talent in their respective fields. Sixth brother, are you that confident? Ouyang Wushuang was not angry. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Ouyang Wuji said with great confidence. He continued, ninth brother, to put it bluntly, your strength is already weak. What qualifications do you have for me to help you? Why don't you help me defeat big brother? Sixth brother, strength is not determined by words. Ouyang Wushuang said indifferently. Oh. Does that mean that ninth brother has the confidence to compete with me? Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wushuang did not finish his words. He raised his wine cup and took a sip. Obviously, he agreed. Good. Since ninth brother is so confident, sixth brother would like to see it for himself. Why don't we exchange pointers? Ouyang Wuji said. What kind of exchange? Ouyang Wushuang asked. You and I are well aware of our battle strength. There's no need to exchange pointers. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Ouyang Wuji said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. He understood that Ouyang Wuji's main purpose of hosting this banquet was to suppress his morale and persuade him to help Ouyang Wuji. How could he back down? Set up the battle stage. Ouyang Wuji said. Immediately, a rumbling sound came from an empty space. Then, a huge battle stage appeared. Whoosh! A figure flashed out from Ouyang Wuji's side and stood on the battle stage. He did not hide his aura at all. Layers of white flames bloomed, causing the space around him to distort. My name is Yuji, a disciple of the Soul's Sacred Hall. My cultivation is at the Great Saint Realm and I specialize in the Law of Fire. The Purple Flame Villa also specializes in the Law of Fire. Which Great Saint Realm cultivator in the Great Saint Realm would like to fight me? Yuji glanced at Lu Ming and the others. However, he only glanced at Lu Ming and the others before his gaze landed on the people from the Purple Flame Villa. I'll fight you. A genius from the Purple Flame Villa stepped into the air and rushed onto the battle stage. This person was the one who had been defeated by Lu Ming the day before. The two of them stood on the battle stage. Their auras exploded, causing the battle stage to heat up. A light screen rose around the battle stage, isolating them from the heat. The two of them did not say anything else and immediately started fighting. Both of them cultivated the Law of Fire and were filled with terrifying destructive power. Their attacks constantly collided, causing explosions and raging flames. However, Yuji's white flames were extremely powerful. In just a few moves, he had gained the upper hand and began to suppress the genius from the Purple Flame Villa. After a dozen moves, the genius from the Purple Flame Villa was no match for Yuji. He was blasted out of the battle stage by Yuji and vomited blood. Yuji was defeated. They were both in the Great Sage Peak, but he was defeated by his opponent in a dozen moves. This made the faces of the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa turn ugly. Ouyang Wushuang's face also darkened. I've long heard that every genius from the One Sacred Palace is very terrifying. They are known as the only ones in the world. Every attribute and every domain is unique. It's really amazing. Huang Ling said softly. That's right. Yuji's white flames are extremely strange. They can even burn flames. Long Chen also said with a grave expression. Flames could burn other flames. It was really strange and terrifying. Are you worthy of cultivating the Law of Fire? Chapter 1827. Purple Flame Villa was a fire cultivator, but now they were being looked down upon in this field. This made their faces turn even uglier. I'll fight you. Someone roared, and a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was Xiao Mucheng, the leader of these geniuses from Purple Flame Villa. He was also a complete supreme saint. In fact, Many of the top prodigies' cultivation bases were at the Great Sage Perfection realm. After all, there were very few who could reach the absolute saint realm among the younger generation. It wasn't that easy to break through. Of course, there were differences in combat power among those in the same realm. Die! Xiao Muqing went into the fighting ring and attacked directly. He kept punching out with his fists. In the sky, huge meteorites with purple flames fell toward Yuji. The white flames around Yuji's body condensed into battle swords. They slashed out violently, splitting the meteorites one by one. On the fighting ring, there were continuous explosions, and it was more intense than before. Xiao Muqing's combat power was stronger than that of the previous genius from Purple Flame Villa. His theurgy art was more profound, at least 70%. It was very powerful. The two exchanged more than 100 blows. On the fighting ring, there were white and purple flames fighting against each other. However, after more than 100 blows, Xiao Muqing was still defeated and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After more than 100 blows, Xiao Muqing was blasted out of the fighting ring by Yuji. Xiao Muqing was also defeated. The combat power of the disciples from the One Only Temple was indeed amazing. Who else is in the complete Supreme Saint realm? Come and fight me! Yuji shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at the people from Purple Flame Villa. The people from Purple Flame Villa were silent. Even their leader, Xiao Muqing, had been defeated. The others would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. Hehe, you're really weak. Senior brother Yuji isn't the strongest among the complete supreme saints from the One Only Temple. Someone from the One Only Temple sneered. This made the hearts of Purple Flame Villa and Ouyang Wushuang sink. Yuji wasn't the strongest among the complete supreme saints from the One Only Temple. How was that possible? Yuji's combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level, unless it was a king physique that controlled the law of the king, or a superior heaven spiritual physique. However, such people were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. And in the Soul Holy Temple, there were great sages who were even stronger than Yuji. No wonder the Soul Holy Temple was so arrogant, and no wonder Ouyang Wuji was so confident. Ninth brother, you've seen it for yourself, right? Ouyang Wuji said lightly. The sparring has just begun. What's the hurry, sixth brother? Ouyang Wushuang said. Oh. Then let's continue. Since no one in Great Sage Perfection dares to fight, then let's change to Great Sage Peak. Ouyang Wuji snorted coldly. As soon as Yuji left the arena, another person from the Soul Sage Cathedral stepped onto the arena floor, revealing a cultivation base at the peak of the Great Sage level. Ouyang Wuji wanted to completely crush Ouyang Wushuang's side at all levels. Peak of the Great Sage realm. Who wants to fight me? The pride of the one and only Divine Palace was full of pride and confidence. The pride of the Purple Flame Villa looked very solemn. In the end, a Great Sage Peak pride stepped onto the arena floor. Unfortunately, he was no match for the pride of the one and only Divine Palace. Just like before, it was basically a one-sided battle. In just a few dozen moves, the pride of the Purple Flame Villa was defeated. Then, the Purple Flame Villa sent out another pride, but he was no match for the one. Great Sage Perfection and Great Sage Pinnacle were all swept away and crushed. Ninth brother, I've said that even if you participate in the test, you won't have a chance. Why don't you come and help me? Ouyang Wuji continued. We've only gone through 2 levels. The Great Sage Greater Mastery hasn't fought yet. Sixth brother, you're too early to say that. Ouyang Wushuang said. Do Great Sage Greater Mastery need to fight? People at this level are almost useless in this test. Ouyang Wuji smiled disdainfully. This time, the pride of the Soul Sage Cathedral was the best of the best. Not only did they have strong spiritual bodies, but their divine abilities were also at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Most of them were Great Sage Perfection. Great Sage Greater Mastery would have no impact on the battle. How do you know if we haven't fought? Ouyang Wushuang said. Since ninth brother insists, why don't we fight? I happen to have a great sage greater mastery prodigy on my side. Ouyang Wuji said. Then, a great sage greater mastery prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral stepped onto the battle platform. Great sage greater mastery. Who wants to fight? The man shouted. The Purple Flame Villa prodigies looked at each other. There was no great sage greater mastery among them. I'll fight this battle. Long Chen stood up and stepped onto the battle platform. Long Chen's cultivation was at the great sage greater mastery. Ninth brother, I heard that you've invited a few prodigies from the ancient moon sacred temple to help. Could it be them? Their cultivation is a little low. Ouyang Wuji smiled with a hint of mockery. The prodigies he had invited from the ancient moon sacred ground were all great sage perfection, such as Mo Lang and the second prince of the Golden Crow. Although they were not as strong as the prodigies from the Soul Sage Cathedral, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. The factor that determines one's combat strength is not determined by their cultivation. Ouyang Wushuang replied calmly. Oh, is that so? Not everyone is as talented as ninth brother. Ouyang Wuji smiled. On the battle platform, Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His aura was extraordinary, but it did not sit well with the people from the Soul Sage Cathedral. Do you still want me to fight? I advise you to get off the stage yourself. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral said arrogantly. If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll admit defeat. Long Chen said calmly. What? 3 of your moves? Ha ha ha. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral laughed out loud. He was not the only one. Everyone below the battle platform laughed out loud. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Now, Long Chen said that he would defeat the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral in 3 moves. Wasn't that ridiculous? Ninth brother, this friend of yours is really... Ouyang Wuji was about to mock Long Chen, but his words were stuck in his throat. The trumpeting of an elephant resounded through the sky. One of Long Chen's arms swelled rapidly. He took a step forward and the battle platform shook. Then, he threw a punch at the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral. Boom! Wherever the fist chi passed, the sky shook violently. The air instantly evaporated, forming a terrifying vacuum. The terrifying power caused the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral to turn pale. Block it! The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral used all his strength to block it, but it was useless. Long Chen's fist chi smashed through everything that blocked it. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral screamed as his body was sent flying. He fell heavily off the battle platform. Half of his body was smashed and he was almost beaten to death. How is this possible? Chapter 1828. The prodigy of the One Sanctum was known as the only one in the world who was invincible among those of the same level. But now, he had been defeated by Long Chen in 1 move. This shocked everyone. Long Chen was being polite when he said 3 moves. In fact, he could not even block 1 move. It's the ultimate law of power, one of the kingly law. Someone from the One Sanctum recognized Long Chen's law. This person has a kingly body and controls the ultimate law of power. No wonder he's so terrifying. He has a kingly body like the 9th prince. The prodigies of the One Sanctum discussed among themselves. This guy is also so strong. The prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa looked at Long Chen in shock. Previously, Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely strong. They did not expect Long Chen to be so strong as well. He had defeated the One Sanctum's prodigy with 1 move. Could it be that these people are all so abnormal? They looked at Lu Ming and Huang Ling Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the others from the ancient moon's sacred ground looked serious. They already knew that Long Chen had a kingly body and controlled the kingly law. What's the point of fighting among those of the same level? Since I'm a prodigy, I should fight above my level. Who among you who are at the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm wants to fight? Long Chen's voice rang out as he looked in the direction of the One Sanctum. Many people were shocked. Long Chen wanted to fight above his level. Wasn't he too confident? To these prodigies, it was naturally not difficult for them to fight above their cultivation level. In fact, it was a piece of cake. But that was only for ordinary martial artists. For example, those with inferior earth spiritual bodies, intermediate earth spiritual bodies, or even superior earth spiritual bodies. But as prodigies, who could say that they could fight above their level? Unless they had combat strength that far exceeded their level. Humph, although you have a kingly body and control the kingly law, you may not be able to fight above your level. A prodigy from the One Sanctum snorted. Nonsense, do you dare to fight? Long Chen was domineering, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. You asked for it. I'll fulfill your wish. A prodigy from the One Sanctum stepped into the air and appeared in the fighting ring. This was the prodigy who had defeated the Peak Supreme Saint from the Purple Flame Villa. His combat strength was extremely strong. Almost no one in the same level could beat him, let alone Long Chen who was one level above him. I'll let you understand that even if you control the laws of kings, you're not invincible. The genius from the only temple shouted coldly. A terrifying aura erupted. Dazzling golden light bloomed in his hand, forming a golden battle sword. This person controlled the law of metal and was incomparably sharp. Roar! An elephant's trumpet sounded, and Long Chen's entire body swelled up. The law of power circulated as if it was filled with endless power. Boom! Boom! Long Chen stepped onto the battle platform, which rumbled continuously as he charged towards his opponent. Whoosh! His golden sword was incomparably sharp and was 10 meters long. It slashed towards Long Chen, but Long Chen punched out. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. His opponent's metal sword vibrated violently before exploding. His opponent's body retreated continuously. So strong. Many people were shocked. Long Chen's strength was too great. He was one level higher than him, yet he had destroyed his opponent's attack with a single punch. Again. Long Chen took a step forward and threw another punch at his opponent. 10,000 weapons, slash. The only temple's genius shouted. The law of metal circulated, and a dense array of weapons condensed in the sky. They charged towards Long Chen from all directions. However, Long Chen's attack was very simple. He threw out one punch after another, but every punch caused the void to tremble. Wherever the fist force passed, all the weapons would explode. The terrifying fist force continued to surge towards his opponent, forcing him to retreat. Diamond Giants! The genius from the only temple shouted. His saint power surged, and two huge creatures condensed in front of him. These two giants were golden and seemed to be completely made of metal. They were 10 meters tall and had an intimidating aura. Dong! Dong! The two diamond giants took a step forward, and their fists, which were the size of water tanks, charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen was fearless as he raised his fist to meet the attack. It was a battle of strength between the strong. Long Chen's fist collided with the diamond giant's fists, and a terrifying roar rang out. Scrap metal, break for me! Long Chen roared. His fist force was like a rainbow as he continued to attack the diamond giants. Bam! One of the diamond giants could not withstand Long Chen's power and was crushed by his power. Then, Long Chen soared into the sky and stepped on one of the diamond giants. This step was like the resurrection of an ancient dragon elephant, and it suppressed the heavens. This diamond giant was also crushed, and it turned into energy and disappeared. After Long Chen crushed the diamond giant, he used the energy to charge towards the only temple's genius. His fist force was like a rainbow, and it was unstoppable. The genius from the only temple grunted and spat out blood as he flew out of the fighting ring. Long Chen had won again. The crowd fell silent. Previously, it was normal for Long Chen to defeat a genius of the same level as him in one move. But now, he had surpassed a level and defeated the genius from the only temple. This was shocking. Moreover, the genius from the only temple was very powerful. He had just defeated the other geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa. The genius from the only temple looked gloomy. The genius from the Purple Flame Villa was dumbfounded. Only Lu Ming and Huang Ling's expressions did not change. This result was within their expectations. Long Chen had mastered the law of kings, and his spiritual body had evolved into a superior spiritual body. It was normal for him to defeat an opponent who was one level higher than him. In fact, Long Chen had not even used his full strength just now. Good, ha ha ha. Ouyang Wushuang laughed and let out a long breath, exhaling the anger that he had suppressed just now. Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy, and he did not say anything. Long Chen, let me go up and play. At this moment, Huang Ling stood up, stepped into the air, and landed on the fighting ring. Long Chen nodded and got off the fighting ring. Everyone, I am also in the Great Sage Greater Mastery. I would like to learn from Brother Long Chen and challenge someone who is at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Who would like to spar with me? Huang Ling's voice was heard as she looked at the only temple. Another Great Sage Greater Mastery challenging someone at the peak of the Great Sage realm? Could this beautiful woman also be a genius of Long Chen's level? How can a genius of that level appear so easily? I don't believe it. I will fight this battle. A woman from the only temple flew up. This woman was quite beautiful, but she was overshadowed by Huang Ling. She was already unhappy when she saw Huang Ling. Now that Huang Ling wanted to challenge someone who was at the peak of the Great Sage realm with her Great Sage Greater Mastery cultivation, she immediately went up. Without any superfluous words, the two of them directly attacked. The woman from the only temple had mastered the law of water, and her strength was very shocking. However, she had encountered Huang Ling, and her defeat was set. Just like Long Chen, Huang Ling knocked her opponent off the fighting ring in a few moves. The law of undying fire and another king body. How is this possible? Chapter 1829. Previously, there was Long Chen, and now there was Huang Ling, who also mastered the law of kings. Her combat strength was amazing, and she defeated her opponent, who was one level higher than her. Ouyang Wuji's face became more and more ugly. Today, he invited Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming to a banquet. His purpose was to defeat Ouyang Wushuang at the banquet. He wanted to defeat Ouyang Wushuang's side with an overwhelming force. In the end, he would force Ouyang Wushuang to agree to help him fight against Ouyang Wudao when he lost all his confidence. But now, Long Chen and Huang Ling were continuously fighting above their level. The momentum that he had accumulated previously had disappeared. Huang Ling floated down and returned to her seat. Sixth brother, I have said that a high cultivation does not mean a high combat strength. Cultivation is only one of the factors that determine combat strength. There are many factors that determine the strength of combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang said with a carefree smile. Humph, ninth brother, no matter how strong they are only Great Sage Greater Mastery. They can defeat a Great Sage Peak, but can they defeat a Great Sage Peak? Is it useful to rely on the two of them in this test? Ouyang Wuji snorted and said indifferently. No matter how strong Long Chen and Huang Ling were, they were only equivalent to two powerful Great Sage Peak. How could they affect the overall situation? The test this time wasn't about who was stronger among those of the same level. What's the hurry? The test is not over yet. Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. The test is not over yet. The Great Sage Greater Mastery has already competed. Are we going to compete with the Great Sage Lesser Mastery? Ha, ninth brother, what's the use of Great Sage Lesser Mastery in this test? Are they going to die? Ninth brother, don't tell me you have invited Great Sage Lesser Mastery as well. Ouyang Wuji's continuous questions revealed deep sarcasm. At the same time, his gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on Lu Ming. On Ouyang Wushuang's side, needless to say, the people of Purple Flame Villa were all Great Sage Peak and Great Sage Peak perfection. Long Chen and Huang Ling had shown their cultivation. The only one who had not shown his cultivation was Lu Ming. If there was another great sage lesser mastery, then it could only be Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Sixth brother, I have said that a high cultivation does not mean a high combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang added. How could I not know this? But there must be a limit to a low cultivation. He is merely a great sage minor mastery. Even if he can fight across a level like the previous two, what's the use? He is just equivalent to a great sage great mastery character. I'm afraid anyone here can defeat him. Ninth brother, at the end of the day, your strength isn't that great. You're still helping me deal with the first prince. I'll say it again, I won't mistreat you. Ouyang Wuji rattled on and on. However, he did not see the expressions of Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's sixth prince, and the people from the ancient Moon Holy Land, nor did he see the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa. A great sage minor mastery was equivalent to a great sage great mastery at most. To Lu Ming, this was simply impossible. Ouyang Wushuang ignored Ouyang Wuji and looked at Lu Ming, saying, Lu Ming, do you want to play? Alright, let's have some fun. Lu Ming stood up. Big brother Lu Ming, beat them up, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her little fists and cheered for Lu Ming. This pervert is going to make his move. The people from the Purple Flame Villa looked at Lu Ming with deep fear in their eyes. However, they naturally wouldn't remind Soul Sanctum. Soul Sanctum had humiliated them earlier and they were happy to see Soul Sanctum suffer a setback. Alright. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' little head and stepped out, landing on the fighting ring. It's this perverted guy. He's a complete piece of trash. Previously, he dared to tease junior sister Autumn Moon on the street and was sent flying by my palm. Now, he's still pretending. A young man from the Soul Holy Temple sneered disdainfully. So it's this guy. How dare he? Another person from the Soul Holy Temple sneered. Everyone, this guy is not simple. Mo Lang from the Sky Wolf Pagoda wanted to warn the Sky Prides from the Soul Holy Temple. What do you mean by not simple? Isn't he just a great saint in the initial stage? Are you looking down on us because we've lost 2 rounds? Yuji's gaze swept towards Mo Lang, causing him to shiver. He then shook his head and kept quiet. These people from the Soul Holy Temple were very arrogant and looked down on Mo Lang and the others. During this period, Mo Lang and the others had been ridiculed. Since these people did not listen to him, he was too lazy to say anything. Kid, let me tell you. You're just a great saint in the initial stage. No one here is a great saint in the initial stage. You must challenge them. In 2 days, I'll call a junior brother to play with you. A Sky Pride from the Soul Holy Temple looked at Lu Ming mockingly. You only know how to challenge people of the same level. How can you be considered a Sky Pride? You're just a piece of trash. Since you're a Sky Pride, you must challenge those of a higher level. All of you, as long as you're a great saint, come up and fight me. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? The Sky Prides from the Soul Holy Temple, including Ouyang Wuji, were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? As long as they were in the Great Saint realm, they could challenge him. Was this kid crazy? He was just a great saint in the initial stage. How dare he say that he could challenge anyone in the Great Saint realm? Did he really think that everyone here was trash? Everyone here was a peerless Sky Pride. Even an ordinary martial artist in the initial stage of the Great Saint realm could not challenge a Great Saint realm in the Great Saint realm, let alone a Sky Pride. This kid must be crazy. Ha ha ha, this brat, could it be that he has gone crazy after being hit by my palm last time? The young man who sent Lu Ming flying last time laughed loudly. How dare he say that he could challenge anyone in the Great Saint realm? If he was not crazy, then what was? Ninth brother, did you really invite this person here? I'm afraid he hasn't seen the world yet. Ouyang Wuji sneered. A great saint in the initial stage could challenge a great saint in the Great Saint realm. Moreover, he was a peerless Sky Pride. Even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that there was such a person in the world. You talk too much nonsense. Do you dare to challenge me? Lu Ming scolded, looking down at the sky prides from the Seoul Holy Temple and Mo Lang. Mo Lang and the others felt their hearts skip a beat when Lu Ming glanced at them. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming and lowered their heads. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. I'll destroy this kid. He just came and stared at junior sister Autumn Moon. I'll let him know what kind of trash he is. A young man from the Seoul Holy Temple shouted coldly and rushed into the fighting ring. His aura was released. He was a peak great saint expert. Senior brother, go easy on him. Don't kill him in one move. That'll be boring. The young man who sent Lu Ming flying on the street said arrogantly. Make your move. Lu Ming looked at him indifferently. Kneel down. The young man shouted and struck with his palm. A huge khaki-colored palm grabbed at Lu Ming. This person controlled the law of earth and had amazing power. Boom. Chapter 1830. Lu Ming used the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The law of chaos circulated as he punched out. The terrifying fist energy whistled and destroyed the opponent's giant hand. The sky pride from the only sacred temple's face darkened. He shouted coldly, "You're quite capable. Let's see how many moves you can take." The opponent waved his hand. The law of earth circulated in the sky, forming mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. I'm too lazy to play with you. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He took a step forward and dashed toward the other party at lightning speed. At the same time, he threw out a punch. A ray of fist radiance pierced through the air and swept away all the mountains. The terrifying fist force continued to blast toward the genius from the one holy temple. The fist energy was unstoppable. It was as if the entire world was being crushed. The opponent's face changed drastically. The law of earth circulated and set up layers of defense in front of him. But it was useless. Lu Ming's fist energy crushed all the defenses. The sky pride from the only sacred temple spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and fell on the fighting ring. The entire place was silent. The sky pride from the only sacred temple, who was at the peak of the supreme saint realm, had been defeated so easily by Lu Ming. There was no resistance at all. How could a person at the initial stage of the supreme saint realm have such shocking combat strength? The other sky prides from the only sacred temple looked gloomy. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the other sky prides from the ancient moon sacred ground and purple flame villa had complicated expressions. They had long known about Lu Ming's combat strength. They were not surprised by this result. How is this possible? The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying with one palm on the street widened his eyes in disbelief at this scene. Wasn't Lu Ming sent flying with a single palm strike? Why was his combat strength so terrifying now? Ha, sixth brother, I've told you before. Cultivation never represents combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang laughed. Ouyang Wuji's face darkened and he did not speak. Huang Ling and Long Chen were able to defeat the sky pride from the only sacred temple. But now, Lu Ming was able to defeat the sky pride from the only sacred temple. Even Ouyang Wuji found it unbelievable. Great sages, Yang Qi said. If any of you want to come up here and fight, you're welcome. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring, his voice spreading in all directions. But this time, no one mocked him. Because just now, Lu Ming had used his battle prowess to prove that he had the strength to do so. Let me, said a voice. Then, a figure stepped into the air and landed on the fighting stage. Yu Ji. Many people's hearts trembled. Yu Ji was a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm. Previously, he had defeated the Great Perfection Realm sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa with his powerful combat strength. It could be said that among the great circle of the great sage level, his battle prowess was definitely at the very top. Unless he had a monarch body, he would be virtually invincible. Now, he was going to fight Lu Ming, whose cultivation was only at the great sage minor mastery. Many people were very curious. Could Lu Ming fight with Yu Ji? Although Lu Ming is strong, he can't be a match for Yu Ji. I've heard of a great sage in the lesser mastery defeating a great sage in the great perfection realm, but I've never heard of a great sage in the great perfection realm like Yu Ji. That's right. Even the Son of Heaven would find it difficult to do so. The difference in cultivation is too great. The sky prides of the soul sanctum were discussing. This time, even Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa thought that Lu Ming's chances of winning were not high. Although Lu Ming could kill a sky pride like Wan Jingyang's cultivation was also at the great perfection realm, but he was definitely not a match for Yu Ji. Make your move. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill. Yu Ji's body was covered in white flames, and the temperature was shockingly high. The flames formed a battle saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaotic law flowed all over his body as he used the hell-suppressing heaven skill. His palm was like a saber as he slashed out. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the power of flames filled half of the battle platform. Then, a figure could be seen taking 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. That figure was Yu Ji, and Lu Ming did not move at all. Yu Ji has been defeated. Many people gasped in shock. Could it be that even Yu Ji was no match for Lu Ming? The law he controls seems to be the law of chaos. Someone suddenly exclaimed. That's right. The light of chaos is very similar to the legendary law of chaos. Could this person be one of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos? It should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. I didn't expect the son of chaos to appear here. Many people could also see that Lu Ming controlled the law of chaos, and they immediately discussed it intensely. Ouyang Wuji's face turned even colder. He did not expect Ouyang Wushuang to know a son of chaos. Ninth brother, your connections are really wide. You actually know a son of chaos. Ouyang Wuji said, his voice full of jealousy. Of course, he was jealous. Huang Ling and Long Chen, whom Ouyang Wuji had invited, both controlled the law of kings, and Lu Ming controlled one of the 10 strongest laws. Although such a genius's cultivation was still weak now, he would definitely be terrifying in the future. Why didn't he know such a powerful genius? Damn it! Yu Ji retreated and growled, his face even gloomier. The one only sacred palace was known as the only one in the world, but now, he was defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was so much higher. It was unbearable for him. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. The white flames danced, distorting the space around him. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's gaze moved away from Yu Ji and looked at the one only sacred palace, at Autumn Moon. At that moment, Autumn Moon's gaze was also curiously sizing up Lu Ming, as if she did not know Lu Ming at all. Autumn Moon, I'm Lu Ming. I'm your young master. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming said, his voice spreading far and wide. Lu Ming. Young master. Those words made Autumn Moon frown as if she was thinking. How dare you? This guy is taking advantage of junior sister Autumn Moon again. Senior brother Yu Ji, teach him a lesson. The genius of the one only sacred palace shouted unhappily. Raging flame storm cut. At that moment, Yu Ji roared and the flames on his body condensed into a huge battle saber. The battle saber slashed hundreds of times in an instant, and the flaming saber light swept toward Lu Ming. This was Yu Ji's divine skill, and its power was extremely shocking. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and pointed his finger. A huge chaotic calamity finger was formed and blasted toward Yu Ji. Boom! The chaos calamity finger was like the finger of a god. With a touch, all the saber gleams shattered. The terrifying force crushed toward Yu Ji. Yu Ji retreated all the way to the edge of the fighting ring before he stopped. His body trembled slightly and he was almost blasted off the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze was still fixed on Autumn Moon, and he did not look at Yu Ji. Autumn Moon, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Do you still remember Master and Madam, my father Lu Yuntian, and my mother Li Ping? They all miss you very much. Chapter 1831. Master and Madam, Chiu Yu muttered to herself, and the look in her eyes became more intense. She frowned as if she was thinking hard about something. Kill! Yu Ji roared, and charged towards Lu Ming. Flames filled the sky, and in the sky, sabers and swords condensed from flames appeared one after another, and like a storm, they charged towards Lu Ming. This move was Yu Ji's strongest move, and it displayed the divine art to the extreme. Get down! Lu Ming didn't even look and pointed out another finger. This time, Lu Ming raised the power of the chaotic calamity finger to the extreme. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength in the previous finger. The law of primal chaos erupted, and the chaotic calamity finger was formed and blasted out, crushing all obstacles. All the weapons condensed from flames exploded in an instant. Yu Ji's face changed drastically, and with a scream, his body was blasted out like a cannonball. He flew out of the battle platform for a long distance before falling to the ground and vomiting blood. He was severely injured by this move. If it weren't for his flame's spiritual body and tenacious vitality, his physical body would have exploded. Yu Ji was defeated. He was utterly defeated. Many people were silent. This kind of combat strength was beyond their imagination. A lesser great saint defeated Yu Ji, who was in the great saint perfection realm. Yu Ji was a peerless genius, and this kind of combat strength was simply unheard of. Especially the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa, they remembered that when they first saw Lu Ming and the others, they mocked Lu Ming and the others. Now that they thought about it, they felt embarrassed and ashamed. Some of the people from the Soul Holy Temple blushed. Lu Ming said before that as long as they were in the Great Saint realm, they could challenge them at will, and they even mocked Lu Ming for being crazy. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had a well-thought-out plan. On the contrary, they seemed a little ridiculous. They were like clowns. Ouyang Wushuang laughed heartily. Sixth brother, how is it? So what if you're in the Great Saint Perfection realm? You still lost. It seems that my side is stronger. Sixth brother, do you want to help me get the position of Crown Prince? Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Ouyang Wuji's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that his plan to suppress Ouyang Wushuang and make Ouyang Wushuang help him fight against the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, had failed. It was all because of Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Huang Ling. Ouyang Wuji clenched his fists, his eyes cold. In the beginning, everything went according to his plan. Everything went smoothly. However, after Long Chen made his move, all of his plans were messed up. Long Chen and Huang Ling's battle prowess was extremely powerful. They were actually able to defeat the geniuses of the One Temple. However, this was nothing. No matter how strong Long Chen and Huang Ling were, it would be difficult for them to contend against the geniuses of the Great Sage Perfections. They would not have much impact on the overall situation. However, Lu Ming's subsequent actions completely disrupted his plans. Lu Ming's battle prowess could even defeat Yu Ji. This kind of battle prowess could already affect the battle situation. In this way, he did not have an overwhelming advantage. Why would Ouyang Wushuang help him? Ninth brother, this test is a test of overall strength. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's only one person. I advise you to help me. Ouyang Wuji said with a gloomy face. Oh, if that's the case, we'll see who's stronger during the test. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, then we'll see during the test. Ouyang Wuji said with a cold face. Various thoughts ran through everyone's mind. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still fixed on Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, what's wrong with you? Do you still remember the Lu family of Windfire City? Do you still remember the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Do you still remember the Burning Sun Empire? Lu Ming's voice was like a bell that resounded between heaven and earth. He continuously asked a series of questions that seemed to penetrate deep into Autumn Moon's heart. Lu family of Windfire City. Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lu family of Windfire City. Chiu Yu kept muttering to herself. Her eyes were filled with confusion. After a while, a painful expression appeared on her face. She let out a soft cry and flew up into the sky. She turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Autumn Moon, just as Lu Ming was about to chase after her, a few elites from the only sacred palace blocked Lu Ming's path. Damn it, what did you say to Autumn Moon? Why did you make her so abnormal? If anything happens to junior sister Autumn Moon, you'll die without a burial place. The elites from the only sacred palace shouted coldly, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. What? Are you trying to bully me with your numbers? Long Qin said as he stepped out and came to Lu Ming's side. Then, Huang Ling did the same. How dare you? Ouyang Wuji shouted coldly and stood up. A powerful aura exploded from his body as he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, Mo Lang and the second prince of the Golden Crow also stared at Lu Ming unkindly. If they could take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming today, they would be willing to do so. Sixth brother, are you going to start a fight with me before the assessment starts? If word gets out, both of us will be disqualified. Wouldn't that benefit Ouyang Wudao? Ouyang Wushuang also stood up and confronted Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji's expression changed. He did want to take the opportunity to cripple Lu Ming, but Ouyang Wushuang was right. If the two of them started a fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. Whether they would be disqualified or not, Ouyang Wudao would benefit. Humph, ninth brother, I'll see you at the assessment. Ouyang Wuji pondered for a while, waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Lu Ming, let's go first. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming looked in the direction where Autumn Moon had left and frowned. Something must have happened to Autumn Moon. But one thing was for sure. Autumn Moon had not been possessed. If she had been possessed and Lu Ming kept asking her questions, she would not have reacted this way. Autumn Moon, I will find out what you have experienced. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. The only thing he could do now was to find out what Autumn Moon had experienced. Only then could he find the right solution. Lu Ming did not pursue. He turned around and left with Ouyang Wushuang and the others. In Ouyang Wushuang's residence, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang sat opposite each other at a stone table in a courtyard. Lu Ming, you asked me about Miss Autumn Moon. Do you know her? Are you really her young master? Ouyang Wushuang asked curiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded and said, Autumn Moon and I came from the same place. Before she came to Yuanlu, she was my maid. Lu Ming briefly explained the relationship between him and Autumn Moon. The proud daughter of the One Sanctum is actually your maid. After hearing this, Ouyang Wushuang was shocked. But when Autumn Moon saw me, she seemed to have forgotten me. Something must have happened to her. Ouyang, have you heard anything about this? Lu Ming asked. Just now, Lu Ming came to find Ouyang Wushuang alone to ask about this.